και τις ενέργειές μας. Ένα αναδυόμενο κύμα που ξεπερνά εμπόδια και όρια και δημιουργεί τις προϋποθέσεις για τις ερχόμενες προκλήσεις. Κάτι που μας συνδέει βαθιά, όχι μόνο μέσα στην εταιρεία, αλλά και με όλους τους ανθρώπους των οποίων το μέλλον σκοπεύουμε να κάνουμε καλύτερο. Η ενέργειά μας. Διότι εμείς βλέπουμε την ενέργεια μέσα από νέες οπτικές, ανοίγοντας έτσι το δρόμο για ανανεώσιμες πηγές, μειωμένο ανθρακικό αποτύπωμα, νέες πελατοκεντρικές υπηρεσίες και υπηρεσίες ηλεκτροκίνησης. Δημιουργούμε νέες υπηρεσίες εκτός του παραδοσιακού πυρήνα των δραστηριοτήτων μας και αγκαλιάζουμε τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό. Για να μοιραστούμε αυτή την ενέργεια με όλους, ευθύνη μας είναι να την κάνουμε προσιτή και διαθέσιμη. Εδώ και τώρα, αλλά και σε κάθε μας στιγμή, μέσα από τη νέα εταιρική μας ταυτότητα. Διατηρούμε την πλούσια και μακροχρόνια κληρονομιά μας, ενώ παράλληλα κάνουμε ένα βήμα μπροστά, αναγνωρίζοντας τι είναι αυτό που μας καθορίζει. Προσθέτουμε ένα σημαντικό κομμάτι του DNA μας, την εφευρετικότητά μας, αγκαλιάζοντας έτσι νέες τεχνολογίες με αναφορά στη σταθερή μας προσέγγιση για ένα βιώσιμο μέλλον. Παρουσιάζουμε τη νέα εταιρική μας ταυτότητα. Αλλά δεν είναι μόνο ένα νέο όνομα. Παράλληλα, αλλάζουμε και τον τρόπο που επικοινωνούμε. Με βάση την ισχυρή μας κληρονομιά και με την ενέργεια ενός κύματος αλλαγής, κάθε μας επικοινωνία θα εξελιχθεί, ακολουθώντας μια πιο σύγχρονη, ψηφιακή, αλλά και ανθρωποκεντρική προσέγγιση για να δημιουργήσουμε μια νέα αντίληψη για το ποιοι είμαστε. Ένας εξωστρεφής ηγέτης της αλλαγής. Ένας υπεύθυνος εταιρικός πολίτης με μια ανθρωποκεντρική ταυτότητα. Ενώνουμε τον κόσμο μέσω της ενέργειας. Empowering tomorrow. Hellenic Energy.
Vodafone Business Temperature Tag. Άμεση πρόσβαση σε μετρήσεις θερμοκρασίας και υγρασίας για τη διασφάλιση της ποιότητας ζωής. Vodafone Temperature Advanced Control. Προηγμένες δυνατότητες παρακολούθησης θερμοκρασίας, κίνησης, τοποθεσίας. Vodafone Fleet Control. Απομακρυσμένος έλεγχος και διαχείριση στόλου οχημάτων. Vodafone Remote Healthcare. Πρόσβαση σε υπηρεσίες υγείας για όλους, καταργώντας γεωγραφικούς ή άλλους περιορισμούς. Vodafone Smart Parking and Accessible Parking Monitoring. Εντοπισμός διαθέσιμων θέσεων στάθμευσης και αναγνώριση οχημάτων ΑΜΕΑ. Vodafone Sensing as a Service. Περιβαλλοντικοί αισθητήρες για πόλεις και δήμους για τη βελτίωση της ποιότητας ζωής. Vodafone Mobile Asset Tracking. Απομακρυσμένος έλεγχος περιουσιακών στοιχείων επιχειρήσεων. Vodafone Occupancy Control. Αυτοματοποιημένο σύστημα ελέγχου πληρότητας εσωτερικών χώρων για την τήρηση των κανόνων ασφαλείας. Smart Bins Management. Σύστημα διαχείρισης αποκομιδής απορριμμάτων για πόλεις και δήμους. Smart Water Metering. Παρακολούθηση κατανάλωσης νερού. Together we can.
Σε έναν κόσμο που εξελίσσεται διαρκώς, υπάρχει κάτι που μας συνδέει για πάντα. Η ανθρώπινη επιθυμία να προσπαθούμε για το καλύτερο. Η μοναδική ικανότητα να προσαρμοζόμαστε και να αναπτυσσόμαστε μέσα από τις αλλαγές. Μια έμφυτη δύναμη που καθοδηγεί τη θέλησή μας και τις ενέργειές μας. Ένα αναδυόμενο κύμα που ξεπερνά εμπόδια και όρια και δημιουργεί τις προϋποθέσεις για τις ερχόμενες προκλήσεις. Κάτι που μας συνδέει βαθιά. Όχι μόνο μέσα στην εταιρεία, αλλά και με όλους τους ανθρώπους των οποίων το μέλλον σκοπεύουμε να κάνουμε καλύτερο. Η ενέργειά μας. Διότι εμείς βλέπουμε την ενέργεια μέσα από νέες οπτικές, ανοίγοντας έτσι το δρόμο για ανανεώσιμες πηγές, μειωμένο ανθρακικό αποτύπωμα, νέες πελατοκεντρικές υπηρεσίες και υπηρεσίες ηλεκτροκίνησης. Δημιουργούμε νέες υπηρεσίες εκτός του παραδοσιακού πυρήνα των δραστηριοτήτων μας και αγκαλιάζουμε τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό. Για να μοιραστούμε αυτή την ενέργεια με όλους, ευθύνη μας είναι να την κάνουμε προσιτή και διαθέσιμη. Εδώ και τώρα, αλλά και σε κάθε μας στιγμή, μέσα από τη νέα εταιρική μας ταυτότητα. Διατηρούμε την πλούσια και μακροχρόνια κληρονομιά μας, ενώ παράλληλα κάνουμε ένα βήμα μπροστά, αναγνωρίζοντας τι είναι αυτό που μας καθορίζει. Προσθέτουμε ένα σημαντικό κομμάτι του DNA μας, την εφευρετικότητά μας, αγκαλιάζοντας έτσι νέες τεχνολογίες με αναφορά στη σταθερή μας προσέγγιση για ένα βιώσιμο μέλλον. Παρουσιάζουμε τη νέα εταιρική μας ταυτότητα. Αλλά δεν είναι μόνο ένα νέο όνομα. Παράλληλα, αλλάζουμε και τον τρόπο που επικοινωνούμε. Με βάση την ισχυρή μας κληρονομιά και με την ενέργεια ενός κύματος αλλαγής, κάθε μας επικοινωνία θα εξελιχθεί, ακολουθώντας μια πιο σύγχρονη, ψηφιακή, αλλά και ανθρωποκεντρική προσέγγιση για να δημιουργήσουμε μια νέα αντίληψη για το ποιοι είμαστε.
Σας καλωσορίζω εδώ στο Regional Growth Conference, το πρώτο πάνελ της ημέρας που αφορά τις
I'd like to welcome you to the first panel of the day on renewable energy sources. We have with us Mr. Zdoukou, General Secretary for Energy and Minerals Resources, Mr. Luca Lazaraki, Head Energy Intragat, Mr. Georgios Rokas, Chairman and CEO of Our Energy, Mr. Anastasios Tosias, Deputy Chief Executive Director in ADAP, Dr. Professor Andriosopoulos, Country Manager, Achaia Energy Greece, and Spiros Kantis, Manager New Technologies and Alternative Energy Sources, Hellenic Energy.
I would like to ask you all to respect the time.
Ναι, νομίζω είδατε τι μεγάλο πάνελ που είμαστε, δεν ξέρω.
I think that this is one of the major of the sectors of major interest. I would like to thank the organizers. I would like to thank you all for being here so early in the day today to listen to us. I'm very happy to be among very important people, major personalities of the energy market, and I really respect and I'm very happy to hear what they have to say. I am also indebted to the Ministry of Energy for its initiative and for helping us to implement our policies as effectively as possible. I would like to try, first of all, to zoom out from the situation in which we are today and try to see macroscopically, to have a macroscopic look in of the situation. The energy sector has gone through a very bad weather spell in recent years that has affected the governments, the businesses in the energy industry, and the economy of Greece, Europe, and of the whole world. However, Greece, and this is my personal opinion, thanks to its empowering and providential strategies, developed a new culture of synergies and cooperations, both at national and an international level, involving all the stakeholders, and thus managed not only to actually overcome the dire straits, but also create foundations, very strong foundations, on which to build its energy system. So personally, I believe that the energy system today in Greece is way different than the system in 2019, and has very strong foundations, which will enable us in the coming years, starting with 2025 and on to 2030 and beyond, to achieve certain milestones that will enable us to ensure independence. But we should actually not lose even a single second with regard to the investments we need to do in order to ensure this. We also need to respect our contractual obligations and manage, and this is the most important and ultimate goal, to ensure that all this is positively affects society. Greece has managed in recent years to create a thick network of strategic investment and innovations in Greece and abroad. We are now at a stage in which even in the area of research for carbohydrates, we actually are very well underway in looking for whether Greece has enough carbohydrates to be able to exploit them and become a carbohydrate producer. We also are in a very good stage as far as energy savings, electrification of the transport sector is concerned, and other important sectors. I think that there is proof of that. Given the policies that have been implemented and that encourage us to still invest on our country's perspectives, which are quite important, quite significant, and should be allowed to actually positively affect not only the center, but also each and every rural area in Greece. I don't think that there is any room for comparison. We are very far in front of any situation. The numbers are huge, and given also the difficulties faced by the energy sector, but all this is the result of organized efforts. We, however, have still a long way to go, Mr. Kosyoris. We're underway, but we're no way near the end of our journey. We need to ensure flexibility in the implementation of projects by removing red tape and all other obstacles that make our life difficult. And networks are also, and grids are also very important. But I think that if we manage to ensure progress in this at this speed, and if we manage to actually align ourselves and adopt the same targets, I do believe that in the coming years, Greece will manage to actually change level, go to the next level, let's say. I would like to thank the region of the Peloponnese for this excellent initiative and for inviting me to speak at this panel. I think that the Regional Growth Conference is by now an institution. I think Mr. Tsongas already said most of what has been was there to be said. I would like to add only one thing that relates to the change of direction or the change of paradigm with regard to renewable energy resources. A change of paradigm which was nothing less than a reverse course compared to the policies of 3 years ago, before the pandemic. Since that those politics were really keeping renewable energy sources very low in the political, let's say, priority scale. But sufficient to say that from 2015 to 2019, 595 contracts were signed. And if I remember well, this concerned 700 gigawatt. From 19 to today, we signed 6,500 new contracts for a total of plus 4 gigawatts. Just a few weeks ago, we went over the barrier of the 10 megawatts of power in Greece. We have signed contracts that during this year will be completed, and the projects will be delivered and add 2 more gigawatts to the power grid of our country. And I must say that Greece there is a pioneer compared to other European countries and compared to the achievement of the targets set by Europe. So if this progress does not stop, I think that we will, by the end of 2023, we will be the country with the best, let's say, the best achievements in Europe. We have with us market stakeholders. Market stakeholders are important because they are the pioneers, they are the trendsetters, and they are those who actually say things by their name. As for myself, the only thing I want to reiterate is that during the last 4 years, there has been considerable modernization efforts. The government has taken considerable modernization efforts that managed to help renewable energy resources to gain speed. Our company and the ministry has been modernized thanks to the General Secretary. We are pushing the renewable energy resource initiative as far as to the front as possible. We are actually organizing an authority that will be responsible for renewable energy resources, both for the center and for the regions, in order to organize a system that will actually help us to actually achieve our targets. Let me add one more. What is also very important is that during the last 3.5 years, we have managed to clear, to sanitize the special renewable energy resource account because they are the main part of the sanitization and of sanitization fund, and that's why we had to do these efforts. Good morning.
Thank you very much for the. I would like to thank the newspaper Peloponnesos. Since we are taking part in the Regional Growth Conference, I need to say that I remember years ago when we were trying to develop a RES project, we were using as the main argument that in the area where this project would be developed, growth would follow. We have seen now that Greece has been filled with RES projects that have triggered the regional growth. This is very important. RES are and will continue to be a lever for regional growth. It is an unquestionable fact that major steps have been made. No one expected that Greece would ever reach these objectives, and it has done so with regard to RES, and this is quite impressive. I believe that it is quite rare, the fact that we meet all the requirements in order to attract investments of billions of euros in the sector of RES. We have received the interest of several investors. We have a legislative framework that has been greatly simplified and is investment friendly. What I hope for is to continue having the necessary resources so as to be able to install these thousands of megawatts that we have been talking about. We're talking about investments amounting to billions of euros. So we need to ensure the resources. And I mean by that the human resources. We won't have any problem with regard to that. We do have the people that we need. We need to make sure that we will have the technical resources necessary for the implementation of these projects and, of course, the financial resources. I hope that what we have been experiencing during the last few days will not distort the very significant prospect that we have for the future. Of course, we need a change in the mix of RES. Since now we have been focused solely on photovoltaics. Since March 2022 up to October, we had plus 20 megawatts of connection with photovoltaics and only 45 of wind parks. This was not accidental. This has been the direction that we have been following, and we need to change that. We need to take a look at what is happening globally and follow suit. It is very important to continue investing in the grids and in the necessary infrastructure. We want to see this well-known tender for batteries, and we hope that these batteries will be actually sustainable. And I believe that only with storage can we hope to proceed further. Storage needs to be properly designed and planned. I hope that we won't have any energy communities in the sector of storage. We need the sea parks, the marine parks better. And now a few words about my company, since I don't have much time. Intracat is active in the RES sector by implementing and designing projects around Greece. Within 2023, we will start an investment in the Peloponnese, in Argolis, with a wind park of 32 megawatts that has gotten the authorization, has gotten the price in the context of a tender, and we will start building it in 2023. That's all I had to say. Thank you very much. I would like to thank the newspaper Peloponnesos, and I would like to say that it's a great pleasure to be here today. I wanted to say some different things initially, but I saw many young faces in the audience, much younger than myself. I also have two children, 20 years and 18 years of age, and I remembered myself back in 1998 when the first wind parks were built by our company Rokas. We were traveling to Evia and Crete, and we were taking the donkeys in order to reach the top of the mountain and measure the wind speed. I didn't really know exactly what we were doing, and I remember calling my father and telling him, we have undertaken a project, we don't really believe in it, we will see how it goes. Today, 28 years later, the first 5-10 megawatts of projects back then in Greece have now rise to 10,000 in operation. There are over 15,000 jobs now, electricians, engineers, civil engineers, purveyors. Over 3 billion of the loans in the Greek banks that are served. There are no red loans in this sector, which means that no one shoulders any financial burden. Everything is working properly, and the prospects for the coming years are very promising. The renewable energy sources constitute a significant part of the industry of this country because we have sun, we have wind, we have water, of course. There are many hydroelectric plants of great significance. So these natural resources need to be exploited in the best possible way in order to benefit our country. Always, of course, paying attention to the important factor that is society. Energy as a basis, and even more so, green energy, is a social good and should be perceived as such, since it is the cheapest energy, objectively speaking, right now. Approximately 95, 98 euros the megawatt hours from the wind parks, when the natural gas or anything else costs double the price. So along with society, we need to promote these projects. And since we're talking about the regions, we have the obligation, and I mean by that, the businesses have the obligation to respect the area in which they invest, but at the same time, society needs to embrace these investments because they created added value for the community, for the region, but also for the entire country. There are jobs, there are benefits, apart from the redistributive benefits, but the most important benefit stemming from the RES is the protection and the respect of the environment. And undoubtedly, the way that energy is produced will ensure the survival and continuation of this community and of this society in general, and the survival of the future generations. Now, with regards to our company, RG1, we have an important number of projects being implemented. We are developing several megawatts in photovoltaics and wind parks, and we will increase them in the coming 3 years. And we believe that since there is a stable investment environment and a continuity, then these investments will actually yield a lot of benefits to the local communities. The state needs to support these businesses and the investment. Why? Because the state basically needs to adjust the taxes imposed on these parks in order to give a boost to these parks and these projects in general. Good morning. Thank you very much for the invitation. Of course, the state is not only the taxes, it is at the same time policy. So if you have the right policies, everything will go smoothly. Okay. If we need to speak the truth, yes. So let's talk about the truth of the market. That is the biggest water supply company in Greece. We provide clean water to the Attica region, and we build facilities all around Greece, basically. We have facilities, infrastructure in Evinos and many other places up until Psyttalia, which is one of the most important processing stations in Europe and one of the most iconic projects ever being built in Greece. And we have the pleasure to operate it and maintain it. We started in a company which is basically in a stage of transformation. We create, but at the same time, the regulatory framework requires us to adjust to the requirements of corporate governance. We are at the final stage for the completion of the transformation of the managing authority responsible for the management of water resources. So basically, I'm saying all this in order to let you know that we have set the foundations for the operation of the company in the coming 10 years. We have developed a strategy on the basis of two axes. As an infrastructure company, our main priority is safety. It is the first thing we think when we wake up and the last thing we have in mind when we go to sleep. The second axis is efficiency. And I would like to say a few words about this because efficiency is linked with energy efficiency. And the third axis is growth. One of the most iconic projects that will be built in Attica in the coming years will be the biological stations and the network that we will build in Attica of a budget of 800 million euros. But talking about efficiency, why efficiency? Based on the regulatory framework, the infrastructure companies need to have allowed revenue. In order to have such a rational and competitive revenue, we need to have increased efficiency, which means that we need to provide quality and efficient services, and at the same time, we need to have a low energy cost, because the infrastructure companies, apart from being companies of service provision, are energy consumers. Right now, we are consuming 360 gigawatt hours per year, which makes us a very big consumer. 50% is produced from RES, and we're going to increase that percentage in the coming years. And we have planned actions so that we can be more targeted in the installation of new photovoltaics. Already 2 years ago, we installed 2 megawatts in the water processing unit in Menidi. Right now, we are taking part in a tender for 3.5 megawatts, and we are going to launch a call for electric vehicles as well in the coming months. Because, as you have probably heard, we plan to get 70 electric vehicles, thus strengthening our fleet. So all these are actions that have two directions. The first direction aims at reducing the energy cost, and the second direction aims at becoming more environmentally friendly. Always aligned with the National Plan for Energy and Climate and reaching the objective of the zero carbon water by 2030. That's the short introduction.
I would like to thank also, in my turn, all the panelists. I would like to thank the region of the Peloponnese for inviting us to discuss about regional growth, and especially for renewable energy resources for this panel, which, as we have already heard from the previous speakers, are not anymore the future, but the present. And are necessary for our society. The only thing we should keep in mind is that we have a return. We have a return relationship, which is very important and is not there for other energy resources. I agree also that we have seen a lot of huge changes in both the regulatory and a political and financial level as a response to the climate crisis and also the energy crisis, which are trying to speed up the implementation of renewable energy resources and facilitate the financing, the funding. We have seen that in Germany, for example, where decisions about environmental issues are not taken so easily, there have been enormous changes and an enormous speeding up of decisions, and the environment, which has been an energy security, which has been, let's say, left behind for quite a few years and forgotten. important, is now at the top of the agenda, in the agenda of Germany. Of course, our country could, with renewable energy resources, earn funds, since it is an exporting country. Whereby whereas also we could ensure and improve the energy security, since now we are by 90% dependent on other countries on imports for our energy. We of course should try to plan about this, to design about this, and not anymore to actually follow developments. Let us not forget also that we should persuade the people, to persuade our society and our citizens that renewable energy resources are here to stay, and that they can bring us huge benefits, and that the relationship is a reciprocal relations. Our country has been active in renewable energy resources for the last 20 years, not only in Greece but also globally, and the protection of our environment is at the heart of our mission. We are trying to link farming and PVCs in order to actually develop energy and at the same time enhance farming by installing PVCs in non-farmable areas. The recent crisis has actually confirmed the fact that crises are the norm and not the exception, that we have been living in a world of crisis. It's not crisis is not a unique one-time event, but it is something that is repeated, and we need to find a viable and successful way to tackle crisis. Renewable energy resources are certainly is at least one piece of the puzzle. We actually are mainly in the wind farming and PVC business, and we believe that recent investments in which we actually have proceeded by tendering and being awarded certain projects will prove very successful. I think that the last speaker should actually make a summary of what was heard. So I think that renewable energy. First of all, I should say that I'm very happy to speak about new resources, new sources of energy with new people in a panel with fresh ideas. Today, nowadays, I should say the way in which we consume and the way we think about energy should change. We need a holistic approach that is inspired by energy security, by respect for the environment, and also by an approach to the cost of energy that is realistic and respect certain norms and certain facts. I think that all our activities actually are based on this fact, the fact that we need to reduce as much as possible our carbon emissions, our carbon footprint, and by 2050 eliminate it. There should be no carbon footprint by 2050. To do this, to this end, we need to actually use all the capabilities that is given, that's provided now by science and by research, and also to seriously invest in renewable energy resources, PVCs, wind farms, and other energy resources. For us, the next target is going to be offshore wind farms. Because we believe that this will seriously limit carbon emissions, also by the energy production units themselves. So we will try to ensure that our social footprint is always positive, and that we actually ensure that our activities improve the life of people, the Greek economy, and that they provide our youth the possibility to work in Greece and to fill the gap that exists right now in the area of know-how between Greece and other countries. Every time we also try to be active and operate in other countries in addition to Greece, countries in our neighborhood, and also combine conventional fuel like fossil fuel, like oil, to renewable energy resources. We actually invested millions of euros in the past years, and these investments have actually ensured that our picture and also our fame, our prestige, and the sizes in which we operate are very well known and very well respected. We first try to operate and then speak about it.
Very limited time, but many questions. That is why I would like to ask you to reply in 2 minutes to the question that I will just ask you. What are your views with regard to the growth of RES by 20th century? Which measures need to be taken immediately? So we will start from the last speaker of the previous round. First of all, we need to proceed, or better, let me put it differently. Major steps have been made in combating bureaucracy. Still, we need to do more. We need to embrace as many options as possible in the energy sector. We need to promote the PPH, the power purchase agreements. This is of great importance. We need to increase the quantity of renewable energy sources energy in the grid. In the grid right now, there is a bottleneck that constrains us. All of us want to invest, but we can't because of the lack of electric space. We want to make investments in order to develop offshore wind parks. We need to do that because this is the only way in order to reach our objectives. We also need to strengthen the initiatives for the green hydrogen. We do have this intention, but we can't actually express our intentions into action. That is why we need to make some significant steps in order to overturn the situation and in order to come closer to our customers, clients. Our clients are basically the industry, and the industry requires gigawatt hours, not megawatt hours, so we need to think big. There are many issues that need to be resolved. Yes, undoubtedly the grid. We need to upgrade the grid, both the distribution grid and the supply grid, so as to release some electric space that is absolutely necessary. Production and energy consumption, another very important issue that can be addressed with the so-called self-producers. This is the new trend that has emerged. Every private entity or every business can install a photovoltaic on the roof so as to have their own energy production. So we need to facilitate as much as we can this trend and this process. We have made some legislative steps in this direction. There has to be a better harmonization and communication among the stakeholders. This is what Mr. Yaredis said earlier, actually. Ministries, regulatory authority, other interested parties need to have a smoother communication among them so as to facilitate themselves, but also the citizens or the businessmen who wish to make an investment. At the level of technologies now, since we talk about green hydrocarbon, we're talking about electromobility, a sector in which major steps have been made, but still more developments are expected due to this great electrification wave. We need to prepare the framework quite effectively in order to avoid rigidities and problems in the future. The problem of our industry is that we are always behind the developments. Every time there will be someone from the US or from Asia or from Europe and in order to tell us, you need to do something more or you need to change the way you work. PPS, for example, bilateral contracts between producer and consumer. But we have a legislative obstacle that does not allow the implementation of PPS. So we need to change that. These are slightly technical issues that are not very familiar to the audience, but still they are of great importance because they are being discussed at European level. At the European level, they are talking about other types of contracts as well. So we need to follow their example and we need to follow this direction because the world is changing, the framework is changing, the financial framework is changing. Where in the past we had 1% or 1.5%, now we have interest rates of 4 or 5%. So you can understand that this makes investments very hard to make. We have also an increased price of energy, which is, of course, different from the price for the renewable energy sources. A price that is related to the bankability and to the potential yield of the investment made in the RES. So we need to keep track of all these developments. There is a lot of work to do, all of us in the sector, but at the same time, the legislative authority and the regulators need to do a lot of work as well. I would like to touch upon the circular economy. The companies are big energy consumers, as big as the industry is. So it's very important to have low cost because with the regulatory framework, we can actually control the cost. We must never forget that. So throughout the circular economy, the water we get from Evros and the water we supply the citizens involves several different stages, and we need to have all these stages in mind. And I will give you an example. We have designed the roadmap of all the interventions that are necessary and that ADAP needs to make. What do we need? We need to make actions that are flexible and speedy. Taking a look at all the projects that we need to implement in order to reach the objective of zero carbon water, we need the PPAs, that is, infrastructure companies being able to sign bilateral agreements in order to get a competitive price that ensures stability. We need also decharacterization actions. In Psyttalia, for example, the produced mud is characterized as waste. However, we wanted to characterize it differently and characterize it as fuel, so as to reduce our dependence on fossil fuels. We also think what we are going to do with the 750,000 cubic meters that end up in the Saronic Gulf. This is something of great importance, and we need to take into account in the context of the green hydrocarbon promotion effort. I also mentioned earlier the tender of 3.5 million euros for the replacement of the fleet of our company. So all these are actions that are flexible and, of course, pertain to financing. And allow me to say something more. Right now, EDAP is excluded from REPowerEU. So what we are asking for is to be included so as to get the necessary funding tools. I'm just going to repeat what the previous speaker said. Grids. We have been talking about the grid for the last 30 years. Faster processes for the development of grids, even greater minimization of bureaucratic problems. And I'm saying this not because we have Ms. Zduku with us, but because Ms. Duku and the other competent authorities have made significant efforts to improve the climate, but still a lot of work needs to be done. Second, social awareness. We need to realize once and for all the importance of RES and how important it is for them to penetrate even further in society, always with respect to the environment and the society. Third, corporate responsibility of the investors. They need to make even clearer how important it is to make investments. And the last thing that I would like to say is that what we truly need is a rationalization of investments. And what do I mean by that? Evaluation of the investments. Which are the projects that are feasible? Which are the projects that can never be implemented? This is very important. From the moment we submit the application up until the day you get the approval, you need to know, and the system needs to know, that project A can be implemented, project can never be implemented. This is the only way forward. That's all. I don't want to say anything more. Yes. In 2023, we will have many RES investments. And hoping that this latest financial crisis will not affect investments and that we will continue to have the necessary financing. What I hope to see in 2023 is a prioritization by ADMIE. In other words, ADMIE needs to give priority to the projects that are of great importance. We need to see that happening within 2023. The PPAs, yes, we do need them. In order for this to operate, of course, we need to regulate some other parameters. I would also like to see a tender for RES and for relevant technologies, because I believe that this would take the role of benchmarking and would also contribute to the growth of the private PPAs. Something that will be to the benefit of the state, but also of all interested parties. Okay, yes, I understand we don't have much time, so the floor to the next speaker. The previous speakers talked about the importance of grids. I agree with that. However, I would like to touch upon something slightly different. What we need are processes and systems, and especially IT systems. This is the direction that the DAPEP has decided to follow. The DAPEP is the operator of RES and guarantees of origin. We are in the middle of the development for the implementation of the platform for the auctions of the guarantees of origin. We are already connected with a European hub, so as to have these free exchanges within the European Union, and at the same time, this auctions platform will be a negotiation platform for the PPAs, for the RES PPAs, since there are different sorts of PPAs. the PEP will become the lever for the promotion of the RES PPAs. Which, of course, need to be combined with the respective guarantees of origin. Okay, I don't want to elaborate on PPAs. Just I want to say that bilateral contracts can be signed by anyone. The PPC can sign PPA for lignite, for example. These are different sorts of PPAs. What we're interested in are the RES PPAs, which need to be certified with the respective guarantees of origin. How the platform that will be used for the auctioning of the guarantees of origin will be the basis for the negotiation platform of PPAs. The point is that all PPAs need to go through the registry of REAs that is kept by the operator of RES and guarantees of origin.
I had a lot of musts and I had a lot of wants. What we want to do and what we must do. Now, all those wants and musts must go from word to deed, must go to must be turned into practice. An example. An example is that your think big needs to be turned by me into think small. For example, we said that we want each citizen to be able to install his own PVC on his or her roof. What does this mean in practice? First of all, how many forms and applications are required for a citizen and to be allowed to be install his own PVC on his roof? Is it 20? Then we needed to do it to reduce them into 5. Is it done on paper? We need to turn it into a digital process. Is it expensive? Then we need to organize a grant so that we give incentives to citizens to think about installing a PVC on their roofs. Thinking like that, we have ensured more than 10 gigawatts renewable energy resources. Energy from renewable energy resources. And now we needed to, within 1 month or less than 1 month, organize this call for tenders for renewable energy resources. We all want and we all dream of a huge offshore wind farm. But to do this in practice, we need to cooperate so that we complete within 2023 the well, let's say, the planning of the spatial planning of where we want to actually install it, and also turn all these IOUs, as I call them, to a reality. But I'm quite optimistic that within this year we will manage to implement many of the things we have planned. Thank you very much.
Σε έναν κόσμο που εξελίσσεται διαρκώς, υπάρχει κάτι που μας συνδέει για πάντα. Η ανθρώπινη επιθυμία να προσπαθούμε για το καλύτερο. Η μοναδική ικανότητα να προσαρμοζόμαστε και να αναπτυσσόμαστε μέσα από τις αλλαγές. Μια έμφυτη δύναμη που καθοδηγεί τη θέλησή μας και τις ενέργειές μας. Ένα αναδυόμενο κύμα που ξεπερνά εμπόδια και όρια και δημιουργεί τις προϋποθέσεις για τις ερχόμενες προκλήσεις. Κάτι που μας συνδέει βαθιά. Όχι μόνο μέσα στην εταιρεία, αλλά και με όλους τους ανθρώπους των οποίων το μέλλον σκοπεύουμε να κάνουμε καλύτερο. Η ενέργειά μας. Διότι εμείς βλέπουμε την ενέργεια μέσα από νέες οπτικές, ανοίγοντας έτσι το δρόμο για ανανεώσιμες πηγές, μειωμένο ανθρακικό αποτύπωμα, νέες πελατοκεντρικές υπηρεσίες και υπηρεσίες ηλεκτροκίνησης. Δημιουργούμε νέες υπηρεσίες εκτός του παραδοσιακού πυρήνα των δραστηριοτήτων μας και αγκαλιάζουμε τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό. Για να μοιραστούμε αυτή την ενέργεια με όλους, ευθύνη μας είναι να την κάνουμε προσιτή και διαθέσιμη. Εδώ και τώρα, αλλά και σε κάθε μας στιγμή, μέσα από τη νέα εταιρική μας ταυτότητα. Διατηρούμε την πλούσια και μακροχρόνια κληρονομιά μας, ενώ παράλληλα κάνουμε ένα βήμα μπροστά, αναγνωρίζοντας τι είναι αυτό που μας καθορίζει. Προσθέτουμε ένα σημαντικό κομμάτι του DNA μας, την εφευρετικότητά μας, αγκαλιάζοντας έτσι νέες τεχνολογίες με αναφορά στη σταθερή μας προσέγγιση για ένα βιώσιμο μέλλον. Παρουσιάζουμε τη νέα εταιρική μας ταυτότητα. Αλλά δεν είναι μόνο ένα νέο όνομα. Παράλληλα, αλλάζουμε και τον τρόπο που επικοινωνούμε. Με βάση την ισχυρή μας κληρονομιά και με την ενέργεια ενός κύματος αλλαγής, κάθε μας επικοινωνία θα εξελιχθεί, ακολουθώντας μια πιο σύγχρονη, ψηφιακή, αλλά και ανθρωποκεντρική προσέγγιση για να δημιουργήσουμε μια νέα αντίληψη για το ποιοι είμαστε. Ένας εξωστρεφής ηγέτης της αλλαγής. Ένας υπεύθυνος εταιρικός πολίτης με μια ανθρωποκεντρική ταυτότητα. Ενώνουμε τον κόσμο μέσω της ενέργειας. Empowering tomorrow. Hellenic Energy.
Γεια σας, καλωσορίζω στο πάνελ για τους υδρογονάδες.
I would like to welcome you to this panel. I have with me Mr. Stathatos, who is a Hellenic Hydrocarbons and Energy Resources Management company. Mr. Tassos Vlasopoulos, CEO of Hellenic Upstream Hellenic Energy. Mr. Ioannis Chomatas, Asset Development Division Director of DESFA, and Christos Pasdekis, Head of Gas Sales from DEPA. I would like to ask you for first a point of view as short as possible. I am always very happy to return to Patras, which is my home city. I'm also very happy to actually be here because in contrary to what was happening in previous years, whereby we discussed what we would like to do and what we should do, now we are ready to announce what we have done. The strategy Hydrocarbons 2.0 has given its fruit on both pillars, and now we can speed up research for natural gas in our country and then turn to other resources which are vital for energy transformation and also reinforce our strategic structures that are absolutely necessary for our company. So we now have a very clear strategy on all these points. Research is proceeding fast, and we have been honored by the ministry by being assigned not only the CCS research, the strategic, let's say, reserve storage, but also another crucial project which must be completed by 2030 if we want to achieve, in view of achieving the target set by the European Union. What I would like to say is that our profile, which I hope we have already passed on to the citizens, is reflects the work we have been doing, and is the profile of a modern and powerful and innovative company. Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me to this panel. I'm very glad to be in Patras. Also, I would want to repeat what my colleague said in the previous panel about how important energy transition is. We are experiencing a period of a huge change, and we needed to ensure a smooth transition. To do that, we needed to be organized and have plans, because otherwise we cannot ensure a safe transition. Despite the fact that only a few years ago renewable energy resource funding and sustainability was something that was not a prime priority. The war in Ukraine has changed all that. The bid to ensure energy at affordable prices has put renewable energy resources at the top of the ladder, and in the last 2 years we have speed up our efforts. During the last 12 months, something that has never happened in Greece, we have planned and implemented 2 projects and 2 bi-dimensional projects, and now we have one 3-dimensional 3D project. This is as far as our earthquake projects are concerned. We're also very happy to announce that we have been active in other blocks in the area of Kimis and just offshore of Kerkira. What I would like to also add, because we do not have much time, is that this is plastic. This is a plastic bottle, and it's absolutely necessary to have hydrocarbons to produce that. Plastic cannot be produced without hydrocarbons. So for the next 30 to 20 years, the energy mix will be based on hydrocarbons. Good morning. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting DESFA and me personally to this panel. It's not the first time we're here, and I am very happy to see how important and how significant this conference becomes. I would like to say very briefly what we have observed during the last months. For us, there are 3 points to repeat. First of all, an increase of export of natural gas to Bulgaria and other eastern countries, a 30% increase of a natural gas that was channeled through our infrastructure in view of being exported to other countries. This, of course, changes the orientation of our country, since we are fast becoming the number 1 LPG transit point in Europe. And a third thing is that LPG from the United States is approximately 60% of LNG in Greece. So the role of Greece is fast changing in the European energy map, from being a simple terminal point is now becoming a corridor, a channel for natural gas for all of Europe. I must say that export has increased. The charges have increased, and we had a slight decrease of importation from Siderokastro, which is a typical and traditional import point. We will invest 1.2 billion in projects in the next 2 to 3 years. Many of these projects are underway, and they include interconnections mainly to other systems. The main planning is already underway for the interconnection project with West Macedonia. The Komotini project also is underway to connect with ICGB. We have started the construction for the connection to the FSRU of Alexandroupoli, and as a result, DESFA is fast becoming a corridor for an interconnection corridor that will import and export natural gas. Western Macedonia is under construction. The total cost will be 166 million. The length of the channel of the pipe will be 160 kilometers, and we are talking about 120 kilometers of network that will be implemented will be completed at the end of 2025 and will be commissioned by the beginning of 2026. The Revithousa project has been completed and will allow access to all of the areas of Greece. It is open to small ships transporting up to 30,000 cubic meters of natural gas, which is safe for a local for maritime transport. And very soon we are taking measures to cover the needs of the winter for the coming year 2024 in LNG for Macedonia and Thrace. All this thanks to new technologies. We are, of course, we also have our eye on hydrogen, and we hope that we will be soon be able to transfer any natural gas hydrogen mix up to 60% of our hydrogen. There are a number of programs and about that all over Europe. Thank you very much for the invitation. Talking about projects, strategies, investments, and how all Greek companies adjust to the new environment, I would like to mention a number of strategic investments of DEPA in the framework of its bid to turn into a modern energy industry group. We would like to expand in the area of electricity in addition to our natural gas activities in the coming years. With regard to investment, our most recent success story of this quarter is IGB, which is in operation since October, has been in operation since October 2022. You understand how important this operation is, not only for the energy security of Bulgaria, but of all the other interconnected countries. As of day one, the efficiency rate has never gone under 50%. Our plans and aspirations for the coming years include two very important projects. The first is the Alexandroupoli FSRU, where we participate with approximately 20% of the funds in a project that will cost a total of 380 million euros. This infrastructure will allow Greece to channel more than 10 PCN. And we're talking about 88 megawatt hours of Greek consumption in Greece and export abroad. All this will change the policy of the country, the energy policy of the country, and the position of Greek companies in Europe. And to wrap it up with investments, we participate with 21% in a project costing approximately approximately 840 megawatts that will be completed in 2028. This is an electricity project that will produce electricity for export, among others. Mr. Homadas very rightly said that the internal market has changed, the domestic market has changed, and especially the natural gas domestic market, in view of the fact that since April we are directly interconnected with the markets of Bulgaria and Central Europe. More specifically, I heard that our exportation in 2022 has been 30 terawatt hours. And we're not talking only about Bulgaria, but also about Central Europe and especially about Austria. I'm saying that now because I want to connect it to strategic investments. You know that the energy crisis has not subsided or disappeared. We're still in an energy crisis period, and we need to find ways. Thank you very much. We have run completely out of time. Thank you for being here. Unfortunately, there's been no more time. It's been a very, very brief and short debate, but well.
Ναι, σίγουρα.
Καλημέρα σε όλους.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this year's Regional Growth Conference here in the capital of the region of Achaia, Patras. I would like to thank the organizers for giving us the opportunity to have a very interesting discussion on a topic that has prevailed in the titles of newspapers. I'm talking about the pharmaceutical policy, I'm talking about the drugs expenditure, the well-known shortages, the difficulties in accessing treatments, delays in accessing treatments, the increase in the number of clinical trials, but also the subsidizing of companies, the increase of investments. But of course, no one can actually count the number of times that the term clawback or rebate has been used. So given the well-known challenges that pose difficulties to the sector, but also given the unexpected developments like the pandemic, we will discuss about how the country responds, how the country can ensure the unimpeded access to treatments, but also secure the unimpeded operation of the pharmaceutical sector. We have with us the Minister of Health, Mr. Athanasios Plevris, Mr. Olympios Papadimitriou, President of the Hellenic Association of Pharmaceutical Companies. On behalf of the Union of Pharmaceutical Industries, we will have with us Mr. Marcos Olandesos. We will have him online. And very shortly, we will have the alternate Minister of Finance, Mr. Theodoros Skylakakis. And at the end of the discussion, we will ask Mr. Iasonas Fotilas for a short comment. Thank you all very much for coming here to follow this discussion, which will undoubtedly be very interesting. I would kindly ask you to keep the time allocated. I would like to start with the Minister. Reaching the end of the term, you have been in the ministry for the last 2 years, and I'm wondering, how do you evaluate the performance of the pharmaceutical policy? Very interesting question. You are asking me to evaluate myself. Okay, let's take a look at the pharmaceutical sector and the clawback. It pertains to the pharmaceutical sector, but also to the private providers. The clawback measure was initially a temporary measure in order to then give a relay to structural measures. But in the beginning, it was a measure implemented by governments all around the world in order to avoid implementing structural measures. Now, with regard to the pharmaceutical policy, this is related to the amendment that was passed yesterday in the bill. The point is that it is a series of structural measures that are slowly being implemented. And I would like to start by making some self-criticism and say that eventually we could have acted faster. But the point is that we have reached some objectives. We have pharmaceutical protocols. We have closed budgets for drugs of a small therapeutic value. But undoubtedly, the control of consumption, and mind you, as the digital data increase, will provide us with more opportunities. An area where we made significant progress was the area of the negotiations and the discounts we got. 2022, we have 220 million closed budgets and 450 million discounts from companies, where at the same time we tried to strengthen the budget because there is indeed a gap in the budget by following two directions. First, we launched a series of other goods like vaccines, which amounted to 150 million in budget. And based on the last amendment we passed, we have activated the clause of co-responsibility that was decided by the government. In other words, the government decided to reduce the objective of clawback, and the budget as of today will take into account the additional amounts, 150 euros for 2023, 300 euros for 2024, and 350 for 2025. And this shows our sincere intention to reduce the clawback, which means that we will either reach our objectives, thus reduce the clawback and in turn reduce the rebates, or if we don't have the possibility to reach our objective, then we will not see a reduction of this rebate. The most harsh policy that was ever implemented with regard to rebates led to returns that many a time exceed 50% or even reach 60% and have taken the pharmaceutical industry to its limits. So as of today, we won't have any surprises of the type greater pressure or transfer of additional rebates. We will have the resources as we have decided them, and we will have a healthening through structural measures. And allow me at this point to thank the pharmaceutical industries, SFE and PEF. Why? Because in the pharmaceutical crisis that we encountered, during which the country had the advantage of having a national pharmaceutical industry, which meant that it had the generic drugs, but at the same time it had the great support from the multinational companies. And even though the country had the most difficult prices, it managed, thanks to the measures it took, and even though it had some shortages in 400 codes, to reach its objectives. I repeat, thanks also to the support of the pharmaceutical industry. Mr. Papadimitriou, I have heard you talking about the evolution of the financing of the health sector and pharmaceutical sector, which of course had been decreased during 2010-2020. What do you think should be done as of now in order to improve this image? First of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation to take part in this panel discussion. We have completed over 10 years of compulsory rebates. The clawback is now reaching its adulthood. It is a practice that was introduced during the years of the bailout programs, and initially it had a completely different objective. Over these 10 years, many changes have been implemented and many transformations have occurred. The point is that now the industry returns 50% of the nominal sales to the state, something which, in my view, is unprecedented and doesn't happen in any other European country, at least to that extent. Okay, there are the compulsory rebates, but at a more rational level. It is a fact that during the last few years, important efforts have been made in the direction of rationalization. However, our view is that a lot more needs to be done. And allow me to touch upon a couple of things that are absolutely necessary. The fact that many negotiations have taken place and significant rebates have been reached is important, since it allows better predictability for certain categories of products. But at the end of the day, the rebates that have been reached for AOP are at very low levels because, practically speaking, the biggest share of the negotiation lies on the fact that the companies agree to pay in advance what they would anyway pay after the end of the calendar year. Of course, this is very beneficial for AOP and for the public budget. Why? Because it reduces the arrears. Of course, in AOP, what is also improved is the cash flow, because it collects far earlier what in the past used to collect very late. Right now, for example, for the drugs, there is no closed budget. AOP, which is the National Organization for the Provision of Health Services, hasn't any delays with regard to the collection of 2022, which is very beneficial for AOP. However, it is a very significant burden for the companies because the amounts of rebates are very high. I believe it is extremely important what the government did through the latest amendment, that is to introduce the clause of co-responsibility that is part of the resilience plan. So it will pay in advance in the context of this co-responsibility clause. This improves the predictability and, of course, it creates space for new treatments that are being developed and are very important, and no Greek patients should ever be deprived of. However, allow me to say that this move is at the same time a major opportunity that we need to seize. Why? Because it will allow us to control demand. Taking advantage of the financing, for all these years, we have been talking about the importance of having more money, but at the same time about the importance of implementing more measures in order to control demand. Of course, several steps have been made, but still not all the steps. Now, since we have the necessary space created, we need to implement as fast as possible the measures that will allow us to control demand and to change our mindset. Right now, we are all used, and I'm starting with the doctors, of course, or even the users of services, are used to choose the treatment, drugs, to do whatever they want. This is not how it should be. Other countries have implemented practices for the control of expenditure, and they are doing well. So we need to do the same. We all need to contribute to a change of mindset in order to make all these sectors and aspects far more sustainable.
And let us give the floor now to Mr. Orlandezos. IPE has frequently underlined the importance of an integrated strategy regarding pharmaceuticals, medicinal products, and similar discussions, debates have been taking place in Europe also, especially as far as the protection and tackling of challenges are concerned. What do you believe about the new pharmaceutical strategy, the new strategy about medicinal products? Good morning from me. I would like to say that one of the main principles is that we have all considered that the strategy, the adopted strategy, should have three pillars: the protection of the citizens, development policy, and also the ensuring of a necessary reserves. But unfortunately, the pandemic has actually tried not only our system but also the systems of all Europe, the health systems of all Europe, and we therefore and has shown how much dependent we are from China and India for medicinal products and pharmaceuticals, and that measures should be done to ensure the creation of reserves for cases, for periods of crisis and increase in demand. Therefore, we needed to show, needed to resolve, the problems of the chain of consumption and demand, and also regional inequalities. Now we have a set of measures that actually has, let's say, tried to resolve problems created by the gradual process of disindustrialization. We have changed our course in Greece, and not only in Greece. We now target the promotion of innovation, the increase in production, and the and more active role in the area of acquisitions and exportation, so that we can be active in 147 markets all over the world. We want, ultimately, we want to make our country a regional node, regional transit center in Europe. Let us give the floor now to the Minister. Is there hope for an integrated strategy on pharmaceuticals and medicinal products that will actually be based on the prevention of crisis, in view also of the recent COVID-19 crisis? It is true that the environment is not stable and it is rather volatile. Can we hope that we will be able to plan strategically for that? First of all, let us really look into how volatile and unsafe is the environment. I am not sure about it. Part of the clawback principle includes rebates and deductions, general rebates and deductions. But right now, in Europe, there's no market that does not negotiate before including a medicinal product, a pharmaceutical, in its lists, and before it acquires considerable rebates. Then we need to also examine the issue of consumption. If tomorrow morning we decided to actually include 380, let's say, million consumption in our country, we would, without controlling measures, see double that increase. So we need controlling measures, and the reason is that all this expense is not transferred to the consumption is due to the clawback and the fact that the pharmaceutical industry is actually funded through these measures. The crisis was due also partly to production, so we need to support production and innovation. In my opinion, and we have already discussed this in the last Council of Ministers of Health in Europe, is strategic planning on these points. Greece has an advantage there because we have adopted protective policies as far as domestic production is concerned. But what we needed to take is protective measures generally and reinforce the budget, strengthen the budget. I think that we have already discussed this with you. The fact that we are trying now to create a third channel that will be funded by additional resources from the co-responsibility clause to achieve the creation of reserves, the purchase of pharmaceuticals with considerable rebates, so that we can ensure that any treatment implemented in Greece will create let's say a cushion, a bumper, in order to avoid sudden changes and their results. And we all know that when we add examinations, we should not be based on the clawback. For new treatments, it's not the same. let's say that we have a new treatment and that all in all it costs 100 million. This will first of all be assessed by the competent commission, which will decide which people, which is the targeted public. Then it will be negotiated by the negotiation commission, and in the end we are going to have a final cost for that, approximately 30 to 40 million. All this, of course, is an extra charge which is cannot be borne by the state alone. So we need to take measures to see how this can be, let's say, we can be protected, the citizens and the state. We need to have also older treatments so that we are not just, let's say, based on new treatments. And we need to have a framework, a realistic framework of both negotiations and planning and assessment that will actually show that we are not completely unprepared in Greece and that anyone can exploit us and send us the bill in the end of the day. At this point, I would like to underline also the fact that also at the European level, we have decided to reduce the time of protection. This is a very important step. We, for example, decided that we do not want to actually, we want to avoid that the protection period ends up in price increases. We want to allow all companies, to enable all companies to actually get return, sufficient return and sufficient profits for their investments. Because otherwise, if we do not allow this, as it happened in the United States, the companies will need to implement much higher prices for their products. We want affordable prices for our health, and we want to give the companies the possibility to earn enough to get enough return for their investments. I think that I have said so. What I have said will make everybody happy here, the representative of the market. Good morning. I would like to also go straight onto the subject, especially as far as budgetary expenses for pharmaceuticals. We know that there are increases. For example, all expenses and regarding the pandemic have been exempted from the Global. And we have recently had a change in the regulations relating to the co-responsibility clause. We also know that during the crisis, public expenses have been cut. What do you think about the available resources? Are they enough or not? The policy on medicinal products and pharmaceuticals is a difficult thing. And in recent years, we have been feeling gradually increasing pressure due to new developments in research, the new drugs and medicines that are extremely expensive. All the countries have problems with these increases and will continue to do so until these medicinal products start to be produced in large scale. That is for the next 20 years. So what can we do about that from the point of view of fiscal measures? First of all, we need to spend more. This is a reality, and we've realized that, first of all, during the pandemic, when we had to spend more to purchase the vaccines, the COVID vaccines, but we managed to cut back the expenses by making this agreement that allows us to use structural measures to reduce the clawback and increase the budget. I think that the solution is somewhere in the middle, somewhere between the clawback and the competition. What we need is to have an effective management, especially for expensive medicinal products. And this means protocols and also the realization that expensive medicinal products should not be treated in the same way as all other medicinal products. Because if they're treated in the same way, then we are going to end up in an impasse. So this combination, this issue will be the key issue for health policy in the coming years. You know that in the for one more year of life that is offered by a novel drug, the cost is enormous. We're talking about an enormous increase of the additional life, the additional year of life for expensive drugs. And of course, we should not react only domestically, but also at the European level. Europe should examine the speed with which these new drugs are made available and how their cost is absorbed. At the European level, we should, in my opinion, examine patents and ensure that there's a balance between patents and the actual increase in the quality of life and the duration of life for expensive drugs.
You talked about the RRF, and you also talked about the combination of clawback and investments. This is about to expire this year. Are we going to renew it? Yes, it is a very successful measure, since it allows the increase of investments in a sector where Greece has a lot of possibilities and dynamics, and already we have seen significant investments having been made in this sector. And right now we are trying, along with the Ministry of Health, to examine the possibility of extending this measure. Why? Because the absorptions are high, but also because the true effectiveness of this measure in terms of GDP is very important. We need to realize something. When you are making a productive investment of that kind, in an industry, in our case, in the pharmaceutical industry, the additional GDP that is created the moment the investment is completed, not during the investment, can be equal to the amount of the initial investment. So for us, it is an extremely productive practice, both macroeconomically and fiscally. The Farm Innovation Forum and SFE have highlighted the need of increasing the amount that corresponds to the clinical trial. Will this ratio change? Will it reach the initial 50-50? Look, the clinical trials constitute one side of these investments. They are indeed very important. But what is always significant to know is who is going to use the results of those clinical trials in order then to transform it into a policy for the pharmaceutical sector. So if we have a clinical trial taking place here in Greece, the results of which will be used by a company that will proceed to a productive activity in Switzerland, for example, you understand that this will not have the same microeconomic value as a productive investment that would have been made in investment or with the clinical trial, the results of which would be used in Greece. I don't want to elaborate on that because we cannot possibly intervene in this type of decisions made by the businesses. I'm just making this comment. Mr. Papadimitriou, would you like to ask Mr. Skylakakis anything? First of all, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to take part in this discussion. I would like to ask something about the clinical trials and something about the patents. Now, clinical trials, I don't disagree with you. My economic background is not as rich as yours. What I can say, however, is that in my view, the clinical trials that are conducted by international companies and what is defined as a foreign direct investment, which is an immediate and direct cash flow in the country, creates jobs and strengthens the health system. And what we suggest is to provide incentives for clinical trials that will provide a competitive advantage. The clinical trials are one of the best ways for companies to invest in a country. It is not easy for an international company right now, and given the international landscape, to establish a factory here in Greece. There are various challenges and difficulties. But since as a country we have many advantages, we have scientists, we have hospitals, we have research institutes, we can actually run more clinical trials. So if there were a package of incentives that wouldn't be competitive to the investments, then I believe that we could improve the situation with regard to the clinical trials. The question I wanted to ask you about the patents, if I understood correctly what you said, would you have in mind, I'm just asking for your view, what do you have in mind? A story on the basis of which, depending on the therapeutic value of a product, there will be different duration of the protection of data? I believe that what is needed is far greater deepening in the economic and therapeutic results of a patent. I see. In other words, to say that I give you 10, 15, or 20 years, regardless of what is going on in a given market, be it the healthcare market, in the sense of what can guarantee a better quality of life or can increase the years of life. This is something irrational because with a tool that is not very edgy, you are trying to open a hole. A tool is not sharp enough to help you reach your objective. And I repeat, I will give you another example. It's like you are trying to break a keyhole by using a large piece of iron. So what is needed is far greater deepening with regard to the economic benefit offered by the patent and the therapeutic and economic result that this patent can provide. I will give you one of the most classical examples, used many a time by doctors when they want to joke. But when this joke becomes the rule, then you start thinking twice about it. Think of a patent that can treat a disease. Okay. The third generation antibiotics, for example. Why don't we have sufficient investments in antibiotics of next generations? Because the utilization of this type of antibiotics is limited. Therefore, there is no market. There are major weaknesses in the way we manage pharmaceutical policy globally. And I will give you another example. Think of research in molecules that are stemming from nature and which are patented. We have huge deficit of this type of research because there is no economic incentive to make the necessary research. The molecules that come from nature cannot be patented. It means that whatever you find in the context of the clinical trial will be open to everyone and can be used by everyone. The result of that being that we have very interesting natural molecules, many different diseases, especially chronic diseases, not acute ones, for which no sufficient research is being conducted. And moreover, there are also the universities that don't have the necessary incentives. Why? Because most of the money in clinical trials that is given to researchers come from the big pharmaceutical companies. Do you want me to tell you more? I don't know if we can have this dialogue. Mr. Skylakakis needs to leave. Yes, but it's very interesting. It's a very interesting topic. Okay, I would also like to make a comment. Look, the examples you give, okay, and you know that the company where I work started with the isolation of insulin. Insulin was not a substance that was produced by someone or anyone. It was something stemming from nature. So what you are saying is indeed valid. And I believe that the added value brought about by researches conducted by pharmaceutical companies with high-tech equipment provide with great added value and many benefits. Our thought is that by limiting the status of a patent as it stands in Europe, we will discourage investments which will then opt for the United States that are far ahead and have far more aggressive policies, and they have a very bad performance of the health system. Very bad performance of the health system in terms of life years and quality of life. It is true that the European systems are far more human-centric. Of course, we're not claiming that we need to imitate the American one, but we need to keep some of the acquis here in Europe. Moreover, all of us, and especially the regulatory authorities, should become more effective in controlling the use of new drugs. Previously, for example, we heard that closed budgets are being decided upon, and we said that we are going to provide this drug to 1,000 patients. I'm afraid that we haven't reached the point of really establishing whether this drug was administered to 1,000 or to 3,000. We need to become more effective in that. And that is why I believe that the state and the regulatory authority more specifically needs to take on a more active role. Mr. Skylakakis, I fully agree with what you said. Yes, indeed, it's a very interesting topic. I just want to clarify the following. I'm not referring to small or big patents or of long duration or short duration. What I'm saying is that we need to proceed to a more advanced model that will allow us to precisely measure the therapeutic result and the time of amortization, and it will also allow us not to put everything into a basket that is not transparent. Wherever you buy baskets, you pay far more expensively. Mr. Skylakakis, unfortunately, we don't have much time. Yes, I would just like to make a very short comment. You can see right now how the Ministry of Health and Ministry of Economic need to work together in order to manage some very simple things. And the minister said it very aptly. We have a new drug that improves the life expectancy and that costs 100,000 euros instead of 3,000 euros. And of course, someone will say, okay, give it to everyone. This means that we are going to collapse. There is going to be only one treatment and no other. So what should we do? We need to identify which are the true beneficiaries. And this is the difficult task. We need to find the therapeutic protocol and also decide on the patients. Those who can benefit need to get it. And then those who can benefit, we can use as an argument in the negotiations so as to get the rebate and decide on the exact number of patients. The clinical trials, allow me to say a few words. Indeed, we need these clinical trials in which Greek patients take part. And with regard to the patent, we don't want patents that will lead to an explosion of prices. But at the same time, we want to get a therapeutic result that will provide us with a lot of benefits. So we need to strike the right balance between health and economics of health. Allow me to say one last thing. With regard to clinical trials, there is also the tool of the funds of the Ministry of Education. Because apart from the investment clawback, there are also the research programs of the Ministry of Education in the university hospitals where they can actually make the most of these resources, because we have set forth that a prerequisite for someone to get funds from the RRF in order to elaborate a research program in the university hospitals, for example, is the participation of the private sector. So you need to take a look at that tool that can be used, and you need to do that quickly, because the point is that clinical trials require time.
Πάρα πολύ για το χρόνο σας, ειλικρινά. Και ελπίζω να είναι υπόσχεση για μεγαλύτερη συζήτηση.
Thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much for your time. I would like to give the floor to Mr. Manelis. I'm very sorry about the delay, and I would like to ask you to comment on what we have heard and speak a bit about an alarm bell regarding the balance of payments for risks. I would like to start from the balance. The balance, we know that the balance is not balancing anymore between, has been distorted between imports and exports. We know that the deficit will be up to 302 will be enormous, will exceed more than 300 million. Of course, the discussion is very interesting because it relates to who should benefit from a drug, etc., etc. But beyond that, Europe should decide what to do about procurement. We need supply. We in Greece are trying to balance between low cost and the enormous returns that right now exist. But preparing for the next day is important. And I think that we're talking about 3.2 trillion. We're talking about money that will be given to Greek patients, Greek researchers, Greek companies, the Greek industry, etc. And of course, the important is to plan and anticipate what will be the shape of the market in the coming years. But the problem of Greece right now is not the problem of cost. We have right now treatments that whose nominal price is €500,000. We cannot implement policies, similar policies for these treatments and for a medicinal product that costs 50 cents of the year. And it is high time we started looking at these things courageously and with a realistic eye. Only thus we can take the position that is due to us in the world distribution of labor. We are operating in 147 countries. This is important. Please give us some examples of points that should be reinforced by the pharmaceutical policies. The main problem is underfunding. The budget has been stable for many, many years, whereas needs are increasing. We are talking about €1 to 130 million per year additional expenses, whereas the budget is not increasing. Also, but compulsory rebates are necessary, and it is they are helping to actually adjust the expenses to reality. But we need to also examine prescriptioning again, look into prescriptions and decide whether all the patients are actually being prescribed the right pharmaceutical products. The ultimate decision is that the ultimate thing is to absolutely ensure that the right medicinal product, the appropriate medicinal product, is given to each and every patient. And we are saying yes to effective protocols, not to all kinds of protocols based on the multiplication of diseases, on information about the general picture of diseases all over the world, etc., and in our country. Access to drugs is important. Access to medicinal products is important. Always in relation to the needs. We need to have a good picture of that, of the market for each and every drug. And what about you, dear Minister? Can you comment on that? This is the health bet. A bet for a challenge for health in general, for health policy in general. But we need to combine that to an examination of the needs so that we know exactly where we have to spend more money and where this extra expenditure is not needed. When the digital envelope is prepared, this problem will be resolved. We have still made the first step, and of course the personal physician will also be family physician. Personal physician will also be a very effective measure so that we can monitor the needs of the population. I believe that this measure will be fully implemented in approximately 18 months. Until then, we need to use conventional tools, but when this tool is ready to implement, it will resolve many problems. Mr. Papadimitriou, we have been talking about clinical trials many years. What are the main obstacles to increasing the number of clinical trials in Greece? Is it red tape or something else? First of all, the incentives provided through ERICS have not been successful because we have only an increase of only 6% in clinical trials. But according to my examples from my company, we have an increasing, a gradual increase in clinical trials. Most obstacles relate to hospitals and to how fast they can actually implement contracts. But the main problem is that despite the fact that we are better than in the past, the general, the space, the industry is very competitive worldwide, and if we do not move fast, then we're lagging behind despite any improvements. What is well, the evidence shows, and it is certain according to information and data, is that there are countries that in order to adapt more clinical trials have adapted their hospital infrastructure. This, of course, sounds a bit of science fiction for us. When we started in 2012 to discuss about that, I must say that we were talking big. Now, not many things have been done. We need now to build a more vertical structure about clinical trials, but before doing that, we need to overcome other obstacles. Thank you very much. Mr. Fotilas. Please, would you like to comment? I will give you the conclusions of our work groups. Well, that have worked under the aegis and under the with the help of the minister. It is true that despite the fact that the coronavirus crisis has been tackled with a lot of success, has shown a lot of weak points in the health policy. One of them is the provision of health material in affordable prices. So we need to create a protected pharmaceutical environment in Greece, ready to survive any crisis, within which the pharmaceutical industry will innovate and, of course, also bloom. The pharmaceutical industry utilizes the domestic personnel, is against the brain drain, provides very good salaries, and of course improves the openness indicators of our country. It is quite dynamic, and this is evident from all the indicators. We, however, in view of the recent pandemic, we should know that it will not be the last one. It might have been the first one, but it will not be the last one, and we need to be prepared to tackle that. Let I mention but one, the pandemic of cancer, that is a permanent pandemic, and that whose victims will increase, since also the age limit, the life expectancy increases, so more people will become ill of cancer. So we need to tackle this pandemic and not be unprepared. 1/3% of clinical phase 1 and phase 2 trials are about oncology. This will increase, and it will also increase pharmaceutical expenditure with new expensive and innovative pharmaceuticals, drugs, for which we must find money. So we should have prepared the necessary framework and well-saved resources for drugs that in the next 5 years should be made available also to Greek citizens. I'm, however, very happy for that the minister is here, because the role of the pharmaceutical industry in this new framework will be invaluable. We all know that to prepare for all these new developments will not be easy, but we all know that it is very important. I am happy to hear that the ministry agrees and is already proceeding to create a register of patients, for example, requiring palliative care, and patients suffering from HIV virus, etc., etc. And we hope that all these registries will be completed soon, because knowing how many and what kind of patients we have will help us to make our preparations and be ready for them. We naturally should also bring to good use examples from abroad, such as, for example, reselling agreements. This allows a pharmaceutical company to get money for a drug as soon as the drug is proven to be effective for the health of a patient. We should try to build, using RRF, an innovation fund, not only for investments in the area of health, but to fund the purchase or even production of drugs that are expensive. This fund could include, for example, sponsorships, grants, etc. We also need to promote biomimetic drugs that are combined to over-the-counter drugs will also improve the situation right now. We hope that the clawback will be reduced for investments because this will improve innovation, promote the creation of new jobs, the sharing of know-how, etc. To close, it is true that thanks to considerable, let's say, considerable, let's say, ideas implemented by the ministry, there's now hope, but we also need a program.
Iasonas has played an active role in the effort we are making as the ministry. I would like to thank you all. I would like to thank also those who follow the discussion. Thank you.
Do you know what's better than a weekend?
A Greekend!
Greekend.
I just had a massive one.
Yes, a Greekend. That's the universally accepted term for how the Greeks spend their weekends. So to give you an idea, a typical Greekend starts with coffees. And then, of course, food. Fun. Sun. Sea.
I mean, Greekend. Seriously.
Shopping. Shopping? Aye. Wine. Flirt. Art, bars, music, drinks. The Greeks would love to share this with you. In just a few hours from home. Why not make your next weekend a Greekend? See? It's already a thing.
Greekend. Doesn't it sound weird?
You definitely need a Greekend, love, and soon.
Πάμε, λοιπόν. Συνεχίζουμε.
So we are back to the Regional Growth Conference, and we have a very interesting panel right now, which is on the topic of Greek tourism. We have with us the experts, and we will start right away with our minister. Mr. Minister, you have long experience. You have been a rural development minister. You have also been an MP. You have knowledge of what is going on the field. Telling someone that he has long experience is like insinuating that he is rather old. Not necessarily. Okay, in any case, the point is that all of us have accumulated some experience. Personally, through my involvement in the private sector, but also in the public sector, without having worked ever in the tourism sector or having been responsible as a political officer of tourism. But everything is related to tourism somehow here in Greece. And there is this adage that tourism is a heavy industry, and this is the truth. The point is, how do we approach this heavy industry? I believe that tourism in general is an experience. For example, me, when I go somewhere as a tourist, I'm looking for an experience, a holistic experience. I want to experience several different things that will give me an idea of the area. And at the same time, I have written down a phrase that is very telling. It is the fulfillment of my imagination. For example, tomorrow I will travel to Italy. Before I get on the plane, I will think about the place. I will think about the food I will enjoy. I will think about the museums. I will think about the activities I will do there. This is the imagination that will be fulfilled once I arrive in Italy. All this needs to be now part of our approach to climate crisis and to the different needs that emerge from that in order to make our tourism greener and far more sustainable. Apart from the perception we have as people, we always need to take into account the aspirations of the tourists who right now demand the tourist model to be sustainable. They want the tourist product to be sustainable, and this is also the claim of the young generation. We can see now the young people who have turned to this sustainable form of tourism, which, of course, is the trend globally. Now, what does the government do? Does it follow this direction? The fact is that the government is indeed moving in this direction of sustainable tourism. Tourism that lasts throughout the year. This is a change that has been very positive since it wasn't the case in the past. We have also decided to promote a more qualitative tourism. A tourism that is based on aesthetics, on quality services provided, The tourism that lasts throughout the year. How has the ministry achieved all this? By forging synergies with the Global Council for Sustainable Tourism and with organizations like Common Seas. But generally speaking, the government is trying to promote this model. And I will give you an example. The example is the iconic project in Astipalea Island. It is the first green island, and there will be many more to follow. So what do we want? We want to leave behind the model of illegal constructions on islands in order to attract large number of tourists, in order to promote a model that is based on quality, on the true expectations and aspirations of the tourists. And I would like to add something else, that is the dimension of the relation between tourism and agricultural production, which in my view is of extreme importance. The ministry has taken initiatives in order to make this connection stronger. When I used to work in the Rural Development Ministry, along with Ms. Zacharaki, we had made some initial steps. Now more steps are being made. I hope that this will not stop. We need also to convince the private sector to follow us in this direction of developing a national strategy from field to fork and to the hotel and to the taverna. But since we don't have much time, I will add some more things later. Yes, during the second round. Mr. Filias, you are Deputy Head of Finance, region of Western Greece. You have made important steps in the direction of digital transformation. You have given a huge boost to new technologies. Can you elaborate on that? Yes, of course. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation to take part in this panel discussion. Here in Western Greece, we have an invaluable wealth, which unfortunately hasn't been utilized as it should have. The regional governor, from very early on, talked about this wealth, talked about the land of Western Greece, the advantages that it offers. He talked about its beauty, but also about the different products that can actually give a boost to tourism. Of course, I'm not a deputy regional governor for culture right now. I'm head of finance, but in my previous capacity of the deputy regional governor for administration and digital governance, but also in my role as the coordinator for the 200 years program, we are the only region of Western Greece that made the most of European funds in order to integrate but also implement, and by the way, we have delivered a project for the development of the tourist stock, which of course in the beginning was focused on the celebrations for the 200 years from the Greek Revolution. We built the museum, the digital museum, which right now has been divided into two. So Western Greece has two digital museums in two iconic places, Mesologi and Kalavrita. And these two museums will, in their turn, become poles of attraction. But in the context of that same project, we incorporated and built a system for guidance with the mobile phone. In other words, we tried to provide the visitors with a solution that is based on new technology, a solution that would allow them to have a tour around the different places of Western Greece. I'm not talking only about historic places, but several other places, and get information about the local life, about the hotels, about the services provided in the different areas, and many other relevant information about the specific place or area. I have some pictures I have taken with my mobile phone. This is, you can see, 3,600 places. Yes, we have reached the 3,600 sites and places. As you can see, this is the mobile application. We have iOS and Android versions. So someone, before starting the journey, can visit the portal, take a look at the map, identify all the different sites, get information, and plan the journey. So, upon arrival in Western Greece, and only by using the mobile and using the data, and by the way, in 50 sites, they don't need to use their data because we have installed our stations that ensure free access to the internet. So, by doing that and by searching either on the basis of the place of interest. What do I mean by that? I mean, are they interested in checking out the museums or the historical sites or the archaeological sites?
Προχωρήστε στην Καμπούρογλου Δημητρίου και μετά...
What you're looking at right now on the screen is the trajectory they need to follow in order to reach their point of interest. So they choose where they want to go, then they press on the navigator, they reach the point, and once they get there, they get the information they need about the place, but also about restaurants in the proximity or about hotels in the proximity. What is the surface covered? The entire region of Western Greece, 3,600 points of interest in the region of Western Greece. I repeat, they are not only historic sites, nor just the political sites. There are also places of general interest. In other words, there are also hotels included. Yes, hotels, restaurants, and this is exactly the advantage of that application. In order to come up with these 3,600 points of interest, we had meetings with commercial associations, cultural associations. Shall we stop at this point? And then I will give you the floor once again during the second round. It's very interesting. I don't want you to exhaust this topic now. During the second round, you can say more. Mr. Angelopoulos, what do we mean by sustainable tourism growth? Where do we stand? What should we expect for the future?
Well, I have studied to teach in a master's degree at the university regarding sustainable tourism. The first year I found it quite interesting, and the second year I was excited, so excited that I changed the way I taught because we do not have enough studies and enough bibliography, but we had a experience, and we had some opinions to enlighten us in the coming period. And to be honest with you, we managed to actually include sustainability as a term in teaching. What is sustainability? Is first of all energy sustainability. It is a sustainability in space, and it is also a sustainability, social sustainability, because people around or connected, even loosely connected to an entrepreneurial endeavor should also be aware of it. This, for example, includes hotels and other similar attempts. So the finance and society will be intrinsically connected. So my first intervention will be very short. Regarding sustainable tourism in Greece. Greece is a hosting economy, an economy based on hosting. And hospitality. What is a hosting or hospitality economy? An economy that is which is based on hospitality and hosting needs to examine. We need to examine all the parameters related to hospitality. We may be responsible for hospitality in the hotel industry, but there are other industries connected to that. Because I am really frustrated that we're not more dynamic. 19 years, in the last 19 years in Greece, we have actually cast 19 billion from tourism. Our import was a bit less than 5 billion, The total balance of tourism industry in Greece is negative, is in the red. We are very happy that we have cast 19 billion and spent another 5, because nobody examined that. So let me explain why the balance was not negative. Because most of the hotels actually spent more than they earned. The main source of cost is labor in Greece. It represents approximately 40% of the turnover of all expenses in the hotel industry. So what we would like to do is to turn this 5 billion to 3.9. Or to 3.9, a percentage of 3.9. And to do that, we need a magic cycle. First of all, we needed to make our footprint in the tourism industry positive. Then we needed to exploit even more the labor in domestic labor, irrespective of where it comes from. I am half of my origins is Dutch, so I'm also from the Netherlands. And when I when I see what the Netherlands is doing in tourism, I'm really feeling dizzy about it. They actually have been using 1/3 of the area of our country and produce 5 times as much product in tourism. So to wrap it up, because I don't want to take too much of your time, some of the best paint industries that I know are Greek, such as, for example, Vitex. Aluminum producing companies also are Greek. There are also businesses that are not known to everyone, but also are quite active, because the 30 million tourists arriving in Greece every year an enormous public that has to be catered for. So the more tourists come in Greece, the more the footprint for the economy is going to increase. Well, let's give the floor to Mr. Bekaris now. Hello, Mr. Bekaris. Hello back. If you were asked who is the biggest tourist center in Greece, you would not mention Achaia. You would not mention Achaia. Achaia is the biggest one. From point of view of funds, we belong to the Ministry of Development, and we are a state-owned but not state-led company. We also try to exploit major investments. We are into the maritime industry, green developments, and also in tourism in Southern Aegean. We are in Castellorizo, in Chalkis, in Chalki, in the island or on the island of Rhodes and others. So we, as a national center, that imports 85% of its funding, and which is split into 5 areas of research, one of which is tourism, focuses on applications that are designed to contribute to the development of tourism, not only Greek tourism, but tourism generally. And that from the beginning to the end, so end to end. We start from the selection of a destination, including, for example, augmented reality, other digital applications that will draw tourists to Greece. So the digital museum application, for example, has been designed by a PIL that belongs to our center. Also, selection should be a one-stop shop. To learn about a destination, you should not need to visit 10 sites, but just one. To learn how to go there, how to move around the destination, how to visit the sightseeing, how to eat, etc., etc. And all this should be then, let's say, all the selected points should then form an individual diary, tourist diary. Also, when you organize a 1,000 participant conference, and the 2 of the presidents are not rightly, appropriately served, then you may lose the other 1,000. And then we have commemoration and anniversary visits. In anniversary visits, we have a card, a special card for tourists that allow people to take the bus, allow the people to visit museums, and to gain points in order to earn points in order to be able to, for example, rent electric bicycles. Also, when you have people whose hobby is whose hobby is related to tourism, and that are provided very, very specific services, such as, for example, indicate to these people where they can actually enjoy their hobby, you might draw even more tourists. In my opinion, also experience sharing is also important. You need, however, to provide incentives to people to share their experience and be positive about it. You need to reward them. And this is a technology. It must be exploited by us engineers, by us psychologists, and by us generally entrepreneurs. How can digital transformation contribute to this model? And it is now the floor has finally reached the ladies. I'm very sorry that the ladies did not get to speak first, but it's better late than never. So, Mrs. Exarchou. CEO Branding Greece, businesswoman, also active at the regional level. You have a very important opinion to share. Good evening. Good evening to everybody. Thank you very much for the invitation. I think I'm very happy to be among very good friends, mostly. I come from the region of Epirus. I think that Epirus is well known for its slow tourism model. That is not anymore on. It's become a way of life. Sustainability is not nowadays a need. It is something that should have been ensured yesterday, because it is absolutely necessary for us to maintain our culture and our social character. I like to use examples when I speak, and we're not alone on this planet. We might be becoming slowly but gradually a superpower in tourism, but we're still lagging behind. We have been talking about environmental tourism, but we should always put man at the center. If we do not change our mentality, if we do not realize why all this is happening, we won't be able to resolve the problem. Somebody mentioned the lockdown, and rightly so. When the lockdown was stopped and everything came back to normal, suddenly, when all the doors opened, the environment was dirty, was polluted. And what does this mean? This means that, evil is very deep down within us. Greece might be a superpower in tourism, but we're not interested only in quantity. We should not be interested only in quantity, but also in quality. This quality should be a priority. Neighboring countries, such as, for example, Spain, is a third as far as sustainability is concerned. France is fifth. We are in the 28th position. This has to change. And I am talking both as a tourism consultant and as a tourism worker, as a person who works in tourism.
Is Katerina Saridaki, Director of Capsule T Accelerator. First of all, what is Capsule T Accelerator? And then please share with us your thoughts. Good morning. Thank you very much for the invitation. Capsule T, Travel and Hospitality Accelerator, is the inspiration initiative of the Hotel Chamber of Greece, and started from the vision of the president, Alexandro Vassiliko, and of course, it was greatly supported by the board of directors. Mr. Angelopoulos is member of the board of directors of the Hotel Chamber of Greece. So it is an initiative addressed to young people who want to offer to the country and to our sector, not only to the hotel sector, but to the tourism sector in general, by providing innovative solutions, technological applications, and technological mindset, if you like. We started in 2019 as an accelerator, and we have two programs. The one is actually a tender that is running right now. It is a competition of ideas, and it's very important that we are here in this university space, because it is from universities that all ideas stem, and that is why we invite students to share with us their thoughts about problems that afflict the sector, one of which is, of course, the problem of better managing sustainability, of finding methods and technical solutions and practical tools, because you understand that technology provides us with the technical and practical solutions for the strategy, for sustainability, and so forth. So they provide us with solutions and thoughts. And the second program is a program addressed to businesses, startups more specifically, that develop solutions. For example, the Comes Around focuses on nature and on solutions for nature. It is a booking agency, but also a consultancy for camping and glamping. And it promotes this type of activity, outdoors activity. It is Orbit Travel that has to do with accessibility. It is a one-stop shop travel agency, where the traveler can start from England, arrive in Greece, and then complete the journey by using a platform. And there are many other tools, I don't need to enumerate all of them, that assist the traveler either to realize whether the destination he wishes to go is indeed worthy of going. And based on some surveys of Google, 83% of travelers want to go to destinations or to work in businesses that adopt practices of sustainability. So you can understand how important it is for competitiveness. And there are technologies and startups that can actually promote all these and showcase it to the wider public. Many things have been mentioned by the ladies and the gentlemen. Indeed, I agree that we need to be focusing on human beings. And in the Capsule T Accelerator, we are doing exactly that. We are trying to attract the interest of young people. And that is why we believe that it is an effort and initiative that helps the young people, but at the same time helps the hoteliers and the overall community. Do you disseminate this information? Yes, we do, because we organize open events to the public. And what has been the response to the utilization of technological solutions? Okay, those who are visionary are the ones that use them and adapt them far more easily and quickly. We have among us the two representatives, mentors, and judges of our programs. And customers, yes, customers of the startups. In other words, they see the new ideas and indeed they buy without having any obligation to do so. But they do it because they realize the value of the work of the young people. Because it's one thing to say that you want to be a sustainable business and a completely different thing of actually becoming one. How are you going to measure the sustainability of a business? And then how are you going to communicate your sustainability strategy to your customer and to society, to the area where you operate? It is very important. And the hotel is undoubtedly a point of reference that can assist the local community in general. So we do what we do, not just for the traveler, but for ourselves as well. because we need to improve the living conditions here in our country first if we want to get the benefits of a sustainable approach and sustainable living. We also have the Smart Achaia Hub, which is an innovation hub, one of the three that have been established in Greece. The others have been established in the health and digital sectors. And as a partner of Smart Achaia Hub, along with other 17 organizations, we have undertaken the part of tourism and culture. And we're going to touch upon issues like mobility, big data, and how all these can help the businessman improve their practices, but also the traveler and the people living in a specific area. Would you like to comment something, Mr. Angelopoulos? I just want to say that we have replaced the foreign solutions that we had borrowed with Greek ones, and this is something very encouraging. Yes, undoubtedly so. And last but not least, as we say in my village, Ms. Mitropoulou, you are team coordinator for tourism in the ENA Institute. A few words about your institute. Good afternoon. It is a great pleasure to be among you here today. I represent the Institute of Alternative Policies, named ENA. Our objective is to contribute to the public dialogue for the implementation of sustainable policies. It's great to hear all these interesting views with which I agree. The first and most important thing I would like to say is that tourism is not just a trend or a phenomenon that should be left at its own device, since tourism, culture, and many other things are inextricably linked. Tourism is also linked with the crisis, and during the last crisis we experienced, we realized this link, and we also realized how important it is to promote the cooperation between universities, research institutes, and state in order to launch a dialogue and take the discussion a step further, and thus come up with solutions that are at the same time sustainable and feasible. Because this is very important in my view, because, okay, we may say many things in theory, but what is more important is what we can actually implement in practice. For example, we keep on saying that we need to change the model of mass tourism. I'm not sure whether it's worth talking about reversing this model, at least in the medium term, or whether we should start discussing about how we can, at least at an initial stage, make certain corrective moves. The second thing that actually gave me a lot of joy was what the previous speakers said about the importance of local communities. Local communities are of great importance, and this has started to be acknowledged by more people, especially during the last 5 years. Places are basically the people living there. All the investments, the environmental protection cannot be sustainable without the involvement of local communities. I have served in different positions, and I am one of the privileged people that travels around, goes on islands, talk with locals when they are not overburdened with work, so they can actually talk with me in detail about tourism. Another very important parameter is the tourism education. We need to approach this issue in a more organized way because there are certain points that can be improved. Fourth thing, and I'm being brief because we don't have much time, and if you want, maybe I can elaborate on this further. We have representatives of hotels here, but I would like also to touch upon the medium-sized businesses in Greece. If you talk to these businesses about the implementation of the ESG criteria, they will look at you and they will tell you that we have other priorities first. We have other problems to solve before implementing the ESG and before reporting or before leveraging funds by using the sustainability factor. Many times, the small, medium enterprises are far more willing to do all these things, yes, but they need to know first. So before that, we need to make sure that other problems have been resolved. Another point I would like to talk about is the topic of workers. We have great shortages of workers during the last couple of years, and this is not accidental. Maybe the root cause was the coronavirus, but there are other reasons behind that. However, we don't have enough data to have a clear picture. And the point is that in Greece, many times the data we get from the Bank of Greece or from other organizations are incomplete. All the interested parties need to work together in order to have reliable data. Data that we desperately need because there is the so-called visible burden of tourism. We don't have data about many important issues. Many municipalities, for example, are unorganized. They don't know how much the water consumption is. They don't know how much the energy consumption is. They don't know how is the installed capacity, for example, or anything. Yes, very interesting. And now we can proceed to the second round of the discussion. Mr. Minister, we will start with you. Would you like to comment the thoughts of the other speakers? And also, how can you ensure the connection of the basis with the tourism sector, that is, primary sector and tourism sector? Everything that has been said up until now has been very interesting. And maybe this conference is about the entire Greek territory, but if they are willing to hear me out, I would like to focus on the region of Western Greece, because it is the area, the region of Greece, where there are not many opportunities to talk about the developmental standards. It is a region that has been left behind. And this is, of course, good in a certain way, since by being underdeveloped, and especially the area of Atalo-Karnania and part of Ilia, with the exclusion of some important units on the coastline, it is a virgin ground, so many things can actually be done. I remember when I first started my career in politics, Epirus was the region that held the last position in terms of growth. But now they have made up for lost ground, and they are very competitive, especially because of the slow tourism model that they have implemented. So the point is, and you can see here the room, for example. If we were in Epirus, there would be far more people following this discussion. So this shows that maybe here, this discussion about sustainability and slow tourism model is not part of the DNA. And this is also because of several different factors, because of the railway network, for example. There has been no planning to cross the Rio Antirio Bridge, so we are talking about practical problems that cannot be overturned easily. The accessibility issue that has been significantly improved during the last few years, and this is thanks to the regional governor, who is the gentleman just entering the room. However, I would like to provoke them a little bit and delve a little bit deeper in the issues that could be improved in Western Greece. For me personally, the connection between tourism and primary sector is of utmost importance. Why? Because think about it. Apart from the cost, which, as Mr. Angelopoulos said, is quite high, and we have a negative balance sheet, think about the unemployment rate in the region. So if you cannot absorb the unemployed of the area, you have a problem. Why you have faced this problem? Because we're talking about a product that does not last for the 12 months of the year, and also because they are not specialized. So if we had a program that we subsidized, and the context of which we would say that in a radius of 50 kilometers, the products that Aldemar requires should be produced, you can understand how good results we would get. In the past, we had also another initiative, the so-called Greek breakfast. Yes, but it exists still, but it's not very effective. We need to make this program compulsory, and we also need to provide incentives so that people can actually implement it. Moreover, how can we possibly talk about a change of mindset when we are drinking whiskey instead of kumantaria, which is a local product of the area? Kumantaria or tendura. Ah, yes, kumantaria is a local product of Cyprus. Why do we drink vodka instead of tsipuro, for example? So I believe that we are still at a very early stage, but the fact that we are having the discussion is encouraging. Moreover, the cost of the production is another important parameter. And the Ministry of Culture has actually touched upon this issue and has made some important steps. Of course, it's always good to hear out the private sector. There's no doubt about that. What hasn't been realized yet is the way that the producers of the primary sector can become part of this process. And this is due to the lack of education, due to the lack of associations and collective institutions. But if we manage to get the private entities, if we manage to ensure the participation of the private sector, for example, if the hotels decided to serve feta instead of Gouda cheese, then this would be an incentive for them to take part in this effort, and it would undoubtedly give a boost to sustainability.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bekiaris. No, it's not. It's for Mr. Filias. Well, I think that as a fan of the Olympic FC, I will be let off anyway. So, Mr. Mavromatis is working on infrastructure because there's no tourism without accessibility. The deputy regional governor is focusing on the promotion of local products, and we have managed to be present in all the shows and exhibitions, both domestically and abroad, because we have excellent local products and we want and like to show them. We also are a region rich in destination choices, archaeological sites, and other interesting spots. But we also can develop other points of interest. What is the budget of the region for tourism in relation to culture, etc.? Well, I would not be able to answer accurately because, of course, we have our own budget as a region, 2 to 3 million, for example, for tourism promotion, but we also are using European programs. For example, right now the NSRF is giving us 4.5 million euros for tourism. But what I would like to underline is also the participation of local community, of the civil society. Local communities can become destinations, tourist destinations, but they have to be known. They have to become popular. And that is why we tried to gather all the information in a single platform. This is important. And another thing that is also important is to achieve cooperation, to enable cooperation with the local communities. We have managed to complete this project. But that's not the end of the story. We are going to return to a local community and tell the people, this is your village. Don't you want to bring people to see it? This is what I done a couple of weeks ago. They have, in a village, they have a wonderful museum. This museum is, described by 5 words and a photograph. So I told them, don't you want to be promoted? Don't you want to be presented to the public? Thank you very much. You have also some comments. I think that we agree. Most of the presentations agree on 2 to 3 points, beginning from what the minister said. What is important is that tourism is becoming less and less pathogenic in Greece. Contrary to other European countries, we do not have independent regional authorities capable of promoting a diversity. We should actually not focus on a on underactivity. You know that we have the longest coastal line and only 3 hospitals, and we're not exploiting it. This all should be served by an airport that is not even operating, and by 3 ports that are not able to cater for big ships. Well, it is true that we have the Olympia Road that is now getting better and better, but what we're saying about such a beautiful and unexploited coastal line that is not accessible is very important. What I want to repeat is that each and every one of us is responsible for the development of his country. We should be making actually decisions, but we should also start to actually tell a few truths to people, not be hampered by the quest for votes. If you allow me, Mr. Minister. We recently, Spain and Portugal, have managed to ensure a steady tourist flow towards their country by allowing retired people to actually move to their countries to purchase a house and live there. If the average taxation of a retired person in Europe is 26%, and in Greece it is 7%, why not attempt to do that in Greece too? And not only will we ensure more tourists, but we will create the foundation for a new system, for a new network, and of money that will be spent in Greece without their presence, because these people will not be here all the time, but they will be here. For each household, for each person, approximately 10 people will be in and out of a house every year. And of course, this will also create a tourism that is respecting the place, the environment, the country, the culture. the flatter the earth, the nearer is the hospital, the best is the port or the airport, the best it is. If crossing over from Ancona to Patras is easy, it's easier than the plane. Why take the plane? But all this must be done. What is your comment? My comment is just as we have heard people speak about a grey hair tourism. I think that health tourism is also very important and should be exploited. And religious tourism is also very important. And I think that we do have infrastructures to cater for all, but not an integrated system, a system fully fledged to cater for all these types of tourism. For example, for a person moving on an electric chair, we need a special type of elevator. These people, we have to take actually tailored measures for these people so that they come to Greece and they bring on other people with them. I could be speaking for hours, but very briefly. I think that based on the numbers of tourists expected, we will be crashing very soon. Local societies also will be crashing. They're reaching their limits. Infrastructures, water, parking spaces, sanitation infrastructure, drainage, etc., sewage, etc. A tourist now should be actually should be allowed to and encouraged to walk around the city. In Italy right now, there's a fine for producing unwanted noise. We need, therefore, to have intelligent tourism that will take tourists out of areas that are at the limit of saturation and bring them to other areas which are equally good and have no tourists. Citizens, state and businesses have to work together, and I'm talking about the central government. We should sit around the table and discuss, and the more we're talking about hospitality, the more we should understand that we are not talking about a simple hotel bed. We're talking about a complete experience. This is what we have done in Epirus, and it's working. We're not talking about just securing a bed and a piece of and a plate of food to a person. We need to combine also the wine, the sightseeing, others, and other things. We in Epirus have only a handful of wineries, and we're talking about wine tourism. Why not? Mrs. Saridaki. A lot has been said. You have said something before about sustainability is too far, too low a priority, that we have other problems. Well, our role, all of us, why sustainability is not too low, is not on the priority scale, that why it should be dealt now together with other problems, because sustainability should be a training subject. That for example, startups should be trained to focus on sustainability. For example, we have a startup who wants to create a winery platform for for Greece. There are also other tools. At the same time, we should train also other stuff. And to do that, we should also explain why they should be trained. And training is not enough. We need also education. And education is not just about the lack of personnel due to COVID-19. It is also a school program regarding hospitality, which aims to training children in tourist areas about hospitality and why it is important. The ultimate aim is for us to promote the wealth of each and every region, and to do that in the best possible way so that it benefits us also and not also the tourists. So all this is related to culture, and we have also the Minister of Culture with us, Mrs. Mendoni. I think that the next discussion, the coming discussion, the coming panel is related to what we have just discussed. I would like to make a summary by saying that what we have discussed today is actually moves around what has to be done to turn a place into a destination. A place is not necessarily a destination. For a place to become a destination, we have to take specific measures that also are linked to other parts of the economy and not just tourism. And it should not be examined in an isolated way. Thank you very much. I think that we are worth a show of hands. And let's go straight to the interview of Mrs. Mendoni by Mr. Emilios Perdikaris.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, καλώς ήρθατε.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, all of you who are here in person, but those of you who are following us from a distance. Welcome to the Regional Growth Conference organized by the newspaper Peloponnesos. And welcome to this session where we host the Minister of Culture and Sports of Greece, Ms. Linda Medoni. Welcome, Ms. Medoni. Welcome. Hello. It's a great pleasure to be with you. We're going to talk about a very interesting topic. We are talking about culture, but we're also talking about economy and growth. How does culture contribute to economic growth of the country? Look, we have repeatedly said that culture has a dual nature. On the one hand, it is a tool that promotes social cohesion. On the other, it is a tool for economic growth, since it is the sector which creates jobs, it implements projects, it attracts investments. The cultural sector itself makes investments, thus creating jobs, and significantly contributes to the competitiveness of the tourist product. Just to give you some of the aspects of culture. During the last 15 years, the economy of culture is a distinct sector in the wider economic studies. There are many who talk about green economy, silver economy, orange economy. The fact that these terms are used, terms that are inextricably linked with culture, prove its growth dynamics. And I will give you specific examples. 10 years ago, in the Ministry of Culture, we conducted a study about the economic and social footprint of the cultural projects during the implementation stage. So this study showed that the investment of €1 over a period of 5 years yields €3.44. And this is a study, as I told you, conducted by the Ministry of Culture. However, there are many other similar studies that have been conducted globally, all of which prove that any investment in culture is not just useful, doesn't just yield double the investment, but 3 times the initial investment. On the other hand, you can also understand that at the level of regions, when investments are made in the cultural heritage, in the archaeological sites, in the establishment of new museums, or in the development of cultural infrastructure, or in the organization of events that are associated with cultural creation, automatically the cultural tourism is strengthened. And cultural tourism, again, on the basis of international studies and statistics, represents 40% of the overall tourism. Most of the visitors that are above the average economic background choose their destination on the basis of the cultural stock that this specific destination has. And if I'm not mistaken, you talk about the regions, but not just. Yes, you're absolutely right. We're also talking about cities. And I will give you more examples. Again, based on studies, the selection of a destination is associated with the cultural dynamic of it. And this is something that defines mostly the digital tourists, in other words, those who search extensively online before choosing a destination. They have found information on everything they wanted to know about the specific destination. But since we are talking about the urban centers, I will talk about the phenomenon of Athens. During the last few years, Athens has become one of the leading destinations, city break destinations, even a destination for longer sojourns. In the past, the visitors wouldn't stay in Athens. They would go to the islands or to continental Greece, but now they choose to stay in Athens. And we know that very well since we have the statistical data provided to us by the National Statistical Agency. And this has been the result of the unification of the archaeological sites and also Museum of the Acropolis. The unification of the historical sites actually gave a different character to the city. Now Athens is different. We all remember the blue buses going down Dionysio Areopagitou, which is the street in front of the Acropolis Museum, polluting the area. Right today, this image is completely different since the street has become a pedestrian street. Moreover, the Acropolis Museum, as I told you, played a very significant role in making Athens one of the leading city break destinations. The Acropolis Museum is considered not just one of the most interesting museums, but at the same time very friendly to the visitors. And the visitors, both Greek and foreigners, are very satisfied and always give a very high score to the provision of services offered by the Acropolis Museum. Allow me to ask you a couple of things. You talked about a mix of actions that have been undertaken and have led to this result. You talked about the investments and how much they yield. So you have answered the first part of the question. You have now the Recovery and Resilience Fund. Will you use the resources of that? Look, with regard to the Charter of Cultural Development and Prosperity, is the tool that we established in the Ministry of Culture since July 2019, and we have been developing it during the last 4 years, and it has great dynamics. It's not something stagnant or stable. What is the Cultural Charter? First of all, we record at the level of a region. Let's take the region of Western Greece. We record the cultural resources available. And when I'm using the term resources, I'm talking about the cultural stock. That includes, of course, the dynamics of the modern creation. Then we proceed to an evaluation and we identify the exact sites and monuments in which we need to intervene. First, in order to do a job well, because the main obligation of the Ministry of Culture with regard to cultural heritage is protection, maintenance, and showcasing of monuments. And then, through all these different actions implemented in different sites, we can create jobs or we can prolong the staying of a visitor, Greek or foreigner, in an archaeological site. And I will talk about the example of ancient Olympia. Ancient Olympia is one of the brands of Greece that is globally recognized. It is the place that is associated with the Olympic Games. It is an archaeological site that has a particular, apart from the unique value of the monuments, has a particular natural environment. So it creates the favorable overall experience for the visitor. And moreover, apart from all this, we also have the Roman monuments. We had the archaic, we have the classical, but we also have the Roman monuments, because ancient Olympia, as the cradle of Olympic Games, even during the Roman period, played a very important role. And all this had been forgotten a little. But since 2020, we implemented the program for the showcasing of the Roman monuments in Olympia. What does this entail? First of all, we intervene in order to protect, maintain, and showcase the 5 or 6 complexes of monuments that exist in the archaeological site. And this, practically speaking, means that we extend the staying of the visitor for at least 1 more hour. If the visitor spends an additional hour in the site, then he has a completely different need, because then they will need to go to the city to get a coffee, to eat, or even to stay for the night. The isolated visitor that will go there in order to enjoy the beauty of the site and get the overall experience will spend far more than 1 hour. So this program is mainly addressed to groups of visitors who will spend more time in Olympia, thus creating more jobs that are required in order to serve all these people. And of course, it means that the local market will be greatly strengthened, because all these visitors will ask for local products. And if we combine this with the big investment that was made, a very innovative investment, by the way, that was made with the cooperation of Microsoft in the context of the extended reality program, which is used by all ages, we have created a historical and archaeological package for the visitor, and at the same time, we have created a series of external economies that are benefited from the archaeological side. You talked about credits. In the Ministry of Culture, we absorb even the last cent. In the previous programming period, we had 95.6% absorption. There was this small percentage, but we were not responsible for the management. Okay, in other sectors, this is not considered a shortage, if you like. Yes, but in our ministry, we reach 100% or even 103%, which means that we get even more resources, which in turn means that we make the most of the money. Program of public investments, the budget, we make the most of all these available tools. We fully exploit the resources from the NSRF and from the co-funded programs, because it's not just the NSRF, there are other programs of the structural funds that we make the most of. Already, we have 650 million from the RRF, and at this point, I would like to say that this is the first time that the investments and the programs that we have incorporated in the RRF cover cultural heritage and modern creation. So, I forgot to say, we also use the tool for the programming contracts of cultural development, which gives us the possibility to work closely with the local authorities, with the universities, and with the research institutes of the country, which in turn means that we increase the resources for the culture, but mostly that we are in the position to meet the demands of local communities that know that a big project may offer several benefits to them and create added value, and in that turn help you in the implementation of the project. Yes, you're absolutely right. So today, the Ministry of Culture implements 813 projects with an overall budget of over 1 billion euros. And in the projects where we have the control and monitoring, we employ 4,500 employees of all specialties, scientists, technicians, what have you, which means that the Ministry of Culture plays a role of an employer. You understand that 4,500 people is a significant number, and our effort is to continue in the next programming period, either in the context of the NSRF, using the resources of the NSRF, or using the funds of the structural funds. And I need to tell you that most of the national resources we invest in the maturation of the studies. We also make the most of private sponsorships and the cooperation with the charity organizations in order to have ready studies that will allow us to claim additional funds from the programs. My view is, if you have a mature study, a licensed study, you will find the money. Yes, it's far easier to attract an interested party.
Let us speak about the regions. Which of the projects of cultural interest in the region can be? Do you consider worth? First of all, for the region, for the area of Patras, the theater. The theatre is an emblematic project which we believe will be funded by the current NSRF and will continue to be funded by the next NSRF. The Roman site and also the valorization of the gymnasium. We still have work to do to completely unveil and uncover the gymnasium, which is the only Olympic-sized gymnasium in the world. Then the warehouses will also be funded by this and the next NSRF, and the Xenocration Archaeological Museum in Messolongi, which has been completed and delivered to the municipality of Messolongi a year ago. In each and every region, we are trying to fund major projects that are important both for the region and for the country as a whole. Major projects and smaller projects which will cover the desire of local communities to see their own projects revealed and valorized. And let us now speak about Athens. The royal estate at Tatoi, I would like to talk about that. The former royal estate in Tatoi has started. The total budget is approximately 90 million. The money has been granted by the Recension Fund. And there's also a money that will come from the next NSRF. There's also the Museum of Carriages that will be created in the King George I Stadium. Other museums and approximately 11 buildings which will be completed at the end of 2050 to 2025. Of course, the Tatoi project is a project that has a completion horizon of 10 years. Yesterday, the Council of Contemporary Buildings approved the restoration of the Royal Gardens, the National Archaeological Museum. On the 15th of February, in the presence of the Prime Minister, we presented the award-winning firm who will undertake the project. Now we expect to see to approve the resources and of course then actually tender the project itself. It is a big project, a major project that will not be built in 1 or 2 years, but we hope in the next 6 years we will have at least the outer shell ready. What about culture and digital transformation? Culture and digital transformation are by now almost identical, almost one term, because digital transformation allows culture to reach each and everyone. We have seen that during the COVID-19 pandemic, whereby culture programs and education programs have reached everyone. But for me, what is important is not that just digital transformation. It is also making a technology a basis, a common basis for all cultural products, because thus their sustainability will be ensured. When everything is open and present on the internet, there's also a new form of accountability, which does not need to be organized, because visitors are actually keen and perceptive enough, and there's no further or higher accountability resource, let's say. Then we have the archaeological cadastre. This began approximately 10 years ago. It went through some, let's say, rough times, but now it's almost complete. This means that all the archaeological museums and sites, which with all the changes that this brings to space. For example, the archaeological site itself, the no man's zone around it, the zone B, the controlled construction zone, etc. All this is by now mapped and on in a register, which of course makes it easy for a citizen to get a piece of paper telling him or her where construction is allowed and where not. So this also has enabled us to cooperate with the technical chamber in order to rationalize all the forms and documents and licenses that are required for a construction permit. This will be included in an e-construction or e-building a folder, and will be rationalized and make and sped up. Everything becomes more open and clearer. So to wrap it up, in the very little time we have spoken about a development plan. We have spoken about how culture is beneficial for the economy. Does this include also the people or the people of culture? It certainly does. We have included training in our products. We have taken a number of legislative measures concerning the people of culture and artists. The cultural registry will be ready in a few months or even sooner. We will create the single audiovisual authority that will facilitate audiovisual productions and support and encourage culture. And last but not least, in 2025, Acropole will open its doors to serve artists with special products for lifelong training. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I suppose that the audience has enjoyed this very interesting conversation. Thank you very much, Mrs. Minister.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, καλησπέρα σας. Σας καλωσορίζω.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 11th Regional Growth Conference and to the 28th session. This conference that is organized by the newspaper Peloponnesos constitutes one of the leading events pertaining to regional growth of the country. Now, this specific session has to do with interventions in higher education through the European Social Fund in Greece, new strategies and plans for the future. We will start with the Minister of Education and Religious Affairs, Ms. Niki Kerameus. Then we will have the discussion. And we will first give the floor to Niki Dandolou, Special Secretary for EU ESF Programs, Ministry of Development, Mr. Odysseas Zoras, who is Secretary of Education, Mr. Christos Bouras, Rector of the University of Patras, Mr. Ioannis Kallavuziotis, President of the Hellenic Open University, and Mr. Athanasios Gatsis, Rector of the University of the Peloponnese. Let's listen to the Minister of Education and Religious Affairs, Ms. Niki Kerameus.
Μεταξύ των πρωταρχικών μας στόχων ήταν η αναβάθμιση της ανώτατης εκπαίδευσης της χώρας, που συμπεριλαμβάνει και την αναγκαία αύξηση της χρηματοδότησης των πανεπιστημίων μας. Τα πανεπιστήμια μας, τα οποία υποχρηματοδοτήθηκαν κατά τα χρόνια των μνημονιακών υποχρεώσεων. Σε αυτή την κατεύθυνση έχουμε αναλάβει πρωτοβουλίες όπως ενδεικτικά. Πρώτον, έχουμε αυξήσει κατά σχεδόν 30%, για την ακρίβεια 29%, από το 2019 μέχρι το 2023 την τακτική επιχορήγηση των πανεπιστημίων μας, προκειμένου αυτά να καλύπτουν τις ανάγκες τους και να ανταποκριθούν στις νέες τους αρμοδιότητες. Η δε κατανομή αυτών των πόρων δεν γίνεται πλέον όπως παλιότερα κατά την αυθαίρετη κρίση του εκάστοτε υπουργού, αλλά γίνεται στη βάση αφενός αντικειμενικών κριτηρίων, αριθμός φοιτητών, καθηγητών, πανεπιστημιακών τμήματων, γεωγραφική διασπορά του Ιδρύματος και αφετέρου ποιοτικά κριτήρια κατόπιν αξιολόγησης. Αξιολόγησης από ανεξάρτητη αρχή, από την Εθνική Αρχή Ανώτατης Εκπαίδευσης. Δεύτερον, έχουμε απελευθερώσει το θεσμικό πλαίσιο για τις δωρεές και οικονομικές ενισχύσεις στα πανεπιστήμια μας. Τα πανεπιστήμια μας έχουν πια τη δυνατότητα να αποδέχονται κάθε είδους δωρεά σε χρήμα, είδος, υπηρεσίες, επιστημονικό και λοιπό εξοπλισμό και ούτω καθεξής. Τρίτον, αξιοποιούμε πληρέστερα ευρωπαϊκούς πόρους και χρηματοδοτικά εργαλεία. Ο συνολικός προϋπολογισμός των δράσεων του Υπουργείου που χρηματοδοτούνται από τα προγράμματα ΕΣΠΑ αγγίζει τα 1,85 δισεκατομμύρια ευρώ και αφορά μεταξύ άλλων αναμόρφωση προγραμμάτων σπουδών, απόκτηση δεξιοτήτων, εξωστρέφεια, διεθνοποίηση, διασφάλιση ποιότητας, στρατηγικό σχεδιασμό, σύνταση σπουδών με αγορά εργασίας. Μέσω του Ταμείου Ανάκαμψης και Ανθεκτικότητας χρηματοδοτούνται δράσεις όπως τα βιομηχανικά διδακτορικά προϋπολογισμού 35 εκατομμυρίων ευρώ, η προσέλκυση επισκεπτών καθηγητών και επισκεπτών ερευνητών προϋπολογισμού 83 εκατομμυρίων ευρώ. Με διαρκή προσπάθεια και συστηματικότητα, με ευελιξία και ανταπόκριση στις σύγχρονες ανάγκες, με αξιοποίηση των διαθεσίμων δυνατοτήτων και δημιουργία νέων, τα πανεπιστήμια μας ανοίγουν τους ορίζοντές τους στον κόσμο. Σε μια νέα εποχή για τους φοιτητές, τους καθηγητές, τους ερευνητές μας, την ακαδημαϊκή κοινότητα συνολικά, για την κοινωνία. Εύχομαι κάθε επιτυχία στο συνέδριό σας και σας ευχαριστώ πολύ την προσοχή σας.
We'd like to thank the Minister, and now let's start with the discussion. The Greek universities have suffered a series of budget cuts-offs since the beginning of the Greek economic crisis. On the other hand, a wide range of funding opportunities are available in terms of the new programming period. How can the Greek academic world take advantage of the available funds? This is the first question that I would like you to answer. Then, what areas do they need to focus on in order to achieve the added value results? Mr. Soras, shall we give the floor to the ladies first? Of course, it goes without saying. No, please. First, the Ministry of Education should take the floor. The lady is the lady who is responsible for all the funds, so you understand that it is the most competent person to talk about this. So, a first response. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure to take part in the Regional Growth Conference in Patras today. And in this session about the funding coming from the European Union, and more specifically from the European Social Fund. It is unquestionable that the upgrading of the universities of every country is the basic factor of growth at all levels, research and economy. Having said that, I believe that indeed the Greek universities, like directors will confirm later, had some funding issues because of the wide economic situation of the country. But I believe that there have always been the European programs that were available to us. And I also believe that these European funds have now become even greater because now they have also the RRF playing a contributing role. In the coming years, and more specifically up until 2027, 2028, our universities will have access to the biggest amount ever coming from the European Union, which, of course, along with the state subsidy, will provide a significant support and will lead to the creation of a framework that will be favorable. Is the money enough? No. Especially those of us who are responsible for the NSRF, we always say that the issue is the utilization of the resources. And what do we mean by that? That we need to have the right mechanisms that guarantee the proper utilization of the resources. That we need to have actions actually corresponding to the objectives we want to reach. For example, the objective is to make the Greek universities more extrovert. It is asset that we need to plan the actions that will ensure this extroversion. And this is the challenge, the good planning by the Greek universities with the guidance of the Ministry of Education. The Greek universities need to come up with actions that will be eligible in the NSRF and will be easily implemented. So the challenge in the coming years will be exactly that. We had approximately 500 million euros given to the Greek universities from the NSRF. In this NSRF, we will have approximately the same amount, 500, 600 millions coming from the European Social Fund. There are, however, other interventions coming from other European tools, all of which will be combined. So what we all need to improve is the connection between the utilization of funds and the objectives. We need to have clear objectives. And what is the work of Greek universities? The work and the task of the Greek universities is to contribute to research, to science. And this contribution can actually be measured on the basis of credible indices, which will allow us to make the necessary improvements and improve the quality of the Greek universities. And second, the graduates of the universities to find work. With regard to that, we are still quite low in the European Union, but also in the OECD, when it comes to the employment of the graduates, which of course led to the brain drain phenomenon. So right now, when we are implementing an action in the Greek universities, an action that we want to improve the connection of the graduates and the entrepreneurship and the labor market, as the minister said, which has been an objective of ours for so many years. We need to see how exactly we are going to achieve that. In other words, we need to ensure that all these actions are properly implemented in order to bring about the expected results. For example, the centers of excellence in the Greek universities can become this link between the universities and the labor market.
Κύριε Ζώρα.
You have the floor. Well, first of all, I would like to thank I am really touched, obviously, for obvious reasons, to be in this conference. First of all, because I have been embraced by this conference. All the issues discussed here are really very close to my academic interests, and every year I feel even more interested and even more prompted to participate. I would like to fill in to what the previous speaker said. The third priority of NSRF, especially lifelong learning, is very close to related to our subject that develops skills, development of skills, equal access, and also adult education. The problem with all this is to absorb resources, and that is why universities have to be ready. And when I say universities, I also include myself, because I feel that I'm closely related to this world, the academic world. So the difficulty in absorbing resources is due to red tape and bureaucracy, which is very important. And I think that Mrs. Mendoni should actually try to deal with that. This enormous bureaucracy is due to the fact that the state is not confident. The state has no trust in its citizens, and the citizens have no trust in the state. It is a reciprocal mistrust and lack of confidence, and requires bold measures to be resolved. It is true that as regards funding, we have ensured an increase in funding from 42%. We have now secured 90% of the funding. This is a long-term project beginning at 2021 and to be completed in 2027. However, in the third year, almost in the middle of this long-term project, we have still a long way to go. As Mrs. Evangelou said, the field is slightly different, because if we want our graduates to find a job, they should be able to hold a job and to find a job. And to do that, we need to provide them with the appropriate skills and knowledge. So it's not all about financial planning, because to develop skills, we need to change the educational programs. If you ask a person, a market stakeholder, not necessarily an industrialist, but any person, not an entrepreneur, they will tell you that only 11% of people graduate. If you ask us what is the readiness percentage of our graduates, we will tell you 80%. So it is up to us to realize the difficulty of the market, the difficulties of the market, to adapt the educational programs, the curricula accordingly. So we need to drop learning by heart. But to do that, we need to work hard, and that is why the NSRF is now funding a change in books, a change in curricula, a change in ways of teaching, etc. To add research and also add absorption. The whole the whole game is for good, experienced players. Let us now go to our dean, the dean of the University of Patras, Mr. Mouras. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. I will ask a rather bizarre question. I will ask what the framework is, and the framework should be a deep reform of education, in the area of education. And, well, not many people seem to speak about that. We should stop speaking about inactivity and inefficiency and start worrying about demographics. I think that until 2030, some universities will close their doors because there won't be any students to go there. And if you ask me what are the kinds of problems I face as a dean, if we do not exploit the NSRF to renew our equipment and our infrastructure, we are going to lose we are going to miss out as far as rating is concerned, international rating of the Greek universities. Also, what kind of universities will our children attend in the future? Also, there's no discussion about that. Do you know, as far as safety is concerned, that most of these buildings do not have a permission, building licenses? And we need to take brave measures as far as this is concerned. Right now, we are not looking in the right way. We need also to organize we need to organize master's degrees, postgraduate degrees in foreign languages so that we can bring in resources. We need to encourage people to stay here instead of going abroad to do research, so that we can avoid brain drain. We need to organize an incubator, and our incubator is ready and will be open very soon. We're going to invite you to the inauguration ceremony. Then, are we crazy? We're talking about digital transformation. We have approximately 10 different software about salaries, salary payment, and another 10 or more regarding organization. Why shouldn't the ministry decide to build or implement a horizontal transformation? I am ashamed to say that when I became dean, I combined the student register with the students living in the student home. I don't want to tell you what the results were. Also, I think I would like to hear what my other fellow panelists have to say. We aim at actually exploiting and developing Patras IQ into an exhibition, an international exhibition, and it will be running all year. Then at the end of the year, there will be a big show. Also, Greece should have a research center for Western Greece. We have an institute, we have various institutes governed by various entities and authorities, etc. This creates problems for the system. You should actually free us so that we can bring money in. We are looking towards China, and we want to organize the first graduate program in cooperation with China. Only with two postgraduate programs, we have enormous profits from approximately 35 million from Europe alone. You should look at the problems. Our first priority is that we should renew our equipment, research and study equipment. Otherwise, we won't be able to do anything anymore. Thank you very much.
University. Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation to take part in this very important international conference that is organized in Patras, a conference that has become an institution, the Regional Growth Conference. It is very important that we take part in this as Hellenic Open University. You know, it is a university that operates in the wider territory of Greece, since we have 40,000 students currently. But at the same time, it is a university with a campus in Patras. And it is a great honor for us, but also for the region of Western Greece, and more specifically for the city of Patras. Our view is that the problems of the Greek education are problems that we have been discussing about for the last 30 or even more years. And these problems are political, educational, and they are long-lasting. The point is, how are we going to address them? And the first thing we need to do in order to address all these problems once and for all is, first of all, to focus on funding, since funding is the necessary tool for the creation of the infrastructure and facilities that will guarantee the smooth operation of the Greek universities. And these funding tools are available. They are provided by the NSRF, by the RRF, by the regional programs. And at this point, I would like to touch upon to the fact that the region of Western Greece truly supports through its actions and through the REACH program, but also through the new program, REACH 3, supports, I repeat, with its actions, several programs pertaining to research, innovation, in new sectors. And it is there that our universities, and I mean by that the University of Patras, the University of Peloponnese, the Hellenic Open University, can actually incorporate specific actions. And I'm saying this because, you know, one thing are the academic curricula, which I fully agree need to be provided in foreign languages as well. Research needs to be extended in the universities and in the different institutes in order to allow for the development of the skills. The point, however, is not just how we're going to absorb the funds. The problem lies in two sectors that need to be reformed. First, who is going to prepare all these actions and these programs in order for us to be ready and reach the absorption required? In order to do that, we need the administrative tools in the universities, and we also need the research committees in order for us to be ready. Otherwise, we will keep on repeating the same mistakes of the past. The second pertains to the speed that all this needs to be done. And the third and most important thing for me has to do with the result of any research effort. Because, you know, many things in the end don't meet the requirements of a program. And with regard to Western Greece, and always in relation to the research work, and I happen to be a member of the Regional Council for Innovation and Research. Anyway, I would like to tell you that we have already announced the establishment of a national center of research so there is this interconnection among the different universities and the regions and of the research efforts, something that didn't exist up until now, and I agree with what the rector said previously. Thank you very much, Mr. Kalapousiotis. Now the floor to Mr. Athanasios Katsis, rector of the University of Peloponnese. Thank you very much for the invitation. I would like to thank newspaper Peloponnesos for organizing this conference and for inviting me to it. The topic that we are discussing is very important, and we all need to accept that we cannot fail. Why? Because the stake is very high. We all need to accept that the universities are the only institution that can bring about significant change. Knowledge is what can transform a society, and knowledge can only be accumulated in university. So we cannot fail. This is one thing that is certain. The second is that the universities are the only institutions in Greece that are assessed. If you can tell me another institution that is assessed for the last 10 years, then please let me know. Universities are being assessed constantly for the last 10 years. We are assessed, and we always get very good results in this assessment. The challenges are legion, and I believe that as universities, we need to follow two directions. The first direction was presented by Mr. Bouras, direction of infrastructure. We are lagging behind when it comes to infrastructure. I wouldn't say that the first priority should be the laboratories, but the dorms. We have a tremendous problem with the dorms all around Greece, and I believe that you agree with me. Of course, this does not pertain to the RRF entirely, but it is something that is important for our dignity and for the respect that we are asking from others. Now, the second thing I would like to say that pertains to the direction that we are following. I can tell you that if we want to change, we need to change practically. Unfortunately, in the Greek society, the mindset that has prevailed is very difficult to change. But if we want to change, we need to lead by example. What do I mean by that? The practical apprenticeship. I was in the past involved in this program of professional practical apprenticeship. We need to promote this. Then we also have the incubators and the spin-offs, and we need to promote all these. And if I had to say one last thing, I would say that the universities are the pillar of all these efforts, and that is why we need to focus on universities, we need to focus on infrastructure. Of course, I would also add the professional rights, and at the same time, we need to focus on the connection between universities and entrepreneurship. If we don't do that, then we cannot expect any positive results. Yes, thank you very much. Okay, we will have a second round of questions. We have a rather limited time, and I will start with you, Mr. Zoras. I would like you to answer to what Mr. Bouras said. Please focus on the problems that he mentioned, and please be brief. We need to agree that education is one of the most basic services of a country. It starts at a very early age and lasts throughout the life of a person. And as Mr. Katsis, the director, said, we need to keep track of the global development when it comes to the different stages of education and implement the best practices. But apart from everything we said, I would like to talk about the dorms, where indeed there is a huge problem. There is underfunding, and right now in the University of Crete, there have been some PPPs in order to build dorms of 5,000 beds. I can see also here the rector of the University of Alexandroupoli, where you have a similar project. So we shouldn't talk about problems that can be resolved more easily, because not all problems require revolutions. Some problems can be resolved more easily. Of course, every time what is required is, of course, funding, is the cooperation of a private and public sector. But the point is that there are different types of problems. The other thing that the rector of the University of Patras said, and a good friend, Mr. Bouras, dear Christos, I have witnessed the funding of infrastructure that haven't been materialized. This is, of course, not the example to follow, nor does it mean that this is the rule. But again, we need to examine why this is happening, because when the state or the Niarchos Foundation decide to give you the necessary money to get CT scans and you don't use them, then you set a negative example that others will follow. So I agree that infrastructure is indeed of great importance, as long, of course, as the utilization of infrastructure is the appropriate one and always transparent. So in order to come back to the problem of the dorms, we need to take this out of the discussion, since already there are several projects for the construction of dorms all around the country. And it's a great thing to see here the representative of the organizations that will take part in this infrastructure project. It is obvious that if someone says, okay, let's go now to a dorm in order to take a look, the only thing that we will feel will be shame. This is well known. But I repeat that again, that right now there are partnerships for the construction of new dorms.
The absorption rate has almost doubled. We started from approximately 44%, and we're now at 96% and going up. The absorption rate, are you happy about it? Yes, well, more or less, because I'm not entirely satisfied because there is a delay, time delay. I think that I've talked to the minister. I was really honored do that. I think that if we can fight bureaucracy, if we could fight bureaucracy, it would benefit all academic institutions. Another program is also very important. Another one which is also very important is programs. And personnel. If we planned a renewal of the personnel also in the past, but unfortunately money ran out before we had the time to complete this program, this project. Thank you very much. The money that have been paid in the past are enough to allow us to program actions for the future, actions that can lead us to the top of the line in Europe. I would like to say that European Union funding is not just money. Money is the least of what European funding is. There's also absorption. Absorption of European funding is something measurable. Because if Greece is asking for funds but cannot absorb them within specific deadlines and in a pre-specified way for pre-specified roles and aims, then there's no use in asking money. In my opinion, and from my experience in management, and because I think that we all united in bidding for an increase in absorption and increase in results, I personally believe that we should use the NSRF to actually respect terms. Respect terms and also prepare a national strategy. For this national strategy to become accepted, it has to answer specific questions. I think that not only the European Union, but we also would like to see a national strategy for education, which would include very specific actions and activities. I am not an expert in this national framework and how it should let's say be divided between the national and municipal or local level. But there's a solution for everything. As far as infrastructure is concerned, the NSRF does not fund that because such things are considered to have been paid for many times in the past. They would have been eligible if each and every institution had a plan for regarding its needs and requirements. Exactly what kind of machines, equipment, etc. So, if a unit of a strategic planning unit, which is also paid by European funds, by the NSF is necessary and could be used by the academic institutions to help institutions organize themselves, including, for example, problems such as salaries, reporting, personnel, etc. If this unit can provide a strategic plan for each institution and a plan of the requirements of each institution, compared to what is done or what is needed at a European or global level, then we can actually fit in, for example, some funding, not for student housing, because students' housing is not eligible anymore, but for solutions that will help us build student housing. And then we and let us not forget that the budget, the Greek budget is limited. So we need to be very careful about the money we spend, because it's taken from other resources. We need to use it to actually organize funding for student housing, not as it is, not directly as funding for such housing, but in other ways. Mr. Bouras, we have approximately 5 minutes, and I would like to ask you to use these 5 minutes to speak to us about the marginal development and improvement that the University of Patras has. Yes, I think that this is very interesting. Now, let's look to the east, is the main message. The speakers of the microphone. So, do you really believe that the Chinese will be coming to build the student houses? Of course not, says the speaker. But next year, we are going to operate in Fujian, and this will bring us money so that we can build our own student houses. And are you going to resolve the demographics also looking to the east in cooperation with the Chinese, as a lady? Well, he's not. He shows no discipline, says the other speaker. This is not true, says the speaker, Mr. Bouras. I'm not expecting anything. I'm not looking to the central government for anything. The government is talking about Mostra. Mostra is a program. We know what Mostra is all about. We don't expect much from it. And if we want know-how free of charge, and how you can prepare master's degrees for abroad, and how to do business with the Chinese, we can give you all this know-how free of charge. We're doing business otherwise. We want to exploit our research results as much as possible. We are we are now cooperating with a company that is actually negotiated at the Stockholm Stock Exchange. Have we received any reward for that? Has this been recognized? Of course not. The only thing that is being recognized and talked about are the problems. And according to the latest fire results, we are third. I think that I have given you the results. We are the first university in the country in publications regarding artificial intelligence, AI. I am at your disposal for any further information. We will exploit our technology. We will create startups. We will bring income. But the only thing we need is permission to do that. How long have you been dean of this university? 3 years is the answer. Don't ask me because I'm going to be challenging you. All these things to be achieved, they need you need time. How did the universities use all these grants until now? How are you exploiting these grants? Well, this is a good question, because I can speak about something else than student housing. The Hellenic Open University is a lifelong digital platform. We provide education to people from 23 on to 100 years old. And in recent years, we have exploited funds especially provided by the ministry, because we do not have a regular budget, but we do exploit this money, these funds, to develop. Suffice it to say that in the last 2 years, we have absorbed 15 million euros for instruments only in our laboratories. Well, this, of course, is not many of our students and many of our people are not aware of that, because they actually study remotely. Yes, but in the summer, graduate students, pre-graduate students rather, can come to our laboratories and use them and learn in them. And this, I think, is very important. And instruments are also very important. We want to make our university fully digital. Not only our group consulting, not only our teaching sessions, but also make it fully digital from end to end, all our services. Mr. Katsidis, what about you? You need specialized personnel. Do you have personnel specialized enough to exploit current opportunities?
This answer is yes. The easy answer, no. But this is not the role of a rector. It is the role of an activist to say, no, give us money. The role of a rector is to find ways, not just the rector, of the whole management, to find ways so as to bypass some problems. And this can be done through a cooperation with private entities. I want to be very clear on that. Any Greek university, given the staff that it has, given the increased needs that there are can ever respond to all these or can ever resolve these problems. That is why we need the cooperation with the private sector. The point now is what do we do until we reach this point of cooperation with the private sector? And what I suggest is to network, to forge cooperations with the private sector in order to reach a high rate of absorption of the funds. I wish we could do that with in-house resources, but the point is that it can be done with outsourcing. Okay, thank you very much. You wanted to say something? Otherwise, we will close this discussion. No, the only thing I wanted to say is that this was a very interesting discussion. You heard what the others said. Yes, of course. I know what they believe. We talk almost every day. However, this was one more opportunity to talk about these very interesting topics. And what the rector said about the staff is indeed very true and interesting. Large part of the staff in Greece are not permanent staff, but they work on a contract basis, and this creates a great insecurity in people. And then we need to resolve that quickly. And I believe that now, with the rectorship of Mr. Kalafousiotis, we will be able to resolve this problem. And the other issue is that there are still people in the universities that are not specialized. They are more self-taught, I would say. Unfortunately, we still have these people in the universities, and we need to find ways in order to change the situation. We need to make proper selection of people working in the universities. Thank you very much for this interesting discussion. Thank you for being with us.
Πάρα πολύ ωραία. Καλησπέρα λοιπόν σε όλους.
Good afternoon. We would like to welcome to the Regional Growth Conference Mr. Michalis Katrinis, Head of Parliamentary Group of PASOK and MP of Ilia District. We will have a short but very interesting discussion, I hope. Welcome, Mr. Katrinis. Good afternoon, Mr. Kalivas. Thank you very much for the invitation and congratulations on the organization of this conference, which has always been a very well organized and innovative forum that promotes the exchange of ideas and thoughts, which we hope the state hears and implements. Yes, that's why you are here this year as well. So let's be as brief as we can and let's make it as interesting as we can. I would like to start with the news of the latest days, the tragedy, the railway tragedy at Tempe. And what I would like to ask you is that through this tragedy, we actually realized the abandonment of the railway. And we also see that the Greek society blames the political system for this abandonment. As representative of PASOK in the parliament, do you feel that you have share of the responsibility? Look, it is one thing to talk about the responsibility of the political system over the years that failed to make the railway system competitive, and it's a completely different thing to talk about the responsibility which lies with the government of today. These are two different things. Obviously, over the years, everyone played a part, but the share of the responsibility is not the same for everyone, because this has been a tragedy that can only be attributed to the failure of this government, which will soon reach its term. 4 consecutive years. In these 4 years, they didn't do anything in order to make the railway more competitive, just like it is in other countries. Okay, I have heard Mr. Androulakis, the president of PASOK, proposing a redistribution of the RRF funds in order to channel them to the railway, for example, or to other public goods. And I would like to ask you, do you believe that this is indeed a solution, since the Greek plan had already been approved by the European Union? I don't know whether it can be changed and whether there can be this redistribution. Look, there is a clear political choice. There had been an apprehension for the absorption of resources, and there had been a channeling of the RRF funds towards big and very big companies and towards the renewable energy sources, which of course was the right thing to do. But the railway is environmentally friendly means, and it could have been one of the choices. We have a different approach. What do we stand for? Dissemination of resources and of opportunities to small, medium enterprises, to more recipients. We don't want an RRF that is customized to serve the few and the powerful. We want the possibility to become more extrovert and to give the choices to as many small, medium entrepreneurs as possible in order to have safe infrastructure all around the country. So you think that this can be done? There can be redistribution of resources or redirection of the funds. Look, right now, there are many billions of euros that haven't been used. And since the country will ask for additional loans, it would be ideal. In the proposal, it will submit to include as many recipients as possible. Today, and since we're talking about businesses, only 68 businesses have received an approval for loan from the RRF. So what PASOK has been saying from the start is give to more people the possibility to grow. And this needs to be put into practice. And since we're talking about this and about the economy, just yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, we saw the increase of the interest rates by the European Central Bank, which is an effort to tame inflation. But on the other hand, it creates problems to the people who have loans. And you have made several proposals about the loan holders, about the debt, which is extremely high. We're talking about 220 billion euros of public debt. I would like you to tell me, do you believe that the proposals that PASOK has tabled, proposals that you can share with us, of course, can they provide solutions? Yesterday's development, the increase of interest rates, is not something positive, not just for the loan holders in our country, but for the loan holders in all other European countries. The estimate is that we have an increase of over 4.5% by the mid-2023, which will burden thousands of consistent loan holders. And I remind you that the Prime Minister had said that those who pay their loans every month will be supported by the state and will get all the assistance they need in order to meet the challenges stemming from the increase of interest rate. Right now, only 840 consistent loan holders have been approved in order to get an increase of loan. Only 840 out of the 4,000 consistent loan holders, which corresponds to 0.04%. The other thing you asked me about, the public debt, I believe that this is the biggest problem. It is a bomb in the foundations of the Greek society and of the Greek economy because it is linked with real estate, with agricultural lands. Over 270 billion euros is the debt in funds, in banks, in insurance companies, in energy bills, in blank checks. So this debt increases every month. We know that every month we have an increase of amounts not paid, and we also have an extrajudicial mechanism that has proceeded to 2,500 settlements when to the tax office there are arrears by 4 million VAT numbers and millions of holders. Only 2,500 have managed to settle their case. So we're talking about a failure. What does PASOK ask for? The return of the Katseli law that was passed by PASOK in the midst of the bailout programs. It was just Syriza that hadn't voted for that, but with new updated criteria. It was the only law that protected the first home, protection of agricultural land, farmers who are old and who are at risk of losing the property, farmers who will not find work again need to be protected. Extrajudicial mechanism that will ensure the 140 installments and also protection for the guarantors. This is a bundle of proposals with which PASOK attempts to provide solutions. This bundle of proposals has been submitted to the Parliament. Unfortunately, the Prime Minister hasn't implemented any of these proposals. Okay, but in order to become a little bit more understandable.
Apparently, PASOK has already been presenting its proposals, but I don't see any further proposal from what is already known. You are talking about a debt cutting. What kind of how else do you envisage? How else does PASOK envisage debt cutting? We're talking about debt cutting also for EFKA, for the insurance fund. And according to elements from the extrajudicial sector, the debts are approximately 22%. We actually propose 120 months. So our proposals are inspired by reality in economy. And if you imagine that most of the debtors owe approximately 10,000 euros each, this will allow the debtors to gradually pay up the debts, to be able to be socially covered and have insurance, and also for the state gradually but slowly to get its money back. So what about small and medium-sized enterprises and entrepreneurship? What is your proposal? We would like to focus on the primary sector and on the secondary sector. Another thing that we should mention is that 97% are small and medium-sized enterprises, and most of them are family businesses. We should not see them as a problem because many people are still looking at the SME, at the small and medium-sized enterprises as a problem. When we're talking about family businesses, and this is another aspect of the issue, we're not talking about that in stricto term, stricto sensu. We're talking about businesses that are more or less running by one family, and we should give them access to funding and investing from banks. Most of them are quite excluded from the banking sector. This in our country means that 9 in 10 businessmen cannot get funding. So a country that supports entrepreneurship lies actually if 90% of its businessmen cannot have access to funding. So PASOK has very specific proposals about that, with incentives, with a proposal to reduce non-salary costs so that SMEs can actually grow not through aggressive acquisitions, but through, let's say, evolution and healthy growth. Was not still out of the crisis, and I would like a very targeted response on that. After the recent developments and the Silicon Valley crash, do you think that that a new storm is looming above us? I don't think that the Silicon Valley Bank closure creates a real problem for European banks. There are funding issues also of the banking sector in Greece, which at some time should acquire a social role, because many Greeks have actually based their dreams about having finally a house of their own on these banks. And now that banks have the possibility to finance these dreams, they are not doing so. We are also in the dawn of an election campaign and elections. What will PASOK choose to cooperate with? The New Democracy Party or the Syriza Party? We would like to be cooperating with people that actually have solutions to propose to current problems. So we have specific proposals to improve the life of most citizens in this country. Our own target is all about programming. If someone that does not understand how important the issue of private in debt is cannot be our partner. The same goes for the operation of banks and why banks cannot operate in favor of the few and against the many. This is our programming framework, and we are going to invite people that accept this framework to cooperate with us. This is something like a milestone, a red line for us, and we cannot, we will not accept this bit trampled. We have been on election course ever since September 2022. I think that in the next few weeks we are going to have elections. We all agree that a long pre-election period is not good for the country and is not good for the economy. What is certain is that PASOK now will be among the first parties, about the parties that will shape politics, and this will be judged, of course, by the citizens themselves, because we accept the citizens to show the trust to PASOK again. Thank you very much. I think that the questions were quite valid for the short time we had, and your answers were quite informative. Thank you very much.
Καλησπέρα. Να σας...
Good evening. I would like to welcome you to this panel on the quality of life in Greece. How is life in Greece today? And I would on Greece-wide research organized by ENE on two phases. We are going to present information on about February, well, gathered in February 2023, before the tragic events on the 1st of March. Let me introduce Elena Day, economist, coordinator of the social research team, Vasily Vei, advisor, and Vasily Galopoulos, a specialist and expert. And we also have with us the director of the health and safety, safety at work core. I would like to say that after three successive crises, the financial crisis, the COVID crisis, and the energy crisis, we have decided to see how society sees what we call, as we call them, terms of collective living, and I would like to give the floor to Nikos to give us the main result. To Nikos, thank you very much for being with us. The social analysis group to which we participate has decided to actually show that we need to realize we are in a crisis situation, that this is mostly realized, this is obvious for people, since right now we see that frustration rates are increasing and that optimism rates are decreasing. These results are mostly touch the crushing majority over the sample. 43% actually are plagued by anxiety and stress. 37% are disappointed, and at the same time, we have seen that most of them are facing actual problems. These results are confirmed by the Eurobarometer, since 100% of the Greek citizens worry about the rising cost of living, and 70% of the people 70% of the people state expensive life, the cost of living, as their main concern. Naturally, this is much more true for specific groups of people, such as, for example, the unemployed, whose quality of life has been decreasing and whose numbers have been increasing in recent years. 1 in 3 Greeks is actually unemployed and is face to face with social isolation. Greece is the first country in the European Union which actually it's the first in which young Greeks have lost a job in the COVID pandemic. And those who actually had a job returned to it after the pandemic or in the intervals of the pandemic. Or according to the latest results of 60% only have increased its income. Was 54% has experienced a reduction of its income or a stagnation of its income. The purchase power of the Greeks has been reduced since income and purchase power are interconnected. So based on this information, we have a number of people that have been answering that they live under a lot of pressure, and this is accounts for 70% of the sample. 70% of the sample answer that they are living under a lot of pressure, that they are feeling they are actually being held by the neck. Apparently the purchase power is being reduced, the cost of living is increased, and they cannot tackle the rising costs of life based on their purchase power. What is the basis of this problem? I will only mention 2 points that we have actually highlighted also in our research. First of all, we have a state that does not develop and that does not progress, and the reason is that the wealth is not equally divided among the Greeks, and according to this framework, we needed to redefine the development efforts so that all this gives equal opportunities to all these efforts are equally divided among the Greeks. They give equal opportunities to the Greeks to develop. More than 90% mentioned that they have not been benefiting from any extra measures taken to improve the situation created by the recent crises. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So as I was hearing Irini, I kept note of the fact that there are very low levels of optimism in the Greek population. The study conducted by ENA touched upon dimensions like employment, income, salaries. Today, the Prime Minister announced an increase of the minimum wage, the third in the last few years. So what is the perception of people with regard to the work conditions and their incomes? The most important finding of the study is that the working conditions are the second most important problem for these people, behind increased cost of living. For the young people, and this is very telling, it is number one. Talking about salaries, large part of the interviewed reveal through their answers the low level of satisfaction with regard to their incomes. 83% is not satisfied by the salaries. Only 16% stated that they are satisfied by the salaries. 4 out of 10 people say that they have thought about resigning. And then, analyzing the reasons why they are thinking of resigning, they reply that The basic reasons are the non-satisfying salaries, which do not correspond to their skills, which shows that these people feel that they are not treated in a fair way because they are not paid as they should be. Another important reason is the working environment, the working relations, the general business culture prevailing in the working environment, and we all know that this can actually be toxic and can lead people to resign and look for another job. Equally important is the view of the people with regard to the working conditions and how these affect their quality of life. 57% state that the working conditions do not leave enough time for the personal life. And this, of course, is due to the fact that most of the people are working long hours, which means that they feel tired, both physically and emotionally, and that they don't have time to entertain themselves or to do what they please. As we can see, all the answers follow the same direction, which is undoubtedly a negative direction. Trying to interpret the answers, I would like to say that the problem of the working relations has structural characteristics in the sense that the basic elements of work, that is salary or working relations, recognition, are problematic. Today, we heard the Prime Minister announcing the increase of the minimum wage. However, what I want to say is that the measures announced for the minimum wage show how low the bar is for the labor market, not just because this increase that could be satisfactory 3 years ago is no longer satisfactory because of the increase in the cost of living, but also because of the working conditions. Since in the given working conditions, the minimum wage is not something that can make up for all the deficiencies. We take a look at the Ergani system, we will see that 1/3 of the employees is paid with the minimum wage, which in turn shows that the labor market does not have the necessary tools to allow people to increase their salaries. And this is also shown in the collective agreements, but also in other indices that we will mention later. 1 year ago, the European Federation of Unions tried to measure and to measure the quality of working relations in Europe. Greece came last for very specific reasons. Over the years, the Greeks have been working longer than other European citizens. On a weekly basis, the average working hours were 41 compared to 37 in the European Union. There is also a culture of degradation of the working conditions, and there are also different levels of protection provided by the law, which means that, generally speaking, the working conditions in Greece are far more adverse compared to other countries. And this, of course, has an impact on the social, political, and value beliefs. It is a very negative thing to have the biggest part of the working population to feel disenchanted and disappointed by the working conditions. And in order to close this short intervention, I would like to touch upon the reasons why we reached this point. First of all, it is the increase of the cost of living. The prolonged crisis that we have experienced in Greece, a crisis that started in 2010. The attack to labor rights. But in order to talk about the recent years, I would like to say that my concern with regard to the policies that are being implemented, there are 2 points of concern. Since we can see the abolition of promotion of the individual bargaining, this is the most negative scenario since the employee needs to negotiate on their own. And also, another reason is the intervention of the state in the labor market, which is not beneficial for the employees.
Να ευχαριστήσουμε τον Πάνο Κορφιάτη από το Δουβλίνο.
Well, I would like to add something here, open a parenthesis. We decided against a PowerPoint presentation of the numbers and figures in our research because we wanted to actually promote dialogue here. All of the research will be available on Monday on our site. Now I would like to ask Vasilis how housing is understood, and especially owning a house is understood nowadays in Greece. In Greece now, the housing, the lack of housing is even more acute than in big urban centers in Europe. It is true that it is a huge problem and actually affects the young. And we can understand that this is a huge concern by listening to young people discussing. In student cycles, this is a major issue. Have you found a house? What kind of rent are you paying, etc., etc. But also in Eurostat, we have another negative first, which is that we pay half of our income for a rent, while in comparison, the average European average about 1/3 of the income. Obviously, the lower social classes pay more and are affected more. For young generations, this has changed the entire model of housing. Apparently, according to the research, up to 34 years of age, people live in rented houses, whereas plus 55 live in privately owned apartments. But if we compare the ownership ratio for young people, we can find out, we can see that while in the past people tended to buy a house later in life than in Europe, after 2010, there was a trend for young people to go back and live with their parents, and this changed the model completely. This changed the shape of the market of rented apartments. Naturally, there's also the question of where to find the available money to rent a house, since now income is very, very low due to a long time of crisis. But there's also another phenomenon. Although after 2019 there is an increase in apartments for sale and apartments for rent, there is not an equal increase in the income of young people. Another thing is, and is very important, is that the right to a first main house, for households, is not protected anymore, which of course has changed a lot of things. Now we have a lot of real estate agencies active in the market. It is already happening abroad. The Netherlands and Berlin is an example. It is happening also in Greece in urban centers. And if, of course, we compare that to the increase in tourism, Greece has apparently a lot of short-term available housing. There's a lot of pressure on the available housing, and the available housing is reduced. What we need are specific incentives that will make attractive the available housing, so that it becomes available again. Also regarding OEC, and it's being incorporated to DIPA, I would like to say that we do not have now an authority or an entity devoted to planning for, let's say, a housing. And we need to take measures for that. We're going to talk a bit later about that.
And now, the floor to Mr. Zacharopoulos, health expert. During the pandemic, the health system became the last refuge that could guarantee the protection of the Greek society. And even though in the past, the perception of the national health system in the minds of Greek citizens was not the best possible one, this has changed, and now the national health system is one of the institutions that enjoys the respect and recognition of Greek citizens. So how do you approach the issues of cost and access to health? Thank you very much, Panagiotis. Thank you for the invitation, and thank you all for being present. Before the pandemic, the health sector was always in the lowest positions in the agenda, both of the country but also globally. And we saw that changing radically the moment the COVID-19 pandemic broke out. What we can observe is that, indeed, the role and the importance of the national health systems all around the world was widely recognized. Everyone accepted that the national health system should be the foundation of the management of this pandemic, something that actually materialized here in Greece, but also all over the world. In practice, we saw that the national health system actually played this role because there was no other option, basically, in our country. And more generally, we can observe that the national health system was not strengthened and continues not to be strengthened as it should. In other words, we have all recognized the role of the national health system, but in reality, what we see is a weakening of the health system and a parallel enhancement and strengthening of the private sector, health sector in Greece. It is very telling that 81% of those asked replied that they are disappointed from the effectiveness of the policies implemented in Greece. Of course, this is a very important finding that highlights the fact that the national health system doesn't have the necessary support nor reorganization that it needs. In other words, all the actions undertaken were most of an ad hoc character. In other words, they made interventions in order to solve some problems pertaining to staff or equipment, but there is not an overall strategic intention to upgrade the national health system. Moreover, out of all those asked, a percentage of 52, which is very high, stated that they are disappointed from the management of the crisis in Greece. I don't want to go into great detail because the question was rather general, so we don't have qualitative data in order to talk about, but I believe that this is linked to the 81% who stated that they are disappointed with the effectiveness of the policies or of the choices of the political officers about the national health system. A third finding that is inextricably linked with the effectiveness of the policies on health pertained to the private expenditure. In other words, how much money they spend in order to get access to qualitative health services. 60% replied that this expenditure has increased. In an environment that is defined by recession, by inflation, by multiple crises, energy crisis, climate crisis, health crisis, financial crisis, bank crisis. This means that there is an increased need for private expenditure. In other words, for the out-of-pocket payments that are necessary in order to get access to qualitative health services. It is important to stress that when this survey was conducted, last November that is, we were in a stage when two very critical laws that were passed in 2022, the first pertained to the primary healthcare, the second pertained to the secondary healthcare, that is hospitals, hadn't given any tangible results. And I'm saying this because both of these legislative initiatives, both of these laws, in other words, were biased in favor of the private sector. What does this mean? It means that the distortions that have prevailed for so many years, we know the pathogenicities of the national health system will be solved by the private sector. This is a well-known practice. In the past, we used to call it public practice management and public-private management. Now we call it PPP, private-public partnership. The point is that's very interesting to see in a matter of months or in a year from now, these percentages pertaining to the increase of out-of-pocket money, how they will change. The most probable is that they will increase.
Κάποια άλλα στοιχεία που έχω θα τα αφήσω για πιο μετά.
So, because I don't have much time, I will present some of the information later, if possible. Thank you very much, Vasilis. I think that we have approximately 18 minutes, and it would be great if we could wrap it up before the end of our time. I think that Irini spoke about lack of optimism and about increased inequality. Anna spoke about the lack of satisfaction from income and salary. We heard also about the higher cost of life, and Vasily spoke about the fact that despite the national health system has coped with the pandemic and has stood it up, it is still in very difficult conditions. We have heard about the main sources of dissatisfaction in Greece, and according to our research, and according to the conclusions of our research, it seems that despite the fact that the macroeconomic framework and developments are positive, that the situation is different than that of the financial crisis and of the memoranda. The fact is that during the 2010 measures taken have not actually measures have not been effective. Within only 10 minutes, what would you say would be the policies necessary for these impasses and difficulties to be overcome? Vasily, you said recently that Portugal has suspended the issuing of golden visas in order to reduce the housing problem. Well, in addition to that, Portugal has paid up 2 million euros for this problem, whereas actually Greece has drawn 1.3 billion. In addition to discussion, we need also tools. I must say that the tools and measures taken by the government cannot be judged because they are very new. But what I can say is that we need to see the issue globally. For example, we cannot speak about how to resolve and wanting to resolve the housing crisis, and we're talking about a real and actual crisis, when we are, according to the Eurobarometer, when we, young people in Greece, face two different risks, the uncertainty at work and the uncertainty as far as housing is concerned. So we need a public entity, a public authority that will provide the institutional framework for the production of tools to resolve the housing issue. Secondly, we need a regulation of the rents, especially in tourist areas, which is most of the country right now. For example, how many houses can be considered tourist houses? Well, like I have already mentioned that this has been done in Barcelona, in Amsterdam, in San Francisco. Three, we need to provide incentives to use again, to exploit again houses that have been left unused. In the European Union, there are funds within the European Bauhaus project. Also, we need to resolve the problem of those who do have a house but might not have it for much longer. So we have to resolve the problem of debts on houses. And fifth and last, we need to develop the social perspective. In all European countries, there is a social collaborative space. In Vienna, for example, 80% of the inhabitants, and we are talking about a city with a very high standard of living, receives some kind of grant or support from the municipality or the state for housing. 1/6 of the population lives in social housing. Thank you very much, Vasilis. Vasilis Zaharopoulos, would you like to comment? Vasilis the previous Vasilis just mentioned 5 measures that have to be taken. What do you think? Well, we should be going back to the health system to invest in it. The main issue is an issue of culture. We should stop thinking that the money spent on health in Greece is an expenditure. We should see it as an investment. We should also be very proactive. We should try to assess our needs and then, for example, take measures and always think of ways in which to resolve the problems using public funds.
We don't have much time, so could you please talk about an agenda of changes that are necessary? What we can say is that the discussion about growth needs to involve salaries. For so many years, the salaries have been under great pressure, which in turn created many problems. And right now, the whole discussion around the world focuses on these salaries, but also on the protection of labor rights. In Greece, what we can observe is that it is losing labor force. Why? Because it is competing with others, but on the basis of low salaries. However, Greece could overturn this situation since it has all it needs in order to become more competitive and on a fairer base. We need to identify what is going wrong, and what is going wrong is the working relations. That is why we need to talk about, once again, what dignified work means. The first thing, we need to draft a very specific strategy for a sustainable minimum wage, a strategy that will be long-term and will not be influenced by developments or by the change of government. The second, we need to reinitiate the collective bargaining, emphasizing the role of the state, because it was the state that in 2012 abolished the collective bargaining. So it is the state now that needs to take a role, make the necessary interventions, and change the current state of affairs. Third, we need to develop a framework of working rights that will be far more modern and complete. We need to start thinking about reducing the working hours, and we need to invest in the study of the new technologies and of the risks they entail. And last but not least, since we live in a country where rules are not always respected, what we want is a mechanism that will monitor, intervene, and make the necessary actions in order to guarantee the implementation of the legislation. And we will close with Ms. Dai. Ms. Dai, the thread that connects everything is the increase of the GDP to combating inequalities. Yes, I would like to start from where Panos Koffiatis left it. It's worth noting, just as I said earlier, that we are talking about the increase of the poverty risk for the unemployed. And we need to highlight that in the current environment, the risk of poverty for the employees has also increased. And most of the salaries are approximately 650, 700 euros. So we understand that the risk of poverty is a risk that many people are faced with. So something needs to be done about the real incomes and the salaries. So how will we translate this growth that we are striving for into real indices that will boost the social prosperity? So what we say is that the current model is not sustainable. The mix of neoliberal policies that are implemented during the last few years haven't been successful, and the only thing that we can see are certain amendments that favor the high incomes. So we need to change that. How will this change? I would say, and I will close with that, through the support of the social state. That is, a drastic combating of the risk of high cost of living, reduction of consumption task, real support of the low-income groups of the society, increase of the minimum wage. So basically, I would say support of social state, equal access to social goods and services, which is the hot topic of the last few days, and what each and everyone needs to realize is that a sustainable growth is what we should be striving for. And in order to ensure sustainable growth, we need to talk about inclusive growth. And with that, I want to close. Thank you very much, Irini. I would like to thank Panos, who is in Dublin. I would like to thank Mr. Korfiatis, Mr. Zaharopoulos. I would like to thank those of you who stayed until this time. We will take a short break, and we will continue with the schedule.
Καλησπέρα σας. Σας ευχαριστούμε πάρα.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here today to discuss a very important issue, maybe because of the incidents taking place as well, having to do with infrastructure, the networks, and their contribution to the development of the country, a contribution which is indeed significant for the whole Greece. The Deputy Minister of Infrastructure and Transport, Mr. Karagiannis, was invited and had to cancel, unfortunately. You all understand the reasons why he isn't here today, but we have special guests with us, and we will have the opportunity to discuss the importance of the infrastructure and the networks and to the development of the country. So I'll start. On my left, I have Mr. Aivalis, Vasilis Aivalis, President of the Technical Chamber of Western Greece. Mr. Panos Loukas, CEO at Yefira SA. Thank you very much for being here. And Mr. Mavromatis, Athanasios Mavromatis, Vice Governor at the region of Western Greece. Thank you for being here. Briefly, I would like to highlight the significance of the development of the country through the road networks. And because of the geographical position of our country, which could be a transitional point for the support and development of all infrastructure, it's very important to discuss the significance of this issue nowadays. And I would like to ask Mr. Aivalis, President of the Technical Chamber, who also knows what happens in the region as far as the infrastructure and networks is concerned, to give us a picture of what's happening. Thank you very much. I would like to apologize because my voice is not at its best today. So given my efforts in the political field these days, I'm afraid my voice is not at its best, but I'll try to speak today. We all know that the infrastructure is very important for the development of its region, because it encourages the increase of production. The level of productivity is also increasing, while it also affects the economic development. The European Union understood this at a very early stage. This is why we have many support packages, funding of the European Union and public investment program. We have a lot of money dedicated to the transportation, either road or port or air transportation. However, and despite all these financing frameworks, Western Greece, and I'm sorry to say that, but Western Greece has not made enough use of all the money available. And to be more specific, first of all, let's see road transportation and the road infrastructures, along with the northern part of Crete. We're probably the only region of the country with a road network which is not complete. And I want to be clear, these things are not due to the technicians and the companies. They are due to the politicians and the policies of our country. The national road of Patra Pyrgos is not ready yet. I see a friend here today. We became friends due to my professional my job, Mr. Panagiotis Papanikolas. We were together at the technical chamber. In 2019, the new government decided to change the way. Then the technical chamber said that, no, we don't want to do this all over again. We won't be able to complete these works by 2023. But today, I want to thank him as a citizen of Patras and all the team of mechanical engineers, technicians, because now we see that the work is ahead of all the schedules and the timetables. And this road is, for us, for our region, is double or triple time the incident that happened at Tebi with all these people that unfortunately died. Panagiotis, I wish that you do your best so that we have a complete work within the schedules we have signed. And apart from that, when it comes to road transportation, the road infrastructures, the ministry must include in its schedule, its program, the connection of Navpaktos with Bralos so that access to Lamia is easier. Half the road is ready, Lamia to Bralos is ready, but the rest of the road must be scheduled, its construction must be scheduled, so that for us at the south and the western region have better access. Another point we should take into account is an effort made by the region, and I want to address to Thanasis Mavromatis at this point, the Vice Governor of the region. He knows what he must do, but we need to accelerate the procedures for the creation of two roads at the perimeter road K3 and K7. The road that will lead from Athens to Patra for those who want to go to Tripoli, avoiding the city of Patras, and K3, which is a point that has been designed and it has not been completed due to funding. However, we are at a point where you need to pass by either when Patras starts or at the end of the city. You can pass through the whole of Patras. With this work, we will be able to go in Patras, and with actions that I know that the region will take over, more works will be performed that will help us avoid any road traffic issues. We also have the railway infrastructures where nothing has been done. And, you know, all these things happening are not to be the blame is of many people, so unfortunately such incidents happen. But to be honest, during the last 4 years, as a technical chamber, we monitor the region from Aegio. We haven't seen anything happening from Aegio further. Yes, we are discussing these issues, we redesign them, we go back and forth. In any case, we had this tragic accident at Debi, which revealed the truth. Either we like it or not. However, the train is indeed the safest and most eco-friendly means of transportation all around Europe. So we cannot ignore it. Our city does not have a structured railway network, so we must not have it as an obstacle in any construction design. So we need to complete the consultation with these three companies to decide who will take over this job and restart all the works that have been stopped from Psathopyrgos until Rio. At the same time, we must upgrade the existing railway line to Pyrgos and design, because until the port is where OSE has its designs for the new railway, but our region does not only have public employees. There are many companies at the industrial zone. There is farm products. We also have another city, Pyrgos. Why shouldn't they be benefited from these infrastructures? And you may tell me this is not sustainable, but I can prove you as a technical chamber that this is not the case. So that's all for the railway infrastructures. Now, shipping infrastructures. One thing that makes me really sad, which internal which internal itinerary is here in Patras? It's only one. Patra, Kefalonia, Ithaki, and that's it. All of the other itineraries, everything we got is 2 ships, probably 3 during the summer, traveling to various ports of Italy, but the main activity takes place from Igoumenitsa. I'll wrap it up. It's us to blame who we don't ask for more things with our representatives, through our representatives, because the citizens themselves cannot do anything. And all the designs made do not take us into account. And I was next door at the other room at the session about farming development, agricultural development with the minister. We must see the airline infrastructures. Maybe the Araxos airport is managed by Fraport, but it's in a region that is first in fresh products. So we must examine the potential of this area, because most of the products can be exported, strawberries, etc. We must see how we can upgrade this area. Apart from the flights and the people, it should also have a commercial value. Thank you very much. This was the president of the Technical Chamber of Western Greece. And now Panos Loukas, CEO at Gefyra SA. Bridges connect civilizations, people, citizens, they reduce the distances. So Γέφυρα SA, its contribution, what is the contribution of Γέφυρα SA in the region? Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your kind invitation here. Well, I have prepared a presentation, but let's go to the initial page. Yes. There you are. If the organizers can see, you're on the third slide of my PDF file. Can you please go there? Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Now, thank you very much for the possibility you're giving me to share a few thoughts with you on the basis of my experience after 15 years working in the design and running and performing and running infrastructure works. So Mr. Ivalis told a few things several times during this conference regarding infrastructure. They answered the question how we can create new infrastructure works projects that will be contributing to the positive mobility and sustainable development. If we were to give this answer in just one phrase, I would say that optimum approach is to reproduce procedures and practices that have led us to the implementation of already successful projects. That is to say, use the experience and knowledge from successful projects so as to be able to design, implement such projects, but also maintain properly, design and maintain properly concession projects. And the best example is our national bridge, Rio Anderio Bridge. Since this session is the first one after the lunch break, allow me to stand up so that we'll have a more interactive session. I would like to ask with a quiz with you. How many alpinists do you see on this first slide? I believe that the answer is obvious. Just one. Who is climbing up on the pillar of the bridge? But it's not just one. As you can see, there's another 7 of them. 7 persons with vast experience who, during the last few summers, 2 months in every summer are on the pillar of the bridge. Perhaps they may be perceivable by some people that are crossing the bridge that are performing maintenance, which is key to these projects. The bridge is a project of Vinci Highways, owned by Vinci. A few words about the French multinational Vinci. In 2022, we had 62 billion euros GDP budget, or about 1/3 of the Greek GDP. It employs about 270,000 employees. So this is crucial for a country to try and bring in long-term foreign investors, and this is also a priority for Vinci Highways. Which is a leader. We operate in 18 countries around the world, and we have almost 4,000 kilometers of highways and 500 million vehicles in our highways. In collaboration with the local society, authorities, and states, we implement, perform, and maintain concession projects. As Mr. Papanikolaos will say, who's the chairman and CEO of Olympiados, we have shown who we are. Our projects operate and are maintained. Olympiados
and Αυτοκινητόδρομος highway of Achaia. At the same time, the bridge. And as a proof of trust of the group, Vinci Highways has increased its participation in the share capital of the bridge. These works have changed our country. It's as Mr. Evali said, these are projects that our country needs so much. We should really remember what were the conditions in our country before the bridge. There you have a picture on the left-hand side of what the situation was like before the bridge. The newspaper, the Peloponnese, had a special article on the strait between Rio and Andirio. Allow me to say that when I was a student at university, I had to move to Ioannina. You all remember that we used to call the port police authority in order to ask whether Rio Andirio Bridge was open. We had called and we were told that it was okay despite the harsh conditions. However, there was a landslide in Panagopoula, where currently there is a tunnel that made us go back to the old national road, and by that time the ferry line would not operate due to harsh weather conditions. So we had to spend the night there, close to Panagopoula. Let's not forget that the bridge that was implemented in 2004, it was inaugurated on the eve of the Olympic Games of Athens, and its 20th birthday is going to be when the Olympic Games in Paris will be starting. So it is of huge importance. Before and after show the success of the concessions model, which made it true to have this project, a project that is that came up against serious challenges, amongst which I would mention tendency for earthquakes, the relief of the sea bottom, and finally all the traffic that would have to be borne by the bridge. Recently, there has been a discussion regarding the maintenance or non-maintenance of bridges in Greece in general, and there was actually an article in a Greek newspaper titled Bridges on the Air. I can reassure you that the concessionaire of Rio Andirio Bridge has only got the alpinists in the air performing maintenance works in the bridge. This is how we set very high standards of operation and maintenance in our projects. We run inspections by people that are either on the deck or on the pillars of the bridge. Nothing is simple. This is a typical picture from the replacement of a special part that is used in order to absorb all the tension of the bridge. We want to secure not only the safety of the users of the bridge, but also of those working on it or performing maintenance on it. Another significant point is to be able to set strict specifications regarding operation and services provision, because the concessionaire is providing a service. It is our own competence and responsibility to provide the best possible service at the highest possible degree. The company, of course, is not something anonymous. It's people. And in this case, half of them are women. Effie, Nikki, Labrini at the customer care department. Also, Aris and Nick in the other departments. Summing up, it is important to have a connection between our projects and the society. We support the society, local society, finally, and from the floor of this conference, since green development and fighting CO2 emissions, from this podium, I will announce the initiation of and licensing of the first photovoltaic park that will be partly covering for the needs of the bridge, and will be conveying at the same time a message of how important we consider the green transition to be. Finally, as you all know, our national bridge is an iconic project. It shows the significance of the concession models in infrastructure projects, as Mr. Ivalis mentioned earlier. During its construction phase, it was a huge challenge, and likewise, the operation and maintenance of the bridge is of equal importance. Finally, with the Greek flag, I would like to mention that in a week where we'll have our national anniversary day, the Greek flag will be waving on the highest pillar of the bridge, thus conveying a message of Greece that is an inspiration, that inspires, that creates the country we are all proud of, and the one that we would like to hand in to our children and the next generations. Mr. Lucas, I thought you would be announcing something like taking back the measure that you announced and had to do with increase in prices of crossing the bridge. Okay, now let's go to the Vice Regional Director, Vice Governor of Western Greece. What is the picture that you get? What's the feeling that you get from simple people regarding the developmental course of your area? Unfortunately, we're not at a very advantageous position. We live in an area that suffers for many years. It has been suffering for many years, but we're lucky because this latest period, Western Greece changes. I'm not sure 12 minutes are enough if I want to analyze what's happening at the moment in Western Greece. Because of the initiatives of the state, the municipalities, and the citizens. I will try to be brief and describe what we do in order to start the development. And I think we've made it. We have succeeded in it. The biggest project the most important project of the regional authorities was to create two ring roads. And I want to say that this is a personal success of Mr. Farmakis, the governor of the region. So, two roads, the one of the projects, the real projects, and the most important work was to break all the lines that caused any differences. And it's not
it's important that we have this collaboration with Mr. Papanikolas, with Mr. Karagiannis, and we have always had several disputes, but this was a success. But let's move on to the real projects. I heard Mr. Lucas talking about the turnover and the good position of their company. This could be a good idea to exploit the situation and reduce the price for the ticket to pass the bridge. The sustainability of the bridge and the implementation of these works should be taken into account. Yes, and we're very happy. We very much like the presentation and for the quality you are offering. We need to examine the central government, and you should help us achieve our goal for the proposal of the governor of the region. It could be a solution for the permanent citizens and the employees of these people working in the islands. It could be a bridge that actually connects. This is the reality of the people living in these regions, and unfortunately, I need to say that this is a proposal of the governor to the central government. I think you would be a great politician, actually a great journalist as well. The minister as well submitted a proposal like this, a similar proposal. We should not go into details in this issue, so we will be out of time. So just to clarify that the tolls have not been, the price has not been increased. So I would like to describe in brief our project, and during the next period, we hope that the people will enjoy it. A big project from the Recovery Fund is the construction of a project that is very important for the safety of the people, the construction of roads, and we have managed to get a project of 21 million euros. It's a pilot project at the moment, and we want to expand it to all the villages, 186 villages of the Western Greece. In collaboration with the municipality as well, we construct the entrances to the villages. You all understand the importance of this huge project. Moreover, road construction works in the municipalities at the crossings with the national roads. This provides help to the municipalities so that the safety at this point, what are the crossings of 2023, actually 2019, because many things have changed. But we are at the point where we're not yet satisfied. There's more work to be done in order to have an adequate level. Another important project for Patras, it's important what I said before, that this huge project of Pharmakis. A person from Agrinio came to make the dream of the people of Patras true. For everyday use, just to walk, for any reason, for the image of the third biggest city of Greece, for the quality of life that leads perhaps to criminality, the best part of Patras. Mr. Lavopoulos, all of you at Patras, you may know this is a dream of 30 years. It's not just an empty folder at the moment. It's a work, a project based on strong foundations that will start being implemented. It's the second reformation work after Ελληνικό. Καλάβρητα. And the ski resort at Kalavrita, we have works at two phases, phase A, phase B. At the first phase is on a bidding procedure, and we want to implement this project, about 22 million euros. Along with the second project, 55 million euros for the ski resort of Kalavrita. Imagine what this would mean for the profit of the regional economy and the region of Western Greece from the implementation of this project. We made use of the incident. We turned it into an opportunity of the distractions caused by the natural disasters in the area. We dedicate money and investments to repair all the damages caused, and a project that is about to be auctioned. There is already a special design and examination of this project for the northern part of Rio, from Agios Vasilios to Porto Rio. There will be projects for the protection of the area and its reform. So this is a project that actually helps the sustainability of the citizens. The national road, we all know how was the national road at the belt roads with the lights. A project of 17 million euros is being implemented at the moment. All the lights are being changed throughout the national road at Western Greece, saving 55% of energy, providing better lighting as well. And they are all operating. They're all working at the moment. We're talking about the everyday life of citizens, about sustainability, about development. What would be the development of Trichonida when there is a project of from 2011 for biological cleaning of the area of the lake? We did what we had to do in order for the project to proceed, and now it's being implemented. It is about to be completed. It's not about this specific project. It's about the importance of becoming a European country. So this is important. We are at 2023, you know. Okay, now we are at Olokanania. He's unstoppable, you know. Another big project of irrigation. The governor saw that it's not possible to have a project of 60 million euros irrigation project. It couldn't be ignored. So this project is now being implemented. And you know, this is development. This is actual development. The Lake of Mesologi, a project since 2016. The funding is here since 2013. Where was this project? What did we do with this project? You know, the central government is not interested in whether this money will be dedicated to another project. They gave us a deadline, we solved the problems, and it proceeded. There has been a bid, and now it's being completed. You know, if you are re-elected, you'll have many more things to say next year. Okay, one more thing. abandoning the area, and I got really sad by that, abandoning the area led us, one morning, I had to call the governor of the region saying that the bridge of Evinos fall. So, who's to blame? Why did we let the bridge fall? He didn't let us get into any trouble, and we found a solution for, given the circumstances and the situation in public works. You know what's happening, you have a bigger experience in this. We found, through the proposal of the governor to the ministry, and it was included in the concession works, as an anti-flooding project. It was designed at the same time, and 1 year later we had this the destruction of the bridge. Now the project is being implemented. We have funding, we have design, and now it's being implemented, and this is an actual success. Thank you very much. You were just in time. Thank you very, very much, both you and you, Mr. Vice Governor, as well as Mr. Lucas, CEO of Gefira, who gave us the picture of what's happening, and the news about the photovoltaic park, and the president of the technical chamber, who presented all these infrastructure works. You didn't let me talk about the Patra Pyrgos National Road. Thank you very, very much. Thank you very much. Thank you all very much. Have a nice afternoon.
Ιόνια Οδός. Ένα έργο πνοής για τη Δυτική Ελλάδα. Ένας αυτοκινητόδρομος με τεράστια κοινωνική και αναπτυξιακή σημασία. Ένας αυτοκινητόδρομος που διασχίζει 2 περιφέρειες και 4 νομούς, μειώνοντας σημαντικά τις αποστάσεις. Ένα μοναδικό έργο υποδομής με υψηλές κατασκευαστικές προκλήσεις. Ένας αυτοκινητόδρομος που συνδυάζει τα υψηλότερα δυνατά επίπεδα οδικής ασφάλειας με σύγχρονες υπηρεσίες και υποδομές. Και δημιουργεί νέα πρότυπα εξυπηρέτησης. Ένα έργο ζωής με σεβασμό στο περιβάλλον. Μια νέα όθηση ανάπτυξης που ήρθε για να αλλάξει τα δεδομένα. Ιόνια Οδός. Ανοίξαμε το δρόμο προς το μέλλον.
Καλησπέρα σας. Κοντά μας είναι ο κύριος...
Good afternoon. We have Mr. Rodianos Andonakopoulos, CEO of Neodos and Kendriki Odos. We will talk with him about issues of safety. Mr. Andonakopoulos, good afternoon. What we will be talking about today is titled Sustainable Development and Mobility. Since about highways, we know. Can you please give us a picture of sustainable development and infrastructures in general? Good afternoon. Thank you very much for your invitation. Sustainability is the balance between tomorrow and today. That is the consumption of goods that we want to also have enough for tomorrow. This balance is very significant. Let's think that 90% of our time is spent on an infrastructure, be it on entertainment or a rest or elsewhere, or work. About 40% of greenhouse gases are produced by infrastructures. We understand that the relation between infrastructure and sustainability is very, very close. This is why it is crucial while we design, implement and maintain infrastructures, we have to adopt methods that will be securing this sustainable relation. Let's focus on highways. What are the actions, the investments, the sustainable development ways? How do you implement that? Have you carried on with the necessary investments? Many people connect highways with transfer and transport only. So the first time that crosses our mind is a car. However, there is a wide range of activities that a highway may incur. Apart from cars, sustainability starts from planning of the work. It takes place in construction and continues during the operation. And I can say that it ends up with the end of the project. In planning and design, you have to see that all materials will be recyclable, have high lifetime, not much consumption of fossil fuels. And take a look at this cyclical economy. For example, we have recycling bins in the totality of the length of the highway. So we call citizens to be recycling. Also, at rest area of Atalante, we have a specific place for a waste disposal that will be recycled. So we want to have a sustainable operation of the highway. Let us specialize this because in our mind, highways are connected to transport. Is there a more special connection between sustainability and transport? Yes, it's sustainable mobility. The basic distinction is between urban and suburban transport. There are ways in which a highway can contribute to a viable transportation, urban and intercity transport. We should have, for example, multiple points of charge. Achaia Odos, which is owned by Nea Odos, was the first highway having charging points throughout its length. We have reached a higher point of development where all the energy provided at the charging points comes from renewable energy sources. So this energy is 100% green, 100% ecological. So you have been integrated in the environment of green development you have been there since several years. So after your experience in this sector, could you please tell me how do you assess the contribution of highways in the development of a country apart from their construction period of time? A highway is a multiplier of the economy, whether it concerns local or domestic economy of a whole country. And sometimes it goes even beyond the border of a country. It can help from the small market in a village up to the GDP of a country. However, the most significant role a highway plays is decreasing its fatal road accidents. Let me give you an example. In 2007, we've had 145 accidents, out of which 143 were fatal. During the second year of operation of the road, we had only 21 accidents, none of them fatal. So in this case, talking about Achaia Odos, joining Ionia Odos with Astakos port up to Ioannina, going through Agrinio, assisting tourism, upgrading places of cultural interest, converging and diminishing distances from Adirio to Ioannina. We needed 3.5 hours, and now 1.5 hours, up to 1 hour 50 minutes are enough. So all this does assist the totality of the economy and contributes largely to the development of local economies. Last question I would like to ask you, Mr. Andronakopoulos, is because we're running through the fourth industrial revolution, what how do you see the future of highways? What are the features and what are the services that highways will be providing to citizens? The future of highways is very interesting, a very interesting question. A highway in the upcoming years has to be a highway that will be interacting with vehicles. The infrastructure will be in a conversation, if not of taking control of a vehicle if road conditions are dangerous or if there's a risk of accident. Self-driven vehicles should be allowed. I believe that we should be able to look at trucks moving one behind the other, being driverless. It will be contributing to the cyclical economy and will be ending up to a high production of green energy. We shall be seeing new materials being used, parts of highways will no longer perhaps be constructed with asphalt, but with photovoltaic panels of special manufacture. Perhaps there will be some specific part of them being able to accommodate flying vehicles. It could be a highway with higher perspectives. The possibilities are endless. And all this within the next 50 years, because after that period of time, we might not even need it. This might sound as a science fiction story. However, you suggest that it's not that far away. Yes. Currently in the United States, we have self-driven cars. In San Francisco, you're delivered some pizza without any driver. Trucks are starting to be driverless. There's a pilot usage of different materials apart from asphalt, interaction between vehicle and infrastructures. We currently have integrated some sensors on cars that anonymously collect information and convey this information to data center. All this is at a development center, but I believe that it's not something extreme I've referred to. Yes, you've told us significant parts. Yes, and I think that for the youngest generation, this is going to be bring great benefits for future generations alike. Thank you very much for this significant information that you have conveyed to us. Thank you very much, Mr. Adranopoulos.
Να είστε καλά. Καλό απόγευμα.
Lovely afternoon.
Ολυμπία Οδός. Ένα από τα σημαντικότερα εθνικά έργα στρατηγικής σημασίας για την ανάπτυξη της Πελοποννήσου, της Δυτικής Ελλάδας και της Ηπείρου. 202 χιλιόμετρα σύγχρονου αυτοκινητόδρομου που συνδέει τις τρεις περιφέρειες με την Αθήνα και το λιμάνι της Πάτρας. Ένας άνετος και ασφαλής αυτοκινητόδρομος με υψηλό επίπεδο υπηρεσιών 24 ώρες την ημέρα, 365 μέρες το χρόνο. 2 κέντρα διαχείρισης κυκλοφορίας. 4 τεχνικές βάσεις λειτουργίας και συντήρησης. 43 οχήματα περιπολίας και επέμβασης. Δίνουμε προτεραιότητα στην ασφάλεια της ανθρώπινης ζωής και τη διασφάλιση της ποιότητας του εργασιακού περιβάλλοντος. Στη στήριξη, την ανάπτυξη και την προβολή των κοινοτήτων που συνορεύουν με τον αυτοκινητόδρομο. Στην προστασία του περιβάλλοντος και την αποτροπή της κλιματικής αλλαγής. Η Ολυμπία Οδός είναι μια έξυπνη υποδομή που λαμβάνει υπόψη της τις ανάγκες των ανθρώπων, του περιβάλλοντος και της οικονομίας. Πιστεύουμε στη βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη των μεταφορών. Χρησιμοποιούμε τεχνολογίες εχμής για τη διαχείριση της υποδομής. Στόχος μας είναι να ενώνουμε τόπους και ανθρώπους, μεταφέροντας αγαθά, ιδέες, όνειρα, πολιτισμό, κουλτούρες και προοπτικές. Όραμά μας είναι η Ολυμπία Οδός να έρει κάθε είδους αποκλεισμού.
Ωραία.
So let's continue with a very productive day with a guest who grabs the interest of everybody in the region, Mr. Papanikoulas, Chairman and CEO at Olympia Odos, Chairman at Yefira SA, Country Manager of Vinci. So, what is the development of the construction of the National Road Patra-Pyrgos, and what are the estimated benefits of this project? We're at a point. Okay, I'll answer. We follow the schedule. We started in March 2022. We have a progress until December. It was 10%. Now we're at 11%. You understand that it's a project that it has to do with construction. It depends on the weather conditions, and we expect that the winter months we have a fall in production. On the contrary, during summer, the progress will be much bigger. So we are proceeding according to the schedule. And about the benefits, as the previous speaker said, there is no development without accessibility. And this is the main point. So the developmental progress of the whole region, from the transportation of goods, the region as a tourist destination, access to the Ionian Islands, archaeological sites, and most of all, the most important thing, the reduction of fatal accidents. As the president of the technical chamber said, the road of Patra-Pyrgos is like Tebi every 5 years. So this sums up all the benefits and the developmental characteristics of an infrastructure work when it is completed. It provides accessibility, and it's like a small village. We lose a small village each time, and yes, every 5 years in the area is like having an incident like the accident at Tebi. So now all the studies and designs. Olympia Odos is a highway passing through many cities and villages, and this is a characteristic that describes it from Elefsina to Patras and from Patras to Pyrgos. It passes through many villages. This is why we have so many accidents, because there were many exits and points of entry in the highway. So in order to connect this road with the different areas, the different cities, this is very important. And the ministry managed, apart from the highway Patra-Pyrgos, managed to assign us as complementary works many of the requests that had been submitted during the previous periods of other works. So we will see progress in many belt roads, accessibility to the industrial zone, another part of the road at Alissos, upgrade of the old road and access, better access, of a road of about 6.3 kilometers, replacement of the road at the part near those Pyrgos until ancient Olympia, about 8 kilometers. We're talking about big parts of the road, and I think this is significant because in the past we've seen many of the projects, Ionian Odos is an indicative example, that they lacked accessibility to big cities. And we tried, along with the minister, we tried to resolve this issue and integrate these areas to the project. We have been assigned studies for this project. This is the process. After all, you first have the study, then it's the budget, and you get at the end the assignment for the implementation of the project. But we are within the prescribed schedule. Now let's talk about the main part of Alfea Kalonero Tsakonas. Okay, we'll separate it in two parts.
The first part is ready. It's included in our contract. At the moment, it's the part that would bring us as closer as possible to ancient Olympia, which is the goal of this road, given its name as well. So this is the first goal, and I think we can achieve this goal very quickly. As soon as we have the funds again, we get the order to do it. We're talking about 12 kilometers. It's the ring road of Pyrgos, and then very close to ancient Olympia. The rest of the road, Alfios Kalonero Tsakona, we have been given the order by the ministry to re-examine our study in order to optimize it, because in the past there were more lanes in the road. Now they're trying to do something that will intervene the least in the environment, and we're looking for a solution at the part of Katosamiko Nevas River at Kayafas, as it is known. We have been asked to look for an alternative solution. That's the eastern access. So we're talking about passing through Kayafas and see how we can find a solution by examining the profit and the costs of this project. Then we have the environmental consequences of the project. So what's the schedule, the estimated schedule? We're talking about a schedule that would refer to the study, the first study that will be submitted to the European Union for the approval of the project. I think that this will be ready in about 1 year, and the procedures are not in our hands. So I think we will need 2 or 3 years more, and of course financing. Okay, another issue, it has to do with the safety of infrastructure. We saw what happened at the bridge of Serbia. You are an expert in bridges. So since the initiation of the construction of the Rio Adirio Bridge, you are the chairman, the head of this project. You have a great experience in infrastructures, and you're also an academic, so you also have the theoretical training apart from your expertise in this field. Yes, indeed, this is a huge issue that has to do with the maintenance. We will talk about the bridges, as you said. And yesterday we had this discussion about the Serbia bridge. The bridges in Greece were constructed mainly in the 60s and 70s, except for the railway bridges. They were constructed even earlier, and they take much more burden. But the road bridges were built in the 60s and 70s, and there has been no maintenance since their construction. So there is no maintenance, and second, there is no health file. They are not registered. They're not recorded anywhere. So there has been some work during the last years with the ministry in order to record the procedures that need to be followed about their maintenance, their operation. There have been the general guidelines, but apart from them, we need the inspection. And depending on the inspections, then we will have the studies and the record of the registration of the necessary works to be done. Maintenance is necessary every 6 to 7 years. So for concession works, this procedure has already been completed. the concessions, we also had some bridges given to us, assigned to us, and we had the responsibility to inspect them. We did that, and we have submitted the results to the ministry, and now we get gradually all the orders necessary in order to proceed to the maintenance, their registries. So as far as the concession works is concerned, we are okay with them. There in such projects and such works, there are maintenance departments that monitor the maintenance of these bridges. But we need to do that to all the rest, to the rest of the bridges, apart from those that are included in concession works. So the next question is there the personnel, the human resources, the mechanical engineers, the training necessary? Are they available? We have started a program with the Technical University of Athens. It's the second semester that this program is running. It was a success during the first semester, and the participants get a certificate of specialized training, and we provide training with a series of seminars to civil engineers for the inspection and assessment of bridges. I think that this will be the next generation of the inspectors, and we don't need any inspectors coming from abroad in order to inspect our bridges. Along with the technical school, we have here in Patras, we have a course about the bridges that it is taught in honor of Jean-Paul de Sautier. And we also provide grants to the civil engineers, and there will also be a program with practical work for the students, and this will lead to bigger safety. So you're a country manager of Vinci, a big multinational company with a presence in 23 countries, huge work. So what is the added value of this company in Greece, and how and if it will expand its presence here in our country? Panos, my colleague, said a few things about the expansion of the company. Okay, three things. First, financing contribution. We said that having a group like Vinci participating in a project provides a different kind of guarantee in financing. So the European Bank of Investments participates along with the Greek banks. Then it's the experience we have in the concession works. And the third thing is that we have very strict and specific environmental strategy and goals that we need to follow in all the projects in which we are involved. As far as the projects in Greece is concerned, I don't want to get into details. They're all at the bidding stage at the moment. So, as a conclusion, what is the environmental added value of Olympia, of those works in Greece? What are the actions? What is happening? I'd like to say a few things about innovation. Innovation, we find it in three axes. The first is about the reduction of carbon footprint, which is the most important thing, with the reduction of energy consumption, with the LED lights. We replace all lights in the tunnels, on the road with LED lamps, and we have the green energy production. We're starting a program with the use of photovoltaic. That was the first axis. The second axis of innovation is related to the maintenance. Innovation provides us with tools in order to have real-time monitoring of the situation of the equipment in a tunnel. And in general, it is a tool a very digital tool that helps us and make maintenance easier. And the 3-axis is related to customer service, what tools we can provide to our users. And I would like to mention at this point the charging per kilometer distance used at Olympiados. This is a system that we use. It's a first indication for the free flow. Mobile app of Olympiados with all the interconnections between the vehicle and the infrastructure and the information that the driver can get from the center or send to the operation center, and several other environmental trends in collaboration with the technical school. For example, the air, the water that comes from processing the water coming from the rain evaporations. Thank you very much. We indeed gave many information, and I want to thank you very much for your presence and your contribution to the region. You do indeed a lot, and let's wish that we'll see again each other next year. Thank you very much. I wish you success. Thank you.
Καλησπέρα, είμαι η Εφη.
Good afternoon, I'm Effie Bonney. I'm from Naftabariki newspaper. I'm here to welcome at the Regional Conference 2023 Mr. Menopoulos, who's I would like to thank the organizers. Congratulations, because such conferences contribute to regional development. We are going to discuss about different things that are significant for your organization. I believe it will be food for thought for the future. You undertook the will of the organization of ALP in October 2018. That was a difficult period that you took over. A pandemic, the war in Ukraine. What do you think these things are like? Yes, I took over my post, and after 2 months, there came the pandemic. And after the pandemic, we've had the energy crisis. However, I think that we have set the basis with my colleagues of the organization, along with external collaborators, whatever was necessary in order to have the expected development. The most significant part was to be able to design a master plan and the strategic study of environmental impact. Only with these two we could have a developmental course in the organization. And I'm so proud for my collaborators that we have reached to such a good level. As far as the master plan is concerned, we already have the positive response, and the ISME, the study that I told you before, has already taken the preliminary approvals. So we hear very often the term master plan. What do you mean? Can you specialize it on your organization? It means the totality of the projects you have to run in order to develop the port and help at its operation. We have the particularity. We have the north-south port, and Rio Anderio ferry. So 3 axes. With regard to the south part, we already have the approval for the drive berth, vessel parking, and we have set the space for the installation of LNG that we will be using for maritime fuel, but we have the possibility to turn it into SNG, that is natural gas, and will be able to be provided in areas of the town. Was this due to the energy problem, or did you think about it? Had you thought about it already? No, about a year ago, we had in mind to use it at the port of Gomenica. About a year earlier, we had the construction studies, and currently we're looking for financing in order to run it. I believe that this is very important because it also helps the city. And what way? Yes, it does leave a very significant environmental footage. You know all too well that LNG is far more environmental friendly than mazout that is currently used by boats. And there's also a European directive which by the end of 2030 has to be implemented, and therefore the port is compelled to be able to provide boats with LNG. And I believe that we have to enter the new era, the era of LNG, hydrogen. And I also believe that we have to follow this area. Okay, that's regarding the southern part of the port. Yeah, let me just add that after LNG, there's also another dedicated area that will concern cargo. We have updated the implementation studies. There we also look for financing tools. We're so lucky to have about 200 streamers. The former Piraiki plant, which in collaboration with the new commercial department is going to be the new logistics center of Western Greece. Of course, this has to help us. We have what is paramount is to have a secure railway line in order to have combined transport. Yes, there is no development unless we have combined transport. Earlier we talked with Ionia Odos. It's very significant that the highway Patras Pyrgos is under construction. We need to have both commercial and passenger transport, and it would be good to connect it both with Araxos Airport as well as with the cargo transfer. The port of Patras is also a gate of exit. It's a part from which, and many times also via Gomenita, we have exports and imports to Italy, and not only. For as long as Olympiados was not operational, this has been one of the reasons why Patras was declining in terms of commercial and passenger traffic. Now the tendency is on the increase. Many passengers and many commercial cargoes do trust the port of Patras for their transfer to Italy. This having to do with the southern part. We also have the piers that are towards Italy. We have passenger boats, we have cargo, and there's a line that goes from Constantinople, Patras, and Italy. What about the southern part? It starts from Agiou Nikolaou port, and it ends at the passenger station Panagiotis Kanelopoulos. We have designed the new marina of Patras, which in combination with the dry berth will help a lot all the vessels. There will be the possibility to be moored in the new marina and also park vessels there. At the same time, we are about to finish the new hangar construction. Very good. I think that you're doing an awful lot. This study includes many new actions. Shall we also take a look at the ferry between Rio and Antirio? Yes, there's the passengers transfer and the cargo traffic that is being served. We had taken a financing of 500,000 euros. We are reconstructing the eastern dock, we need to keep this secure in collaboration with the police, Port Police Authority. We are going very well. Only yesterday we had the Commission running an inspection. It was a very significant for us because we updated the committee for that approved the operation of the port, and we have already signed a convention in order to start the first flights to Corfu and Ionian Islands.
Στη Ζάκη και στην Κεφαλονιά και στην Ιθάκη και στα υπόλοιπα νησιά. Είναι πολύ σημαντικό για τον τουρισμό μας.
This is very significant for our region. So is it going to run around all year round? Yes, it's not only for summer. Let's not forget that it's significant to be able to have a communication that will be connecting the area of the western region, mainland, and the Ionian Islands. What about the environmental footprint? Have you considered that? We have an integrated waste management system. About a month ago, I signed the new convention with the supplier for 3 years. We have set up a tower control for atmosphere pollution. We control seawater for pollutants, and I think that the port of Patras is among the ports that we want and can where we can have a positive footprint. In addition, we have to stop ships from using their own energy in order to be eliminated. They should be using a part of our infrastructure that will be run on renewable energy sources. We are in the process of using LED technology in all lightings, and we'll be installing photovoltaic systems on almost all roofs. Yes, we should not only just comply with the rules, but also adopt this stance, this attitude as an everyday way of thinking, so as to be able to secure a sustainable development. I see that from all what you've been saying, you're talking about the port, but all what you're designing have an impact as an overall on the urban fabric that embraces the port. The port is inextricably linked to the town. The port was founded because it was going hand in hand with the town, and the town developed because of the port, and the port developed because of the town. We cannot possibly separate one from another. And for as long as the port is developing, the more the town will be developing. And sincerely, I'm so proud that with my collaborators, with my partners, that we have been able to do all this work in difficult times, and we hope that all what we have thought of to be able to turn into action. So the next challenge is to secure the required financing, be it private or public funds, and be able to implement all what we have studied for. Yes, because many times beautiful studies are conducted, but in the end they are not implemented. the organization for Patras port is still a sleeping giant. I believe that after the completion, the resumption of these works, it will show its true strength. Yes, many times we need to revisit initial plans and include all needs and new necessities. And with this, we can have in the end positive results. Thank you very much for being here with us. I hope to see you again after the first results of the implementation of all this. Yes, we'll be here next year, and I hope to see the initiation of these projects. I share the same hope as you. Thank you very much for being here.
Λοιπόν, συνεχίζουμε.
So let's continue. This rich 11th Regional Growth Conference hosted by the University of Patras. Thank you to the newspaper Peloponnesos for the amazing hosting and organization. We have
Mr. Dimitris Iatridis is Executive Director of Hellenic Ports Association. So we're talking about blue development, about expansion. We're talking about the advantages of our country. Ports are indeed a very important part of our country, taking into consideration all the advantages of our country. And we cannot have the port out of this equation. Thank you for being here. So what does the association do? What are its actions? Mr. Palalexis, thank you very much for the invitation. We know each other since many years. And I would like to thank the head of the group publishing the Peloponnesos newspaper. Thank you very much. Every time I come in Patras, I cannot ignore the fact that I got my PhD from the University of Patras, and it's also the place of origin of my mother. So I'm very emotional when I'm speaking in Patras. Panagiotis Tsonis said many important things before for the CEO of Patras Port Authority. And I'd like to say a few things about the association that represents all the Greece's ports and islands like Rhodos, Mykonos. They're very important for the region and for the national economy, and they create new job positions. So we represent all the ideas and opinions. We share ideas, we exchange ideas in this association, both for interventions within Greece and we represent all ports in abroad as well. Apart from our participation in ESPO, where interventions have been multiplied. We're now part of two more associations, and this was one of our goals. We're talking about the association, the International Association of Ports and Cities, with 200 members from different countries. Edouard Philippe said he's the president of this association, and we have created a positive footprint in this association as well. 1 month ago, we were also included in the Mediterranean Cities, Mediterranean Ports Association, in which 24 ports are members from the whole Mediterranean area, not only from Europe, but from the Middle East and North Africa as well. So the work we're doing is also of a national level, and it has to do with the connectivity of the Greek ports and the Mediterranean ports. So the Greek ports are now, thank you for giving us the bigger picture of what is happening and what the association is doing. And at this stage, we're at a point and a transformation, actually, when it has to do with the ports of the country. So what are the challenges are we facing at this point? Mr. Palalexis, of course, we're facing the challenges of the whole country as the public health and all the issues with the pandemic. It was a difficult period, but we managed to be successful and fight the crisis in an efficient way. We're always ready to fight any public health crisis. There is the war in Ukraine. We know the consequences, either direct or indirect. We have helped Ukraine with ports at Alexandroupoli and Thessaloniki. And of course, there are things like another factor that affects our associations is the economic crisis, the energy crisis, and the way in which they progress. And of course, there are many developments and progresses during the last year. It also affects us whether the Northern Europe asks for products or for tourism. All these things affect us, and we need to have different scenarios and different plans depending on the situation. And of course, there are the challenges. The first is green development and green transition, the digital transformation, and of course the restructuring of the ports with new works and refurnishing the already existing infrastructures. So in order to be more specific, we're talking, of course, about of a revolution. We think that this revolution is positive. We have already talked about the power of the ships during their stay at the ports. All ports are within cities, so actually the cities were built around a port or vice versa. So the connection and the relationship between the cities and the ports are very important. And of course, it's the use of new fuels, new infrastructures for the fuels, NLG, bioenergy, other compounds, other substances, hydrogen, etc. We're not 100%, neither us nor the ship owners nor the associations, where we should head to. There are many supporters of the hydrogen, of the green hydrogen. However, it helps us a lot because it comes from the electrolysis of the water with wind or solar energy. It may be only 1% of the production of hydrogen, but it helps us because we will be able to produce such a fuel. So the market will show us where we should be headed to, but we must ready. All ports should be ready for all scenarios. Would it be hydrogen? Would it be LNG? Would it be bio-LNG? Will it be ammonia? And there is a regulation in which in the European Union in which we negotiate representing the Greek part. And I was in Brussels the previous week at the European Union, and we are discussing about all these things. We're the main counselor of the country for policy making in terms of the port industry of the country. Let us not forget that some of our ports are among the top ports of the Mediterranean Sea. And now the pillar of digital transformation. This is one other big pillar of the modern era. What's happening with the Greek ports in terms of digital transformation? In the big ports of Piraeus and Thessaloniki, many steps have been taken, but there is much more work to be done in other ports such as Patras or Igoumenitsa, where of course there is progress already made, but we need to take more steps, use augmented reality or virtual reality, because all these things help us apart from monitoring the load, which is of course very important for the Greek industry. It also helps us optimize the provision of services and magnifying, increasing the safety. You remember the situation in Lebanon, many accidents, and of course there are other issues of threats that we always face as strategic infrastructure. So we always work with the state, we work closely with it, we work closely with the European Union, and of course we build scenarios at the ports in order to optimize the safety, the operations, and the management of different crises through the digital tools that we are offered with. You talked about infrastructures, that's a magic word. Where are we now? At what point are we, and how do we use the European grants? We work with Mr. Plekotakis, the minister, and the Ministry of
Οπωσδήποτε που αφορούν την Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση, τα κοινοτικά κονδύλια είναι ένα πρόγραμμα 205 εκατομμύρια.
Maritime issues and so we work closely with all these authorities. There are 205 million euros available for infrastructure works, and there are also 200 million euros that will be immediately ready through the Learchos program, and there are also 30 million euros from the recovery fund for the implementation of works. And we're also facing an issue that we discussed at the European level that has to do with the points of entry. In our country, the Schengen points of entry, of course, Patras is one of them. And we're at the stage not only of the study, but of the implementation. And this has to do with the passengers not coming from the Schengen countries in the European Union, because according to the new regulations of the European Union, they should be registered with a biometric identification, and this will be in 61 C points of entry and other 50 points of entry in airports and highways. And this is a challenge. We should be ready in order to not to have any delays in cruise ships and maritime issues. Because when passengers come to Greece, there are some passengers from Schengen countries. So we want to optimize the experience of all passengers and, of course, always in compliance with the European Union regulations. And this is an issue we're facing at the moment. So how do you imagine the ports of the country? You're a person who does not just imagine, you are actually there at the implementation of the goals. So what will be the situation in the next 5-10 years? You see the interest of the foreign investors for the Greek ports. Two of the Greek ports are now have become private, and there are many issues that have been resolved by the Greek authorities in the ports of Thessaloniki, in Patras, in Igoumenitsa. So next week, the 21st of the month, we will have the contract of the sale of 67% with the investor. We have in Kavala a concession of Philippos Vita. And our association is here to support the ports both in Greece and abroad in order to increase our footprint. And many issues are indeed critical at this moment, both internally and at the European Union. We will see all these things, all these challenges being resolved in the next 5-10 years. This green transition, the digital transformation, the new works is something that will give us a totally new environment in the Greek ports in the years to come. And we're here to support the ports at all levels. So do you think this will have a direct effect on the regional communities? Yes, we believe that we will help in the creation of new job positions, in the allocation of resources, the privatizations, and all the actions that the investor must proceed to will actually upgrade the port and the area around the port, which is an important area of a city like Patras and other cities of the country. So we are expecting an added value for the local economies. You should expect many beautiful things in the development of ports. We are here, new changes are coming. We influence the decision-making procedure. We're here, and we will be here even more closely in the years to come. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much for hosting us, and we'll renew our date for the next year. Thank you very much, Mr. Louloudis, for hosting us today.
Καλησπέρα σας. Καλώς ήρθατε. Ευχαριστώ.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the hospitality. Peloponnesos newspaper. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be hosting us. We're here to talk about the past, the present, and future. I have a distinguished guest panel that I have the honor and joy to be coordinating. It's been 70 years since the foundation of the Friends of Music Society, and I had said if there were not at least 60% ladies participating in the panel, I would not be coming here. So, on my left-hand side, it's Ms. Eleni Dvoulaki, Secretary General of Contemporary Culture at the Ministry of Culture, of course, and Doctor of Theatrical Studies. Good afternoon. I remember Ms. Dvoulaki, who used to visit the Music Megaron. Yes, I was also at the Lyrical Theatre. I would like to start with a general expression of a few thoughts regarding our digital challenges and opportunities in the cultural sector. Before I start,
του Regional Growth Conference.
I would like to thank the organizers for this invitation. It is clear that our world is characterized by digital technology. It characterizes the world, the life of all of us. Thus, we could say that this changes the way we connect with culture, civilization, both with regard to cultural heritage and current civilization. Besides, I think that we all understand and experience the fact that culture is a fertile field for the implementation of technologies. We see this from theater and live streaming performances up to the entrance of digital technologies in AI and VR technologies in performance arts, in our museums, with virtual tours and other activities and actions. Of course, the utilization of all the possibilities that are given to us and the new routes that can open up and which are already heading towards, if not walking in, it is also a political choice for the Ministry of Culture and Sports. Apart from that, the fact that we understand that it is intrinsically connected with our era, we have to understand that we have to connect cultural heritage with modern culture. And I will give you a quick example. I will illustrate this with an example from cultural tourism. By mentioning something that Ms. Mendoni referred to at Ancient Olympia, the great digital project in collaboration with Microsoft, where through digital technology, visitors have the opportunity to visit the archaeological site as it was in the antiquity on the basis of scientific data that we have from archaeologists. This is something that not only contributes to the increase of visitability in the museum, but it also enhances the museum experience, thus offering a wider and fuller and more interesting experience. I have lots to refer to the promotion of cultural heritage. However, we don't have so much time to spend on about modern culture, digital culture, DGR, from our minister is a new platform created in collaboration with the Ministry of Digital Governance. We have the good friend and colleague Leonidas Christopoulos, Secretary General of the aforementioned ministry. We wanted to boost the presence of modern creation on the internet and create a platform on which there would be immediate direct access of visitors to the artists' works. Let me remind you here that the pandemic has been a catalyst for us to accelerate all procedures in terms of technology and digital governance and digital transition. And finally, because I know that we have not that much time, much attention is paid to digital transformation of the Ministry of Culture and its services themselves, as well as its supervised bodies. And since I'm a Secretary General of Modern Culture, I cannot possibly afford not to mention that through the Recovery Fund, there are and there have been approved and implemented and also significant programs of digital transformation of the National Theatre, State Athens Orchestra, and other bodies of modern culture, which is so significant both for the organizations themselves and their operation, as well as for the produced creative work. Of course, these are all bodies of potential cultural work. I prefer to refer to it as a cultural good that is created, produced, and then shared with the public. And I firmly believe that digital technology helps, enhances, and assists to this distribution of what is created by artists, but also helps in sharing whatever has been produced in the past. Because as you know all too well, the history of all these organizations there is very significant. It's a great wealth for the public to have access to it. That is to say, to creation that has happened by artists in previous decades and throughout time. Yes, that's absolutely right. Next to Mrs. Dondulaki, Mrs. Thalia Tsakidzi, Culture Department Management and Unisystem. We refer to cultural good, and Ms. Dondulaki has expressed it in a different way. I believe that for you it's rather of a product. I would call it a service, actually, because I think that coming from a marketing and culture world, I believe that it is par excellence the world that we should develop, making the best of the what good, the commodity. Let me come back to and referring to the fact that Unisys has been in the solutions of culture and technology for 30 years now. Each year the challenges have been technologically different and are on the increase. The sector of culture is not only the Ministry of Culture, it's also academic libraries, issues of education, all libraries and archives of the state. And traditionally, libraries have always had the leading step, and of course the archives haven't reached, and they're not extrovert enough either in order to have enough support. Of course, lately with the general archives, state archives, we've had some progress, but there is so much more to be done as part of the cultural environment. What are the challenges now? I can see three main challenges. One has to do with the cultural product itself, cultural service, because we will have to see, when we talk about digital transformation, what are those digital means that we shall be using and which will have a position also in future. So we must be very careful to see what are the technologies on which we will be based in order to have a follow-up. Second is that people of civilization need to have a boost in their digital skills, an upgrade in their digital skills in order to be able to assimilate everything, and so that we will all be together in the next day. And the third one is the place itself, the sector, be it a digital sector. Very soon we'll be listening to measures about art and education. We'll listen to strategies to be adopted, plus the physical space, which, as mentioned a while ago, we need to see the digital part as part of the main physical experience, but not digital experience per se, but also within the framework of a specific strategy. And to me, number one challenge would be how we shall be able to integrate culture, civilization in the main strategy that will be including education, tourism, and smart city, and while having all this, keeping civilization culture as part of a wider framework and plan. Okay, and now next speaker is Mr. Leonidas Christopoulos, Secretary General of Digital Governance and Procedures, Ministry of Digital Governance.
He's a graduate of Pandit University and the University of Warwick and the National Administration School. Your opinion, I think the two ladies already said many beautiful things. Thank you very much for the invitation. It is a very interesting issue indeed. I'm usually invited to speak about the digital transformation of the state. So speaking about digital transformation and the civilization is indeed a very interesting issue with many interesting aspects, because in all this effort to promote the digital transformation of our country in general, the civilization is an important pillar, since it has to do with the developmental policy. And I'd like to highlight this developmental aspect of civilization, since it is the one that can promote not only the physical space, but also the digital space, and be accessible to everybody, the richness of the country, and attract the interest at a global level, even to things that are not actually traditional, like the ancient civilization or the Byzantine civilization. And an example is the sector of civilization which attracts many investments and supports important works and projects in the audiovisual industry. Civilization and technology share the fact that are both creative. They include creativity. Let's, for example, say about video gaming. This is a field that, due to its creativity, is a part of the civilization, and this is why it is also eligible for the audiovisual products. Moreover, there are emerging technologies that are included and create both opportunities and challenges, such as blockchain. In the civilization field, it's a new trend, and they create challenges when it comes to
the copyright, the piracy, more complex aspects, sensitive aspects that are related to the creators and the right holders of these technologies. It is indeed a huge challenge for the state that needs to regulate in a space which is a creative space, but also part of the digital space that has several specificities which are not the same with those of the physical world. So we have many different aspects and parameters that are related. And we need to see them in a more holistic way. For example, what are the financing tools we have? For example, at the Ministry of Digital Governance, through the new program 2021 to 2027, we have a grant of 70 million euros for the maintenance of our cultural patrimony, not only by institutions of the Ministry of Culture, but also by churches and other museums that or libraries or libraries of universities, which are examples of maintenance, preservation of the culture of the country. So we're talking about financing tools. We're talking about regulatory interventions, about issues such as copyright, how we operate in a world with emerging technologies that totally change the civilization and new sectors such as audiovisual technologies. Our country wants to have a leading position in the European Union with the creation of financing tools, and a question is how we can create innovation hubs in the audiovisual field, so as investors from abroad choose our country in order to create movies, not just because of the sun and the sea, but we have a technology that can help them with their works. And so to wrap it up, I want to say that we're talking about a connection of two different things. Digital transformation, of course, affects everything, changes everything. This is the real situation, a horizontal situation all around the world. But when it comes to civilization, the challenges are huge. The developmental perspective is huge as well. But the problems we will have to face are also huge. Thank you very much. And Mrs. Ayati Bernardo. Today she's here as the Director of the Digital Research Infrastructure for the Arts and Humanities. And Mrs. Bernardo, she's the archaeologist of our group today, a PhD at King's University. Thank you very much, Alexandros, for the invitation, as well as Peloponnesos newspaper, both for the invitation and for the organization of this conference. I am an archaeologist, so I'll go back and talk about the challenges in a different way than the previous speakers. Of course, they were the challenges were presented in as part of the field in which they operate. So for me, the challenges in this field of digital patrimony, because all these cultural and civilization things are not used very much. So this is an issue that has started before. Museums, files in Greece, in Europe, and internationally have started to digitize their collections since mid-90s. This was completed under big financing programs. Europeana, which is very much known to us and our audience, it is a big investment that wanted to provide access to cultural content. It started as a prototype in 2000, and this year, in November, it will celebrate 15 years of operation. So we're actually talking about a long history of what is a challenge and an opportunity.
in the world of civilization and digital heritage. Many recent publications of the European Commission, which I had the opportunity to see, show that civilization organizations all around the world have digitized about 30 to 50% of their collections. Out of this 30 to 50% of the collections that have been digitized, very few people know the way in which the audience interacts with them and uses them. This has not been measured. And Thalia said that we need to talk about the audience and the interaction with the digital and the non-digital content, but this has not been measured. It is, of course, measurable, but it's not measured. And this is a big challenge for me because it's like we're at the open sea talking about innovation, but not seeing what we have already achieved and how we can make use of all these things. So for me, this first generation of digitized reserves does not meet the requirements that we have set as a ceiling. We're talking about access, right of use, of reuse, of distribution. Yes, we have digitized all this content, but this actually is of no use. It's like wasting money. And today, after hearing all these things about augmented reality, artificial intelligence, we're talking about NLP, we're talking about deep learning, we're talking about immersive technologies. How will they all fit in all these projects that were implemented at that time? How will they be used? And another question, I don't have answers, unfortunately, but what are the common points? Is it just one? Are they many? How can we identify them? And are they the researchers or the audience or the elderly people, which is a specific audience that interacts in a very specific way with the digital environment, and tourism? Let's admit it, tourism is a very special audience. What happens with everything that we have achieved until now? And most important, for whom have we done all these things? Okay, so what you say is that we have many challenges at national and European level, and all these challenges need to interact and in order to see where we're heading to. I'm going back to Mrs. Dundulaki. You talked about live streaming plays, and I'm wondering how technology is an incentive for creativity. How do people working in this field find new ideas through the technology in order to communicate their cultural product, to share it with the people? An artist is by nature a curious person, in a good sense. I mean, he has some curiosity. I'll come to what you said before about civilization and technology and their connection with creativity. I just want to say that this artistic nature includes curiosity and the exploration. So, by nature, an artist wants to explore new ways, new roads. So the technologies and all these things we talked about, all these things that exist in these new technologies, are indeed very interesting, opening new roads, and an artist can't help but feel. We're talking about emotions most, but they feel the need to explore all these new technologies. And this is an incentive by itself for creativity. The truth is that these technologies are very important tools not only for the creativity of the artists, but also for the access and their interaction with the public. And as you may know, a component of a complete artistic creation is the interaction with the public. And an artistic work is not created by an artist in a room. It's created in order to interact, sometimes in real time, such as in the theater or a concert, interact even in real time with the audience. So the fact that these technologies increase at an exponential rate the possibility of the audience to have access and interact with the cultural good, the cultural event, is very important, and it changes the whole cultural creation process. And it's also very interesting the fact that those who create technologies, like Leonidas Christopoulos said before, are people that are very creative. So I think that this, in conjunction with the creativity of an artist, can lead very quickly to new roads in the art field.
We talked about the cultural good, the cultural good. I like this name. I'll keep the term, and its dissemination. Now, from the technological point of view, the market. How can this? With which tools can it serve? This kind, or rather, how does it help and incite artists to use them? Are there such products available? Yes, I'll answer you. Let me say that, first of all, technology is giving an added value to cultural good, to me, product and service. And let me add on that a comment to what we said earlier, that if we follow the practices of marketing and services in sport and culture, number one step is market research, data, and understand what we want to do. And then, exactly because my service changes and is differentiated, thus including technology, we have to make the necessary steps in order to include the experience. But let me remind you that everything starts from the basic, what we should have done, that's to say, document, having identified what we do, now get to blockchain, because blockchain also comes to everything we have to register to blockchain, our stock, our reserves, in order to have all the guarantees for the next day. And if a good job has been done and the machines and boards and everything has been included and embedded, we will have the necessary appropriate results, because they will be able to provide with the appropriate information. Let me give you an example with tourism. How many documentations can we do, and how many languages in tourism? Since our audience is multilingual, so if we have a very good knowledge, we can serve on the basis of technology many more. VR and 3D printing. How easily could we have, through merchandise, culture premises, areas, give also incomes through technology? If we have digitized something, let's do some 3D printing in order to be able to merchandise and have products coming that are associated with cultural goods in order to have some income that will make the body sustainable. Let's not forget education, finally. Technology is only helping. We need to remember education. With Mobix and Detercom, we as Unisys founded a startup, MuseUp. It makes a market app and it provides experience to remote museum access or programs. For instance, we can show some videos to a remote school in Evros for a specific goal regarding, let's say, what to do in case of an earthquake. Mr. Christopoulou, we're talking about digitization stuff. We also talked about development in relation to culture. Where are we heading? Let's talk about the audiovisual, for instance, because it's of particular interest. What is going to happen in future, in your view? This is a question that I always avoid to answer. Good. Yes. It's not that I don't know what's going to happen in the future. I don't know what is going to happen in 1 year's time. Yeah. So we should talk about what is going to happen in different sectors of our life. How can we possibly predict the future? I do know, however, that currently we are amidst a transformation in the audiovisual sector. We've had changes in more traditional premises such as the cinema halls and stuff. There are more innovative ways to create to have other productions. Recently, I was watching a movie on Netflix, and there was a documentary about how an innovative studio was created to film the movie. I believe that we're amidst a very dynamic procedure where in most forms of civilization, culture, there's a tendency to integrate technology and have a dynamic that I would not feel safe to talk about where it could possibly lead us. However, what was mentioned by everyone is that at the end of the day, what is important is what kind of strategy we have from the data that we collect from all this data that should be open. What protocols do we use? How we can turn them into data for new creations, new applications, new products, I dare say, that we could use in the tourist sector and other sectors. This is something that we should revisit. Our strategy on data is everything about culture, and in particular about Greece. It's a basic part on which we should pin our strategy for the future. Ms. Bernardo, again about the European perspective through this view, what is the significance attached to civilization? Listen, it's very much ahead because it ought to do so. In which way it ought to to provide some directives or some instructions because since they are followed by financial schemes, they are the pioneers. We have two great initiatives. I will be reading them in the Greek translation. It is the Synergy Cloud for cultural heritage. Where we're heading now, and well, we're not sure about. However, we do know that we want to work towards the direction of that one would, in general, describe as interconnection. Hence, interaction, collaborative. And in order to have interaction, we have to have secured first that we do know what we have, what there is in digitized form, and what else we need to have in digital form, because it can be born digital. And how all these systems are going to talk one to another. But I would like to remind of one more item here, and as a follow-up to this beautiful talk we're currently having. What is a priority is who we're doing something for. Second, why we do it. And third, how we do it. So unless we know that, unless we know who we're setting up an infrastructure for, an infrastructure in the general meaning, general terms, does it have a tourist, research, educational purpose? And then we will find the ways to do so, or all of this together. But if we get there, things would be rather hard. About what Thalia said about marketing, even in digital heritage, there's a huge field called information needs of users. You set the groups of your users where you use mixed methodologies in order to see how they will be using with your end product. In Greece, we have the tendency, because, you know, where we hear about AI and all these spicy labeling names, we rush to do because it's sort of proving yourselves. This is how digitization happened. Since the money was found without any strategy, without any digital policy, we did it in order to just do it. It's what a collaborator of mine, as a friend of mine said, if you give a boy a hammer, he will look at everything as if it were a nail. Once was said that during the era 2004-2005 digitization era, there was a book that was digitized 176 times by 176 different bodies. Yes, we did not know how we should be doing all this. It was just that we had received the money to do it. Yeah. This has happened in Greece many times, multiple times. I still have almost three times for each and every one of you. One last question. Mrs. Doulidaki, you spoke about the new forms of art that are developed. How can the ministry help them? I did not talk about the new forms of art being developed, but about the new ways, the new highways that are opened up ahead of us, the new avenues. And the reason why I'm saying this is that I cannot possibly foresee whether new forms of art will be developed coming from new technologies, of course. What I can tell you for sure is that arts, we all know, arts through which humans express themselves and have been doing so since antiquity, have the possibility to be developed also in new routes. And this is not just a reality, but it also characterizes modern civilization. So, since we have artists being active in this sector, and at the same time, the public is in a relation with these artists and the produced creation. All this activity and work has to be supported by the state. Clearly, this is already happening, and it should be done in a more intense way in future. To me, it's very important to both give additional incentives in order to strengthen and encourage and strengthen the cultural sector so that they will continue in such avenues. And Ms. Telkidzi said in in the first round that it's important to enhance digital skills of the artists themselves, and this is something in which are already working in the Ministry of Culture and Sport with funds from the recovery fund in order to have skill building of artists, and within these skills also included are those. They're absolutely paramount for a modern artist. And there onwards, what is very significant is to help as much as possible in knowledge exchange, good practices, dialogue between bodies and artists on best practices, know-how through networks and synergies. It's very important to have people of creative and cultural sectors speak with another and conversate. I believe it's one of our duties to boost and help this through networks. I think. Yes, I fully endorse what you're saying. I like the way you brought it forward. So they should remain curious. Artists should remain curious in the nice way, in the good way. Have this curiosity that will make them investigate and create. So this is what makes them creative, because as a child wants to discover the world, likewise, an artist wants to discover new things and express him or herself and express the world in which they understand and feel. Thank you very much. Ms. Telkidzi.
The market, again, this beautiful word. What are the perspectives? How do you think it will progress in the future? I believe in the future, but because even though we don't see it yet, it can give us a few hints of what is going to happen. First of all, us as Unisystems, we were always believing in the market of culture, and we don't see it in an opportunistic way. This is why we are here for 30 years now. The information companies in Greece are of key importance, and the technologies that will be used in the next projects must be led on good foundations, must have reliable technologies to support them in order to be able to have a next day. We don't want to have the experiences of the past from the organizations that design projects that they cannot maintain afterwards. So they must be well designed both for their sustainability as well. So us as companies can support it, and the institutions and organizations will be able to keep them and maintain them. Since we have many projects by the Recovery Fund, at Unisystems we believe in the synergies, and we have established Pleiades, which is our cluster in IoT, and our goal is to work with smaller and bigger specialized green companies. And we will all take a step further, both the researchers and the scientists. We have programs that are new, and we want the experts, and we want to make use of their knowledge and know-how. Our target is not only the Greek market. We are already working in 30 countries, so maybe we can export cultural technology because we will do it in a very good way, maybe better compared to other countries. Can we do that in collaboration with experts in terms of innovation and the research programs already running abroad? We want to have a strong presence and be pioneers in the field because we can do it. I hope you will be able to achieve this goal because this will also enhance the development and will open new roads for the Greek companies, already existing companies or startup companies. Yes, we are in the era of many small companies. Sometimes they are lost because they are afraid that a big company, for example, will come and make them disappear. So we want to help the startups and support them. Mr. Christopoulos, 3 minutes for you as well. We said many things about the future. Maybe we are not on common grounds, but it's still optimistic. From the Ministry of Digital Governance, what can we expect in terms of culture? At the moment, the Ministry of Digital Governance, apart from its horizontal role as a facilitator and supporter of all ministries for digital transformation of their agenda, for example, the Ministry of Civilization and the collaboration with it, some procedures with the civilization and cultural authorities. We have an action of it is actually a financing action for the digitization of cultural material. We have the National Documentation Center, which is, of course, very important. It's the link with Europeana. And I have the honor to be the monitoring secretariat. And we also have this policy that will be the pillar for this data strategy on civilization aspects. And I think that the most important issue that we must look into is the wider strategy for data, the way we process this data, the way we govern data, how the civilization is integrated in it so as to have this developmental logic. And if I could do a wider comment, I think that since civilization is based on creativity, the less we intervene as a state, the best for the creativity of the civilization. We want to support, we want to help, and monitor, regulate, providing this balance between the regulation and the freedom of innovation. For example, in the copyright aspect, that's the best for creativity and the link between the technology market, the startups, the artists, the people of culture. So that's my opinion. Hands off, we should intervene the least possible. Just an intervention to what Leonidas just said, but since this is a field, an area, an activity, you see that's the difference of our ministries. It has many specific characteristics and needs that need to be met. There should be this safety net and this help and care at a regulatory level. Mrs. Bernardou. We can't see what is going to happen in the future, but what do you expect in the short term? What are the perspectives? It's clear that at a European level, the direction provided by the European Commission is to make use of what has already happened in the past and take care and do what you can for the sustainability, but not in the way we understand it today, but the social sustainability of this cultural material. This means that whatever you build, whatever you create, whatever infrastructure, digital infrastructure, comes with three pillars: the content, the technologies, and the audience groups. So the Commission, the guidance it provides is that we should invest in the third pillar. So the transnational access initiatives that support and boost the know-how sharing and training and familiarization with the already existing technological solutions in the civilization field. This is a direction provided. It is very clear. Review what you have already done, create new things with them, and measure the ways in which they are used, by whom and why, and maintain them and bring new material, new resources in this field that it has been developing for 30 years now. Last year, in this conference, we had a message from the Commissioner for Culture of the European Union, who talked about the new European Bauhaus. And can you tell us at what point we're now? It's a pioneering position in the European Union. Yes, it is included in the wider discussion for sustainable cities and the synergies. The invitations are indeed many, and it has mainly to do with this mixture I described, and the heritage, and not just the cultural heritage, are all included in this mixture that the European Commission describes in a very creative way as New European Bauhaus. It will change the European area, the European space, and the goal is to have a new dialogue, a new discussion. At the beginning, there were architects that said that it's of their own expertise, but no, it addresses to many different professionals who can participate in it. So through the discussion, we had the opportunity to find new aspects to showcase them, and it's the future that you don't know what will happen, but you're not afraid of it because it's something exciting that will come. And I will repeat the synergies that all of you mentioned, because these synergies will bring new data, a new reality in the field of civilization and the culture. And it's very positive that we see it under this prism. Thank you very much to all of you for being here today. Thank you.
αφιερώσει και ένα άρθρο γι' αυτό. Σοβαρά. Κυρίες και κύριοι.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I am Theodora Tsoku. I'm manager at Data Consultants Consulting Company. I welcome you all in this session with a very interesting issue. It's about blue economy. It's a field which is very important, very competitive for the economic growth of the European Union. And at this point, I'd like to thank very much Peloponnesos newspaper and the region of Western Greece for this conference, the Regional Growth Conference. And I'd also like to thank all the guests and the speakers that are here today. I am sure that we will have a very productive discussion. First of all, I'd like to welcome Mr. Nikolas Komnineas, Mayor of Astypalia. I'll give you 2 minutes to tell us a few things. Okay, I'm the person you need to thank more today because I've crossed the whole Aegean Sea to be here today from Astypalia, here to Patras, a very beautiful city. Dear ladies and gentlemen, Astypalia is a traditional island in the Aegean Sea, and it is a beautiful island with unique beauty because is the link between the Cycladic Islands and the Dodecanese, a traditional island with a unique heritage and I'm here today to tell you that in order to preserve the traditional character of our buildings, of our island, we need the new technologies to support this preservation and to boost it. And in the framework of blue economy, which is the topic of this session, I'm here to share with you my experiences and let you know about what we are doing at Astypalia. I hope you understand all the practices we use and that can they can be used in a repeated manner in order to preserve the environment in a way in which it will be sustainable in the long term. We're talking about practices that have been already successful in many different areas, and this is the holistic approach, as is the topic of this session. We want this holistic approach of all these things so that we can be led to total success. So thank you very much for inviting me to be here today, and I hope that we will have a fruitful discussion that will help you and me. And this is one of the reasons I'm here today. I want to learn everything I don't know, and I want to be more effective in my island as its mayor. Thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you very much, Mr. Komnineas. Then I would like to welcome Mr. Ioannis Psycharis. He is here online. He's a professor of regional science at Padion University. Mr. Psycharis. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to everybody, to all of the speakers and the attendees of this conference. During the last years, I have been participating in the conference and I supported. And this time, a health issue has made me stay at home. This is why I couldn't be able to be here with you. But I am actually here to discuss about a topic, as the mayor said before, from the academic point of view and the policy making. I consider it a very important issue for the whole Greece, and I'm very happy to be participating in this discussion discussion. I would like to thank the region of Western Greece and the Peloponnesos newspaper for the invitation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Psicharis. Then I would like to welcome Mr. Giorgos Papatheodorou. I know him from the old days. He's a professor at the Department of Geology of the University of Patras, an oceanologist. Mr. Papatheodorou, you don't know how great of an honor it is for an old professor to be talking about an old student, university student of his. I would like to thank the region and the region of the Peloponnese, and I would also like to thank the a newspaper. I would like to say that when I found myself here, I mentally went to Astipali. I did the opposite trip than my dear friend from Astipali does. I do this trip with my friend from archaeologist from University of Ioannina, and what I mean to do is bring some fresh air and maritime air. Thank you very much, Professor. Then I would like to welcome Ms. Angeliki Kosmopoulou, who's an executive director of Laskaridis Charitable Foundation. Thank you very much. I have the joy to be representing the Charitable Foundation Laskaridis, but also this sector that is so interested in the environment and does things for it. Part of the experience that we have from the field, I would like, and I can really discuss with you about. I visit the islands a lot, but I also do executive work in the office. We plan and draw up policies and try to convince the state to best implement them. So I will try and show you what we do in foundations and NGOs. And finally, I would like to welcome Mr. George Papas, Chair of the Economic Chamber of Northwestern Peloponnese and Western Greece. Thank you very much for participating in today's session. Thank you very much for the invitation. It is an honor of me. I only did 8 kilometers to get here, so I would like to welcome everyone for coming here, also including Mr. Psicharis, who's virtually here. And although I'm an auditor, I think that Sylvia Earle, the old lady of the oceans who said no life, no water, no blue, no green, I think we should keep this in mind and implement strategies and policies that will help us reach what you're talking about and be able to have many businesses active in these sectors. We all know that during the previous years, we were talking about the green development, Pisaridis report, and so on and so forth, mainly due to climate change impact, because we have to understand and stress how brutal climate change has been in the Western region. However, apart from the green economy and development, there is also the blue economy, which we'll be talking about, a term used by the European Union. Also, other colleagues will be talking about it. Including a wide range of financial sectors about which I will be talking on later. We have many sectors and activities. Now, talking about strategies, I will exhaust my time. You have every right to do so. So, given the fact that the European Union has already developed a long-term strategy for sustainable development of maritime and sea sector, we have to examine, because we are a coastline here in Western Greece, we have to see at the local and regional level how we shall combine national level for blue economy with the local particularities that we have in the area, which I will mention, I will refer to later, so that we will create a favorable climate and environment for investors, so thus utilizing all the sea wealth. Thank you very much, and I will be back. Thank you very much, Mr. Papas. Now, let us start our discussion addressing Mr. Kominea, Mayor of Astypalia. I believe that we have been talking about a large collaboration. You have had a large collaboration in your municipality. Let me ask you a question. How do you believe that our islands will be sustainable within the framework of the transition towards a blue economy? In Astypalia, it's been 2 years now that we're running a program that has been in collaboration with the Greek state and the Volkswagen company. It has 4 pillars, one of which being the effort that in Astypalia we create a generalized mobility with electric vehicles. This also includes a very significant part, apart from individuals and special prices made by Volkswagen, would also include urban buses with electric vans that are called through an app that you have on your phone to come pick you up from a virtual stop and take you somewhere. And through this process, there is no attendance, there's no waiting, but there is a rendezvous, so to say. In this application, there is another point where you can take an electrical vehicle from a place and then leave it in another place. The same goes for scooters, and the same goes for electric cars. And the municipality has the highest per capita regarding placement regarding insurance brokers, and this would have been nothing without. We have also placed a photovoltaic park for the charging of special vans, and all this would have been completely fragmented unless we took another procedure. We followed another procedure that would have the minimum footprint that does not alter the physical traits of the natural traits of the island. We have a power station that provides megawatt and is stored into batteries, which will be giving power, thus covering 50% of the needs of the island. And at this next stage, there will be a wind power generator. I will be explaining to you later about the involvement and of the local society, so as to cater for about 90% of the needs, which means not just minimization, almost eradication of CO2 production. This means that not only does the island become green, but it starts to set the pace about how mobility should be in future and how we shall be able to diminish vehicle circulation through this urban transport, where there's no need for one to use a car in order to go from point A to point B. On the contrary, it will be done in a very beautiful and civilized way. And on the other hand, cars will not be visiting Astypalea, since there will be an organized network with car sharing and organized shuttle buses, and we will decrease the volume of transport through vehicles in Astypalea. The implementation of the programs has been done in terms of transport. We're in the process of finding the body that will undertake the power production project. Let me also refer to a dam. A dam collects the water falling from the rainwater. We would like to turn it into drinkable water in order to eliminate plastic bottles, which was going to be paramount this June. We will be implementing a program that has been run by the municipality itself. In addition, the biological process water will have such a process and be reusable in agriculture. And within this framework, finally, we will have full recycling of all kinds of waste in order to stress the holistic way that waste is dealt with, because until now we have always put everything into the sea, but organizing this whole process that I described to you earlier, we shall stop feeding the sea with waste. So we have a process that will allow us to use the marina in Perayalo in order to set the basis for the micro transport with small size boats. These will either take us to the other islands or from 7 up to 7.5 meters long in order to take a private tour, in order to use those sea vehicles, those vessels. So there's a lot of margin for improvement, and it's up to us to find a way to use them. So if we specify some areas where no other vehicles or vessels will be allowed, in collaboration with places that will be sea parks for mammals that cannot have a free living but will remain in a bay in order to have a semi-free living. I believe that this whole package and all these actions show our view regarding the way we see the green transition as well as the blue economy. Thank you very much.
The work you're doing and the efforts you are putting in Astypalea is indeed impressive. And now let's see from a different point of view this island aspect, this insular aspect. Mr. Psycharis, knowing your background, I would like to ask you about what this insularity, if we could use this word, what is the sustainable development of our islands? What does it mean? In the framework, the policy of spatial development, what do you think? Thank you very much for the question, Ms. Tsoku. I will take this to a higher level than what the mayor said, who is indeed a person I admire, because policy is not just to be designed, it must also be implemented. And what the mayor described was actually what is being implemented in practice, the policy implemented in practice. As you know, I have an academic expertise and research expertise in aspects of regional and local growth. Regional and local growth can be approached in many different ways. Most commonly, the way in which we approach it is now the local-centric approach, which means that we look into the specific characteristics of each different region. We're talking about islands and the insularity. Islands are a very special field of implementing political cohesion. We need to identify what insularity is, what multi-insularity is, and what double or triple insularity is. In the European framework, the Greek islands are unique in terms of culture, in terms of environment, in terms of economy, in terms of society. It's a reserve that needs what the mayor said, needs our protection, the respect, and its coexistence with the new methods and the new way of living. So the islands, it has already been regulated to identify what this insular aspect, this insularity is. So it's very important to have an identification because it gives us a framework of interventions that forms very specialized policy. So recording it by itself is not enough. The second thing is that recently the specialization of the political cohesion of the European Union is boosted in the islands. We're not just talking about inequalities, about disadvantageous regions and areas. It's different to specialize, to have more specific views for the islands. So in this context, the latest decisions of the European Parliament regarding the recognition of insularity as a specific type of ecosystems and social and financial systems, it should be approached under the prism of sustainability. So it's very interesting to combine the development of the insular space with the with its sustainable continuity. So I would like to say that we're now at a point where all these concepts, all these policies must be adopted, but by meeting the citizens, the people of this island, the society of the island, the stakeholders living on the islands, because these are those who can provide the content along with the know-how provided by experts or specialized centers. But this approach requires the participation, and let me highlight that local government is very important here, and the added value of the local government is very important here. Thank you very much, Mr. Psicharis. So now, just to get a bit deeper in some concepts and terms, Mr. Papatheodoru, we're talking about maritime strategy. At what point do you think we are at the moment? What are the conditions now? What is the approach at the moment? Nora, You think that I'll get deeper into these concepts because I'm diving, isn't it? So I will talk in a completely different way with using economic and technical and investment terms. So let me express my thoughts. If the whole country freezes and we don't do anything for a year, after all, we have been trained to such a situation recently, the country, the sea, will produce a profit of about 473 billion euros without doing anything at all. How will this happen? It's simple. We will allow the different maritime ecosystemic services to show what they can do. Each summer, we all go to the sea and we find all these algae at the sea. And, you know, I don't like them a lot. I'm a bit afraid of them. Let me tell you one thing. They're not algae. They're actually herbs. They're called Posidonia oceanica. It's a type of herb, a flower, actually. So this is priced at 173 euros per meter. It produces oxygen. What else does it do? It absorbs the carbon dioxide. It protects the coasts from erosion. It is also an important area for the fish of the sea. This is priced at 173 euros per meter. We did this in 2007. No, actually, the order we had from the European Union came in 2007, but we implemented it in 2022. With many penalties, of course. And this year, 3 different institutes, we managed to have the map of the Posidonia oceanica, and we saw that the areas where this Posidonia exists costs 473 million euros. We're talking about a profit on a yearly basis. In Astipala, for example, from a very quick estimation of the map on the geographic ecosystems, let's say it's about 6 square kilometers. It covers the coast of Petaluda, the coast of it's like a butterfly in the Aegean Sea. This is priced at 1.2 billion euros per year. It protects, produces, absorbs. If we do not destroy that, if we do destroy it, because you can have just a small intervention in the sea, destroy such an area, and the cost of this destruction is much higher than the investment you have made. So if I keep on thinking this way, I'll have a problem. So what should I do? Doing nothing? No. It means that if we have to do something, and there are many things we must do it by protecting these priority spaces for this species. There are also other species that need to be protected. At a depth of 90 to 110 meters in the sea. They support the Aegean Sea, and it's kind of a calcified algae, and these fields, they bring profit that amount to 473 million euros per year in our country. So the challenge is to protect them and to manage the sea environment in a sensible way. This is why we have the maritime strategy that wants to fight many obstacles, overcome many obstacles. One of them is the sea species. It's called descriptor 10. Descriptor 11, they are things that have never been analyzed in our country in the submarine environment. So we must look into the maritime environment with respect, and this is a new approach because the maritime environment creates big value, and if we destroy it, we cannot make use and have profit from any investment. Thank you very much, Mr. Papatheodorou. It was very impressive, the number you stated.
Let me take it from your last phrase. Regarding research, how we shall be able to protect all this huge maritime wealth. And I'm addressing Ms. Kosmopoulou, who representing the charitable sector and having managed much money regarding funding towards different actions by different bodies and research centers having to do with the environment, I would like to ask in general, how do you think that what we call charitable sector in this umbrella of the development of blue economy? Thank you very much for your question. First of all, let me not misunderstand things. We are a self-funded, self-financed foundation. It has to do with money of Laskaridis family. We're not receiving any money from anyone. Now, regarding the charitable sector, I will give you examples of our work, not to give you to make you understand how beautifully we perform things, but in order to make you understand what this sector could do. First program, Typhoon. It's been running since 2019. Our basic goal is to see for the cleanness and therefore health of the coastal environment. So we do something very simple and we should all recognize, we all understand that we should all work together on. All of us understand, but not everybody does what has to be done. So, in 2 shifts every day, we go to non-accessible on foot beaches, only by boat. We clean up beaches, remote beaches, where no one has the responsibility to manage. For instance, there is a distraction on which nobody has taken the responsibility of, and we manage them. The results of our work are impressive. During these 3.5 years, we have cleaned up 3,000 remote, only boat accessible beaches, and we have collected over 500 tons of garbage. I don't like figures. Do the maths yourself. 1 ton of garbage is a lot. If we consider the coffee cups, different packages of food, or bottles of refreshment, soda, imagine how much of this garbage would be included in 500 tons of garbage. At the same time, we have lots of data in whatever we do. And what do we need the data for? In order for Mr. Papatheodorou to take and use as one of the sources of research he carries out, and know how much garbage, how much waste is in the coastal area, if sea currents work at all, and so on and so forth. And we want to connect these results in a practical way to the people who perform policies and give a lead to governments by giving them those data. So because there's a lack of data in maritime pollution, so we try to collect data in order for the country to know exactly what is happening, in order for the European Union that forms policies to have a very practical possibility to check on such theories. Depollution, decontamination, and data collection. We see about 50 fishing trawlers in northern Greece, and we see them depending on the sea, and not be the pollutants who throw garbage all the time, but make them understand that if they collect data and garbage, they will be able to continue to have sustainability in their livelihood. So fishermen can do citizens' science. We also work with schools, education, and all those groups of public who can utilize this information and want to do something. And believe you me, we can do a lot, bottom up and top down. So we're the glue among the different bodies who are in the business of protection of coastal environment. We also financially support research and in general subjects that are not very sexy, but we do a lot, and this is what we have to contribute in this discussion. Thank you very, very much. Your action is truly impressive. Now, I would like to add one more aspect in our discussion regarding some figures, some financial data. So I would like to address Mr. Papas and ask him, how do you believe that this very minute the overall sector of blue economy, how does it affect our country? Ms. Toku, in general, figures are really disappointing, and we have a rather painful past, as in the MOU. But here, figures are really optimistic and encouraging. This is why we should take care of the blue economy. So the blue economy includes a wide range of activities: fishery, aquaculture, tourism, ports, maritime transport, maritime business, RES, utilization of energy fuels, and different materials from the bottom of the sea. This is a very competitive sector, according to the EU, since the European Commission talks about a turnover of about 270 million euros. It employs about 5 million employees, and it contributes with 14 billion euros by budget. So if we focus it in the Eastern Mediterranean basin, the blue economy is about 35%, more or less, of the totality of the employees of Europe, which is 1,800,000 persons in Greece are in blue economy. It produces about 30% of the mixed added value, which is a measuring indicator, which is approximately 60 billion euros. So in Greece, it is a vital pillar of the economy since it's the 7th in Europe among the 28 in the contribution of the mixed added value. So it's one of the firsts of the country. So according to the 2020 report for the EU regarding the blue economy in Greece, about 547 employees, 14.2% of the totality of employees, the highest in Europe, and contributes by over 8.4 billion euros in the Greek economy. And these are particularly developed sectors. Coastal tourism is the first one. Maritime transport, 13% of mixed added value, and 3.8% in labor, and fishery with 7%. It is clear that seafaring, where Greece is number one, is number one. 4,936 boats of high tonnage, and 53% of the European fleet. So the Greek maritime business has an integral role to play in international commerce. Italy has 530,000 in numbers, and Spain, which is even larger than us, about 1 million. So we understand how significant this sector is for the Greek economy, since countries that are larger than us have lower figures. Now, if we take a look at the region, and in my role as president of the Economic Chamber, we can see that the Ionian Sea and the Adriatic Sea has been looking for quality of the environment and extrovert business. And let's not forget that Achaia and Tlocarania have all those features that are strongly connected with all these economic activities. So it is evident that the blue economy offers tremendous perspectives for Greek businesses. It's the great next bet for Greek businesses. So the footprint is not as strong as it should be, so we need to improve it. Thank you very much, Mr. Papas. Very encouraging messages, and I'm truly impressed. I would like to fast forward our discussion, second round of questions, because we're running out of time. Mr. Komninos.
So I want your conclusions. What do you think should be the participation of the local community to all this effort made during the last years for the transition to blue development and blue economy? Local economies and the citizens of the local areas and the islands, the small islands, are those that are most interested in their environment. Sometimes, because they don't know what they should do, they are driven by decisions and opinions which are not very updated. This is because us, as a state, we have not helped them be informed of what is out there, how we can preserve it, how we must move to the future under the sustainability prism. And what I want to say with that, local communities have learned to live there under certain terms. and in a specific context. These terms are actually values. They're not just opinions. It's their experience from the previous years, and at least for the islands that have the same characteristics as the previous years and the previous decades. So they are those who must get information, acquire information from scientists and experts who are familiar with the technology and the reality and how we can make use of these values that are out there in these communities, have the new technologies that will help them be preserved and maintained so as to ensure the existence of the island, of these islands in the future. We're talking about opinions that come from the state and not from a local level. Either it is about the photovoltaics or other issues or interventions that the central government decides, because sometimes even the region does not know exactly what is happening. So we need to change the model. The model must be transformed. It should be, I provide information, I go to the local communities, I explain, I listen to them, and I give the opportunity to them to decide. If we do not follow this model, then any transition, either it's a green, a blue transition or whatever, will not succeed. My experience has shown that in Astipalia, I had a virtual conference about 3 years ago because I wanted to provide information to my people. Everybody was very suspicious of this effort. They thought that I wanted to do something bad to the island. But actually, it was this characteristic that the people understood, and now they support the transition, the transformation which we are implementing right now. So, in brief, we must understand two things. The local communities must be involved, not only by expressing their opinions, by benefiting from these transformations. Green transformation must not be managed by big companies. The profit from this, the benefit from this transformation must be given to the people. The people shouldn't feel ignored. They should feel that they participate, so they must participate in the benefits as well. And to wrap it up, the air, the sea, the water, they are social goods. They cannot just be a privilege of some businesses or groups of companies. They're part of the lives of all human beings, all living beings. So it shouldn't be a privilege of businesses or group of companies. And this is why local communities must be able to express their views and opinions. Thank you. So now, Mr. Psicharis, a brief answer to my question. We are going through an era with various crises. As far as the islands is concerned, how these crises have influenced the islands economically, socially, at what point are we? It's interesting to take into account how all these crises after 2008 have influenced the islands. We're in an era when we have continuous crises. The economic crisis, then it was the refugee crisis, then the pandemic, and now the energy crisis. All these things create new challenges for the insular areas. So how has the pandemic, for example, affected the islands? In this case, being in an island meant to experience the pandemic with higher isolation. And the fact that the insular space was very dependent on tourism during the previous years, this could lead to a bigger vulnerability for the economy and social life of the island caused by the crisis. According to a research we are conducting at the moment for the ministry, it's a research about the influence of the pandemic to the economy and the entrepreneurship in different islands. As far as COVID itself is concerned, the indices for the islands are better than those related to the continental area. So we can't say if this is positive or not. We need to interpret it. One of the issues that are challenging for the people living in islands today is the problem that has to do with the establishment of basic infrastructures in islands. You know, according to the constitution, health and education are goods provided to all the people. So the access to the health services in islands is a challenging topic that one must face with bigger attention. From the chambers, we see what companies started operating and what companies stopped operating due to the decrease in tourism. The crisis affected the islands very much, but it was also an opportunity to think how the productive basis of the islands could be expanded so as to be more balanced and more sustainable. It could lead to more sustainable development. Thank you very much, Mr. Psycharis. Very quickly, Mr. Papatheodoru. I found a term. It's the 30 by 30 framework. What is it? I'm not sure. Okay, just a small comment. I'll be very quick. What the mayor said is very important. I don't want to interpret what he said, but he talked about an environmental governance where the central administration give space for the civil society to decide about the environment. So we're talking about an inclusive environmental governance. This is a challenge at an international and European level for an inclusive environmental governance, because this seems to be the solution. So the 30 by 30 framework, it's I talked about it to an interview at it's a new solution, and we need to see how we will implement it in Greece. It was voted in December 2022, about 193 states in Canada. We need to preserve in a very good condition 30% of the international ocean by 2030 in order to be able to preserve the international ocean area at a good condition. Why 30%? Because we couldn't examine and preserve the rest. How will we choose this 30% in a way that will ensure that it affects the health of the ocean in general? We have such a space in Greece, and we have a vital area, the Ionian Sea, which is an international sea, not protected international sea. So I think that this solution, the 30 by 30 framework that needs to be implemented quickly, having open sea reserves And this is where the region can play an important role, as well as the civil society in Western Greece. It will be an initial effort to preserve the health of the Ionian Sea, which is open, really open, and it's not very much protected compared to the Levantine Sea. So 30 by 30 sounds very nice. It may be scary at first, but in conjunction with this inclusive aspect I said before, we should protect it.
Thank you very much. One last comment from you, Ms. Kosmopoulou, regarding the following. What's it like to work with different stakeholders? And what do I mean by that? All fundings, financing that you are managing, there are different legal persons. Can you please share with us, what's it like to work with different stakeholders? Listen, environmental health has gone through its crisis, and now we have to heal this crisis. Big problems do not have one single solution. Many different players have to work together and find the solution. So we have to find a joint goal. We all have different targets. We all have a different starting point. We have different degree of knowledge, different beliefs, even political beliefs. We have to work together. So the way here is to find the way to work through our target. We must at some stage be able to talk not with individual examples of a research center of the island of Astypalia or whatever, but we should be able to put all these examples together, because only in this way, with a greater wave of change, we will be able to make a difference. Otherwise, we'll be like like Asterix and the Goals village. So without having a complete knowledge of what is going on in the field, we cannot achieve our goals. I understand, we all understand, well, there will be white smoke. Otherwise, there's no other way. Mr. Papas, we will sum up with you. You told us, you gave us a few very encouraging data regarding the blue economy. And I'm starting to think in a different way, that having to do with my professional orientation. What are those sectors, working sectors, that are touched by this blue economy sector? Then no one will be doing any accounting. Okay. Established sectors as seen by European accounts are maritime business, agriculture, fisheries, infrastructures, production of fisheries, tourism, entertainment, marinas, RES, infrastructure, transport investments, coastal line, bottom of the sea, and one more sector, pumping petrol and natural gas. But also emerging sectors that are not so well known would be, and have not had any large investments, maritime biotechnology, ocean biotechnology, coastal ecosystem protection, dealing with port pollution. The EU and its activities also includes maritime commerce, construction and recycling of boats, and sectors that have to include sea wave energy and production of energy in general. Bioactive ingredients that come from the sea are a hugely developing business. Also, technical professions that will be very rare. Electricians, plumbers, and other technical professionals will have to be reskilled and acquire extra skills having to do with the sea. Hydrocarbons and mining, maritime tourism, energy, fuel mining. All this should be taken into consideration. Thank you very much, Mr. Papas. Mr. Theodore, just 1 minute. Mr. Papas almost finished up his speech like an oceanologist, and I did it more like an accountant. I like the part of biotechnology. Very few people know that the coronavirus test, BCR, is based on an oceanographic research performed in Canada, where there was one bacteria at a depth of sea of 5,000 meters had the possibility to duplicate itself. So, to a large degree, many answers to future pharmaceutical substances lie in the bottom of the ocean. Let's all have a career change. Thank you all very much. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Ωραία. Καλησπέρα σας κυρίες και κύριοι. Καλησπέρα από το 11ο Συνέδριο Περιφερειακής Ανάπτυξης. Βρισκόμαστε σε μια συνεδρία, ιδιαίτερη συνεδρία. Θα μιλήσουμε για μια περιοχή, για τον χωρικό σχεδιασμό και την ανάπτυξη της Περιφερειακής Ενότητας Ηλίας. Έχοντας μαζί μας εκλεκτούς καλεσμένους και ανθρώπους κλειδιά, οι οποίοι θα μας δώσουν, αν θέλετε, μία βάση για να δούμε πώς θα μπορέσουμε να αναπτύξουμε αυτό που λέμε Ηλία, όπου είναι μια περιοχή που έχει αντιθέσεις, έχει τρομερή δυναμική, αλλά ακόμα δεν έχει απελευθερωθεί. Έχουμε μαζί μας σύνδεση διαδικτυακή τον Γενικό Γραμματέα, τον κύριο Ευθύμη Μπακογιάννη, Γενικός Γραμματέας